My claim is that I believe that the only way you can actually measure it is to be in space. That's what I just said it
Well,
was.
that's just
What?
presupposing the radius to begin with,
Bro.
though, because to go to space, to get orbital mechanics, to get anything to orbit this ball to begin with, you need to know how big it is to know where everything else is. If you don't have that, all you're doing is begging the question.
I mean,
Or all
spraying and praying things up into the sky doesn't seem very scientific, just saying.
Wait. So you
How do you
said
measure
Yeah,
from
we can't
space, like
validate anything
intergalactic
from
size
media
calipers or
that
something?
we can't
Okay,
verify.
we
India's
got
here.
five people.
So let's
We got
can
five people. We got five people
can we
talking again.
with how we can measure the Earth?
Five people
Bro,
talking again. Yes.
hey man, stop trying to moderate the room. Chill. This admin was trying to talk, and everybody walked all over him. Indio, go ahead, bro.
I said, how do you measure the radius of the Earth from space? Intergalactic size calipers? Like, how are you going to measure it?
No, I don't know how you would. I would assume that the people that were gonna like attempt to measure would have some sort of idea of how it could be done.
You know, you really can't measure things by looking at them, right? That's why we don't build houses by just like looking at the pieces and just nailing shit together.
Yeah. Were there a time that we built houses when we didn't have measuring tools?
Yeah, we compared the pieces to one another, right? So this part's as long as that part. We would just take the two pieces, like two pieces of wood, put them next to each other. Yeah, these are the same length. Yeah, so how are you going to do that with the Earth? Now we use a tape measure, right? So now we measure things directly. We don't measure things by just looking at them.
Can I just add that the oldest, most complex buildings that we have here on Earth are intensely geometrical. Like a ton of math went into the oldest buildings we have on Earth.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know what that does. I mean, I'm Mayan. I'm Guatemalan. Like I run up and down like Mayan pyramids like all the time. So like, I understand like how structures like that are made and like what an idea that they have to have in order to like make them. But it doesn't mean that they were like technologically like advanced, right? Like my race of people charted out. My race of people charted out the universe in 5,564 year epochs, right? Like to the
Well,
T, right? Like they
truth,
built
truth.
these structures. They built these structures like in ways that like the sun would like come over it at a particular point in time every 160 years, and that was accurately done, right? That doesn't
Truth.
happen on a globe, right?
Truth. Do you think that the Mayans built that?
Yeah, of course I do.
How long ago were the Mayans?
Post classic was 1,000 years ago.
Well, let's say that the things that you found in your country is also found in other parts of the world.
They are.
And do you think that the Mayans ever traveled outside of South America?
No, they didn't. That's what's cool and unique about our. Hold
And
on. Let me answer you. That's what's cool and unique about our cultures and in the Americas is that we, unlike Europeans and Africans, we had no outside influence because we did not know that the other side of the world existed. So everything that was created here was created on its own. The Mayans are one of three primitive cultures that had
okay,
a concept of zero and of a null, of a
so
cipher. No other like civilization even had a concept of that.
true. The people that built the stuff in the Mayans, were they more advanced or less advanced than we are now?
They are more advanced in certain ways and less advanced in more ways.
Did they account for Earth curvature when they built any of that stuff?
Did they account for Earth or curvature? No,
Yeah.
it was just yeah.
No, yeah.
Well, they had a flat Earth cosmology, right? All the ancient cultures.
No, it was multi-leveled, right? So Xibalba is like the land of the dead, which is like underground, right? I guess maybe you could say it was more like Hollow Earth, like that.
Planes. Planes of
Yeah,
existence, right?
yeah,
He said levels.
but that has
Yes.
nothing to do with like that has nothing to do with their scientific explorations, which they didn't even call scientific, right? They
Well,
just observed things, right?
I'm just still trying to figure out where we
Is
got
sea
R
level one
from.
of these levels? Is sea level one of those levels?
Look, none of them thought the Earth was a globe. I mean, like, seriously. Let's get real.
Well, what would it matter if they did to you? Like, what would it matter if I produced a document that showed they thought that it was round? And that's how they came up with these measurements and calculations.
But
Like,
they didn't.
If
They
We have the
observed-
Dresden Codex from the Mayans, so they didn't.
yeah, I'm gonna ask you some questions about that to find out that you totally like don't know what you're talking about, right? Like you
Transit of
understand that I know
Venus.
what
Come
I'm
on,
talking
man.
about, right?
No need to throw mud,
The
man.
Dresden Codex talks about the transit of Venus. Right?
No. Like you know that I know what I'm talking about, right?
I
And
don't
you
know.
that I
Listen, I
Dude,
don't know
you
you from
sound
Adam.
like you went to geometry class in fucking middle school, man. I'm not trying to judge, but you don't fucking yeah.
I don't know what you. Listen, all I know is that there's 3 pieces of paper, 3 documents that came from the Mayans that were written out of the hundreds of thousands that were burned by the Spanish. One of those are the Dresden Codex. It records it. It predicts the transit of Venus more accurately than the heliocentric model did. So that's all I know about that. But I know
Yo.
they were not heliocentrists, and they did not think the Earth was a ball in
Yeah,
space.
no, I just looked it up, and Mayans definitely had a flat Earth view of the world. I just found something, and I could post it.
so I guess we're not going to get R from the Mayans next.
So I can tell you the idea, like, let me ask you this. Do you think the idea of, like, outer space void, do you think that was discovered or invented?
It seems to me like it was presupposed, right? Like so you have a concept of what it would be, and then you would explore and find out if that's like what it was. But that would also be begging the question according to somebody on here who's really like into their logical fallacies, right? Because that would be somebody sitting on the earth without being in space, being like, I think it's a void, like arbitrarily saying it, right?
No, it's called
Without
cherry
any
picking and
proof
confirmation
whatsoever.
bias, right? So there was Greeks called the Epicureans, led by Epicurus, in their metaphysical philosophy that everything was matter and void. And this is where the idea of an infinite void universe came from. Right? It was invented. It's also where atomism came from. So you can actually, it's not like this is like some old idea that nobody pays attention to. If you can listen to talks given by the people at the Royal Society, they talk about atoms or space or any of that stuff, they'll reference the Epicureans. They're not like a forgotten people. They know about, mainstream scientists know about this foundation for their belief. So think about it. You have a belief, and then you're going to go out into the world and cherry pick, what you so-called experiment with, right? The phenomenon you see. You're going to try to fit it into this worldview. And this is exactly what has happened. They already have an idea, and they're going to fit all their observations into their preconceived notion.
That's it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Listen, if they could come up, just let me say one more thing, one more sentence. Like, they could have came up with the idea that the Earth was a pretzel, that the Earth shaped like a pretzel. And you could make the math work to make everything work on a pretzel if you throw enough money at it.
By the way, in the
Okay.
live stream chat, I posted a picture of the Mayan view of the cosmos, and it is a flat Earth map, dude. I put it on the live stream chat.
Yeah, that's not like the interesting thing about that, right? Like as it pertains to what we're talking about, the interesting thing were to be that if like using modern methods, like and using God, I gotta get into like flat earthing talk.
You said
Modern
you said we have to go to
Bro, will you stop butting in like while I'm mid sentence? Is that possible?
Hey, can you not get so livid? Just say, hold on. Like, you don't need to be like that.
Yeah, because it's frustrating because he keeps doing that, right? So what's interesting about that is not whether they thought like you're just picking and choosing that they have this flat earth model of the universe, right? That's not the interesting part. The interesting part would be that if using our globe centric science that these people that you call they use, if they were able to make those measurements using a globe earth and gravity, and that they would come to the same exact conclusions that the Mayans did over 1,000 years ago. And oddly enough, they do, right? So
It's
whether
flat.
the Mayans
But you
Whether
think the Mayans were a race of people that were wearing, skirts? Like
What,
you didn't
hold
think they
on.
were that advanced,
Hold
like
on.
to
What are you
begin with.
talking about with the exact same? What conclusions? What conclusions did they come to?
You're just
Out of the
talking out of your
same.
ass, dude. Do you know that?
Yeah,
If-
he
Yeah,
does
that's what I said. Like this guy
I'm
sounds
just
like he
wondering,
went.
like,
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering what, like, he just said that the Mayans had their idea, and the Europeans had their idea with gravity or whatever, and somehow they came to the same conclusion. Like, I don't understand that. What conclusion was that?
So what I'm saying is that if the Mayans, right, if they observed the sun going up and down, right, at the same point and reaching a certain trajectory that repeated after a certain number of years, and they came to that conclusion very exact because they did, right? They could predict exactly where the sun was going to rise and where it was going to fall in periods of 5,000 years, right? Not like the next day, not a week from now, in periods of 5,000 years. That if scientists 1,000 years later, using a globe centric like model of the Earth, did experiments, they would find the same exact thing. That would be very interesting, and they do. Right now,
In heliocentric
as a
model.
flat earther,
Actually, no, they don't. Like, I don't know how you think the motions of planets and the stars are actually predicted. They have nothing to do with the globe model.
They're just paying
What-
attention to
what-
cycles. They're post-dictions. They're watching patterns play out.
It's just, yeah, it's just cyclical patterns, and you just data fit them mathematically. Like, anybody can do this. You could do this. I could do this. It's okay. So there was the Ptolemaic model. So the Chinese had their flat Earth model. So predicting like where the sun and the stars are going to be over any period of time, as long as you have a good number system, without any weirdness, like base 22 or something, you can predict all this stuff accurately. They're not. Listen. Listen. If you think that they're like actually modeling like balls in space, and this is how they're figuring out like where the sun is, they're not doing it that way because they actually cannot do it that way. It's mathematically impossible. There's something
And
called the
I'd like
n-body
to-
problem, where you can't model more than two bodies using Newtonian gravity and get a stable orbit. So
And-
they're not using the heliocentric model, the physics of it with gravity and all that stuff to figure out where the sun, moon, and stars are.
And
yeah,
just
I'd
really
like
quick,
to know.
1 second,
like,
sir.
Like, what
1
would
second. 1 second. I just also want to point out that the only civilization that has even promoted a globe model is America and NASA. Like, we're the only ones. We're the pioneers. And just keep in mind, nobody even thought globe Earth until we came along. And in the 1920s, they were teaching flat Earth, man, in our schools.
Yeah, what would be interesting to me is that if somebody came up with like a flat Earth, and you guys are flat earthers, so you would tell me if this exists already, right? But if somebody came up with a like measurable like flat Earth model of the world, and then
Wait, are you a round earther, Carefree?
Give us the globe
You
Earth
still
model.
believe in the globe? You still believe in the globe, Carefree?
Yes.
yeah. Well, more like.
Oh, then it's been measured out. What are you talking about? Like we know that our Antarctica is our shoreline to our world, and we're in the pond. We're our little mass of land in the middle of it. Like, what do we need to? If anything, you guys need to fucking figure out what globe map you want to use. Whether it's like the map that we learned in school, or like that one map that's all distorted and all the countries are squished in the middle. Like, 'cause you guys can't even like figure out what map you guys want to use.
And Indio just explain to you why you don't have a model and can't have it. In fact, you guys have like so many. The globe
What
has
globe
so
model?
many
There is no
models.
globe model.
Right. So
There's a bunch of
how-
pieces of different things, like Frankenstein's monster, like a bunch of body parts sewn together, hit with electricity, and then becomes animated. That's
Yeah.
what a globe model is.
Toy model you put on your desk? I don't get it, man. What kind of model?
How can you demand a model from us, right? I mean, we're telling you what it is. When the model that you're trying to, that you believe in doesn't
And that's
exist.
the point. And that's the
I'm not-
point.
I'm
Like,
not-
there's no globe model either. Like, all of them are bullshit. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm not even Yeah, I mean, it's the same person's voice who's unable to track like what I'm saying, right? I'm not even. Did I just demand that you produce some sort of model? I said it.
No, man.
I
Come on. We
said
don't have to
it.
take it there. Don't take it personal, please.
It would be interesting if somebody who had a flat Earth model with measurements cross-referenced with those measurements something like what the Mayans did and got the same
Okay, it's
exact
been done. It's
point
been
of
done,
reference.
dude.
Yeah, the
It's been
Mayans did
done.
it.
Really?
The Mayans
Yeah,
were flat earthers,
yes,
and they did what you're saying they did.
yes, they did exactly. And you
Chinese,
can
same with the
one second.
Indians, same
You
with
can
the. I mean, it's
trace.
culture.
You can trace the Mayan pyramids to the Egyptian pyramids to the Chinese pyramids.
Yeah,
Like they all make.
I'm wondering if you have, I'm not demanding that you produce it. I'm wondering if you have that, right? Because you
What
don't
do you
believe
mean by that? I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? Like you're
No,
asking me
we
if I
don't
did the
have a
measurements
model.
my depth, like myself? Or, like, are you asking if I
no,
did it?
no, if you have
Nope,
a
no model.
measured version of this flat earth concept that you
Yes,
believe in.
yes. Michelle Gibson, she
The
did
thing
it.
about the thing
You know, I
about
don't
the
know if you
earth.
know Michelle Gibson, but she did it, and it's
The thing,
there. Go ahead.
wait. It's the thing about the Earth not being a ball, right? Is that if it's not a ball, then it's okay to not know certain things or not have explanations for things we can't have explanations for. Like if the Earth is not a ball, then all those explanations are irrelevant and don't really exist. And what do we really know? Right? There's a barrier to what we can know. And who guards those barriers? The government, NASA. Those are the people that would know because they're the ones claiming to have gone up, gone out. And if you do your research, you'll find out that they did explore out the Antarctica and up during the war, during the Cold War. Yeah, look into it, man. Like,
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Yeah.
I feel you, dude.
Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to present to you another model in order to prove that your model is wrong.
A
And
model of
beyond
what?
that, there's another thing we need to point out about this. There's a much more important thing to point out about this is that in order to make an actual quote unquote model, if you want to call it that, of the flat earth, you would have to gain access to areas you are not allowed to go. And in order to do that, you need to overturn the Antarctic Treaty. So if you want to
One
make an
second,
accurate
buddy.
model, you need to start working very hard to make it so you can explore
All right.
in places that you can't currently explore. Otherwise, you're just talking about ridiculous nonsense. But not really that, but you're just presenting some.
Hey.
You're asking for something that cannot be made until that happens first.
Okay, good. Like, so yeah, you just said a couple of good things, right? The first thing that you said was that you disproving what I'm saying does not mean that you have to provide like the other side of it, right? That's basically what you said.
A replacement. A replacement.
Yeah.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Good, right? And so and equally you proving that what I believe is wrong in this respect does not necessitate that I follow your side, right? That doesn't mean that you are right because you prove that I am wrong, right? You accept that?
Can you say that again?
If you prove that what I am saying is wrong, that doesn't necessitate that your side is right.
It's not about being right. It's about accepting what we are observing or seeing or experiencing.
Yeah, but I was just told that there's
wait.
I was
Right.
just
Proving the Earth's not a globe does not prove the Earth is
Wait.
flat. Yeah, we understand that. We understand that completely.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that was so for the person who's really into like logical fallacies or whatever, like you understand that was just a false binary that guy assumed, right? Like if I don't believe, if he proves me wrong, then that means his side is right. Like there's only two sides to this. Like there's only globe Earth and there's only flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I guess there could be all sorts of other shapes, but I want to go back to something else. This model thing. Well, we're using sloppy language because models are for phenomenon, like actions. There aren't models of shapes, so there's no flat Earth model. There is no globe Earth model. That's geometry, right? That's the shapes of things. Is geometry. Models are for like phenomenon. Like there's a gravitational model, right? There's a electrodynamic model. Those are models. There is no when people say globe model or flat Earth model, there is no model. The reason it's even brought up in the globe because, well, we can't measure any curvature, so they have to go to their model of gravity and say we have this scientific model, and if that's true, Earth forms into a ball, right? That's the logic behind it. If gravity's true, then a bunch of particles would form into a ball. But why don't they just measure this curvature, this radius? Why don't they just do that?
I mean, sounds like it'd be a pretty cool thing to do, right?
Well, because when we actually measure the surface of the Earth, it's flat. That's why. Because they don't get what's actually done in reality when you go out into the physical world and measure the Earth. It doesn't measure as a ball. There's no curvature anywhere. The surface of water isn't curving. And this is why all pictures from space, we can say, yes, they're all garbage, because they depict something that doesn't exist in the physical world.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, sure, you can say
But
that.
just
I wouldn't even.
you show me a picture of Bigfoot sitting on top of the Empire State Building, and I go to the top of the Empire State Building, and he ain't there. I know that picture's bullshit.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that they're garbage. They're just CGI pictures, you know? Like, they're not, the majority of them are not, like, even actual pictures of, like,
Well,
the
why would
Earth,
they
right?
have to present
I can tell
those
you,
two?
every single image purporting to be of Earth, claiming to be from the International Space Station, is 100% not an accurate depiction of reality, even if the Earth was a globe. Because the
course it's
International
not.
Space Station is not high enough to see curvature. Yeah, almost nobody knows this, is that the International Space Station is only up 250 miles above a ball whose diameter is supposed to be 8,000 miles. So it's a tiny fraction of the size of the ball. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, this is equivalent of being 2 inches above a 6 foot tall ball. You're not going to see curvature from that altitude. But every picture from the International Space Station, some look like you can see the entire Earth, like you're like hundreds of miles away. Well, think about it like this. Think you had a ball that, I don't know how tall you are. Say you're 6 feet tall. You have a ball that's 6 feet tall. You take
but I'm
your
agreeing
eye
with you, dude.
down to the
I'm
surface
agreeing
of the
with you.
ball, right, and look at
I'm
it
agreeing with you.
from 2 inches away, and then look at a picture from the International Space Station and see if you think that those are equivalent viewpoints.
I'm agreeing with you. Wasn't I the one who said that? Like, you said they're all garbage. I said I don't even think they're garbage, dude. They're all CGI pictures. That's not really what it looks like. Okay, so we both agree
They're
on
not
that.
accurate depictions of reality. That's how I say it. Whether they're fake, I don't know what they are. Right? I just don't know. I can't confirm anything.
No, they're just approximations of what it is, and they're colored in, and they're made to look like nice and beautiful. Like there's a blue sky and there's clouds there, and like whatever. Like like I don't know how that leads us to the Earth being flat, but
why would they have
the Earth is flat? Because we've measured it. Because we've done laser measurements over large bodies of water. There's many people that have done this. There's long distance observations. There's radio communications. There's infrared observations. There's like all sorts of things that have been done to test to see if the Earth is the way it actually appears to be, right? So it appears flat and motionless. So you go out into the world and you test if that's actually the case. And all tests have revealed that that is the case.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're saying, but I've also seen tests that like reveal like something else. So then I would have to see like
give us some, because we hear people say that all the time, and never has anybody ever come in here and showed us shit in 4 years.
What's the test where the measurement is taken like on one of the straightest roads that there is, and then you duplicate that on the other side of the side of the Earth where you would get where you would see that like it would be curved. If it were curved, you would get this certain measurement, and you do get that measurement, right? And so you can't like put a string around the entire Earth because the person can't like literally go around the Earth. But if you do it in sections, then all that should line up if that was circular in that way, right?
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have like a citation, a reference, something like that?
Ooh, bro, I came in here kind of cold. I may have to like because I did a lot of most of the stuff that I've seen on like flat Earth and counter things have been like years ago. So I would have to find that experiment for you, right? I don't even remember the guy's name, right? Guy who did it on a bike, right? On a bicycle.
Oh, the Eratosthenes. Oh my goodness, dude. Are you serious?
It wasn't in the sky, right?
It was in Canada. It was in Canada. He did a version of the Eratosthenes, 2 sticks and shadows in the sun.
No.
Yeah,
It had nothing to
it's
do with
like one of the
shadows.
most famous. He's got something like 2 million views of this.
Yeah, but it has.
I'll put it in the chat, man.
Yeah, but that
We've seen
doesn't
it,
sound like what this
Carefree.
is.
We've seen it.
Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with shadows though, right? Like what I'm talking about doesn't have anything to do with shadows.
And what did he measure?
It's like you measure length, right? I'd have to find it for you.
What instrument
I can pull
were
it
they
up.
using to measure?
I don't know, but I think you're talking about this one.
No instrument, dude. Actually, that's the whole thing. No instrument, like something that anybody could do, right? Like because remember, you have to remember that when people are trying to quote unquote, and I'm going to use quote unquote, right? Because we're in a flat Earth thing here. When people quote unquote debunk something, if they use any sort of special instruments, the claim is going to be that like this is using something that has been like okayed by like specific like science like authority, and you don't appeal to that authority, right? So it has to
No
be
one
like
has
some sort
ever
of
said
experiment.
that. Dude, you're just making shit up now,
yes.
dude. Dude,
Okay.
no one's ever said that. Can't use an instrument because it's made by. Come on, man. No one's ever said that.
How
Dude,
do you
if I
measure
use-
stuff without instruments, man, I don't get it. Like what? Like okay, if you're weighing something, you're gonna use a scale.
You measure things with
a
length,
string
right?
scale or something. Length. So what are you gonna use for length? We have different instruments, right?
You can measure. You can use string, right? Using something that anybody could
Sure, like
procure,
okay,
right?
sure, yeah, tape measure, sure, string. Okay, cool, got it.
Yeah.
That's an instrument still. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and everything. Yeah, and everything's just a token, right? Everything. I mean, we just arbitrarily call things because that's what we call them, right? But that's nothing like in the natural world, right? I'm just saying string, like it's an instrument in the sense that like it's something that you would use to like measure, right? But you could lay people down like by the thousands, and you could call that a measuring like instrument, right?
Well, no,
I'm
because it's a comparative measurement. Like you're comparing it to something else, to a known thing that we call let's say a gram or a centimeter or an inch, whatever it is. So a string, it's like, okay, how much string, sir? Right? That's it.
Units of
Yeah.
measure are arbitrary. It doesn't matter. Well, in some cases they're not, but in most cases, in this case, they're arbitrary. It doesn't matter what unit of measure you use.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
what or I'm sorry,
So
test
again, like
or measurement.
Yeah, I know. What are we even talking about? Like what measurement of what using
I don't
what?
know. I just talking
How?
about.
So basically, you have to pretend that the Earth is a ball, even though you use it as flat, measure it flat, observe it flat. Pretending, right? Are we pretending now?
if it mattered to me that the Earth was like flat or round, if like I had some sort of like preference for it being like round, and it made any sort of like, if they had any sort of consequence in my life, then I would say that yeah, I would be pretending that it was.
Well,
Wow.
it must. I mean, it seems like it's important enough for you to come here.
Yeah.
No, but you're missing the point. He might be missing the point that everything you do and everything everyone does is dependent on a flat, motionless Earth. Military, communication systems, navigation, airplanes, everything is dependent on a flat, motionless plane. Because everything is designed and follows the laws of nature, and the laws that everything has to be built upon. So our opinions on the matter, like some people gonna draw you cartoons about this fantasy globe, and that's the only thing that you're gonna get from the globe: cartoons and ideas in the mind. But that's it. There is not applicable in reality. Everything is dependent on a flat, motionless plane.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
just ask
So like,
NASA.
so again, what changes like if we know that it's flat? Like what thing in life?
When you build a house, you build it level, right? It's dependent on a level plane. When you build an aircraft to fly, so when people have to go to fly, the builder of the airplane, right, has to take into account a flat, motionless plane to be able to make that airplane practical and take people from point A to point B. The pilot operating the airplane doesn't ever take into account any curvature or any movement of the ground. It's the pilot knows that is following a path that is in a flat, motionless plane. So everything is dependent on a flat Earth. So when you're saying it doesn't matter and it doesn't apply because you don't need it, everything you do is dependent on it because it's done on a flat motionless plane. So,
Well, no, I mean, I'm just doing it, right? Like it's not dependent on my knowledge of it. I'm just doing it. And these people that are
can you build a structure without level? Can you build a building, a house, without using the level plane? You just go ahead and do whatever you want without taking into account level. Can you?
Well, you can, but I don't know if it's going to work very well.
Exactly. You got it. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So what point do you think that you just proved right now? What do you think you just proved?
Everything you do, everything we do is based on flat level, right? The house that you're standing on or whatever you're doing is dependent on that, on the flat plane, flat level plane. So when you're saying that it doesn't matter that you never use it or whatever, but it's everything you do is dependent on that.
Yeah.
Who's laughing now?
So we could just live our lives as if it's flat, right? Like we could just take all our measurements as if it's flat, but the reality is that it could not be flat. But we're not going to change our measurements because we actually see that they work that way.
Why is the reality? Why is the reality that it can't be flat? Why is that?
Well, we could just pretend that it's flat, right? We could just pretend that it's flat.
We don't. We use it as we measure it as flat. We use it as flat. Water is level. We see it as flat. What we have proven is that it is not a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
How have you proven that?
Because
lasers.
Yes, we've proven that.
Measured it.
Right. You can see.
You know what doesn't matter? You know, when you say, it doesn't matter, right? Remember that globe that they give children in the first grade of kindergarten? That globe that is put on TV? Why would it matter? Why does the globe, this cartoon that nobody experiences, why do they push it so much everywhere? Why would that matter? Why are they pushing a fantasy to children, right? Something that has no relation to reality, that they're never gonna use in anything in their lives. They're just pushing this. And you're saying, well, the flat Earth doesn't matter, but the globe doesn't really matter on anything practical, ever. Nobody uses it for anything. The flat Earth, on the other hand, everything is dependent on it.
How does reality
Never use the globe in an applicable way ever? Not in flats, not anywhere.
Yeah, for sure.
Someone was getting ready to talk.
Well, no, he said reality proves a ball, and I just wanted to know how. But I don't think he's got anything on that. He was just talking shit.
Now, I think I've been listening to the conversation. He has made some steps. I think in the beginning he was just how you say, kind of like not agreeing on anything, but yeah, he's been listening. I think he got some ideas, but the thing is, I think maybe he hasn't entertained each point, but like specific things that are practical in reality. Once you go to things that are actually real practical things that everybody does, military communication systems, aircrafts, level houses, level buildings, everything. If you go to those specifics, you see that the globe, nobody uses this for anything except for give you Disney and Hollywood stories. That's it. And to take money from the taxpayer.
So everything he said right now is absolutely true, and I agree with, right? But it doesn't necessarily follow that the Earth is flat from what he just said.
No, because remember the Earth, the flat Earth. The thing is, I think you got this idea when you say these two words, flat Earth. That's like a trigger word that was made up by who knows who, right? But these two words, when people read it, they get like a reaction, like an emotional reaction, because it's been indoctrinated to people that this is a conspiracy theory or whatever. But when you think flat Earth, you're probably thinking about this image that you Google in the search engines, right? This flat disk flying through space. But the Earth, this reality that we live on, is not two words. Flat is just a description or something. Flat Earth, the Earth, nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows what the whole thing is as a whole. Because have you had anybody been outside and described the Earth as a whole? Nobody has. So flat Earth is just a trigger word. Doesn't depict reality as the real things. Everything we do every day, you cannot quantify it in flat Earth, right? In those two words that are, it's just a description.
Yeah, but what's happening here is that
don't get triggered by the term flat Earth, because it's being put out there to trigger people, and that's probably what's happening to you.
No. What's happening here is the opposite, my friend. You guys get triggered by the word round Earth, right? The reason that I don't get triggered by the word flat Earth is because I live my life as if the world is flat. I already do that, so there's no triggering.
Everybody does that.
The Earth is okay. Yeah, so there is no triggering. The triggering.
But you see, you're kind of confused though. You're kind of confused because you're saying round Earth. But let me ask you this: have you ever seen a round table? Have you ever had have you ever had dinner on a round table?
I don't know what you mean by round.
You know, like a coin, like a pizza, right?
Like a circle, a circular.
Yeah, exactly. When you say round is a description, right? Like just flat, like round and flat. Those are descriptions. When you say round, and you actually think round means sphere. And so you're kind of confused about those terms.
Well, no. Globular is one thing, right? Like a globe is one thing, and then round is just because we're just using flat Earth and round Earth. I'm sure that when we say flat,
something is a pizza round and flat. Tell me, can you make a pizza? Can you make it round and flat?
You're looking into live stream voice text because people are posting some useful information for you.
Yeah, I think what's happening is you're getting caught up in semantics right now. Like,
God,
things have definitions, bro.
Exactly.
In the reality, right? In reality, when we describe something, when we put a word to something, when we name something, it has a meaning for it, right? But then I think you kind of confused about the round, because on the globe side, you could say anything about anything and describe it as you like. It doesn't have to have any relation to reality, and it doesn't matter.
Hermano, brother. Yo sé que hablas español, okay, but I'll speak to you English. I know you speak Spanish. Look,
yeah.
The reason
redondo, círculo.
Yes, you just stated an obvious. You just stated an obvious thing. The reason why the word is flat and the other word is round is because they mean two different things. Yes, that is the case. So congratulations.
It can be both round and flat.
Look, man, hold up. Wait, please stop, everyone. Let me say something. He said that, right? He gave you a model. What he gave you was a disk in space. There's a group called Flat Earth Society. Okay, so the word flat Earth usually points to this group called Flat Earth Society, which is basically a disk in space going up. That's not what this is. So that's called controlled opposition. And I believe it's the government. They work with YouTube. YouTube pushes their content up. That's why it seems like we get triggered by the term, because people usually think that's the model.
Yeah, and what do you think it is?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
You know what the big problem is that what we're trying to present here is fundamentals of reality, right? Practical things, the things that are real, and we're trying to point out that children are being lied to and put towards a path where they learn these things that have no relation to reality, and they're being put towards this path of lies, and we have to point it out, because laws of nature, we have to follow them. Doesn't matter our opinion what it is. The laws of nature are the laws of nature, and there's rules to this place, to this world, but these people that are lying to the children, that you're saying, oh, it's okay for them to do this, to teach it in the schools. So that's the first rule: the shape of the earth, the laws of nature, and now they can lie about anything, and people's just gonna take it. So there's gotta be someone that have to point this out and see things for what they are and point it out to other people. That's what we're doing. That's what I do. I point out things for reality. I know people, and I'm pretty sure you know people that talk about BS that has no relation to reality, and they talk about it like they believe it. Probably you met people like that, especially in Spanish.
Atheists. Yeah, they're called atheists. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of those that believe in a spinning globe. They think that they live in a spinning globe, and that's being promoted and incentivized for people to have this kind of thinking that is destroying civilization, basically.
Gemsy, 66.
Yo.
Sixes, you know the sixes in the model? Can you
point them out? So real quick, you know, the energy that is being put toward this lie is huge, and you probably can see it everywhere. That's why when you say, "Oh, I do everything, and the flat earth doesn't matter," I can agree with you. We don't have to talk about this on the internet. We don't have to, but we do because we're being lied to, and we're pointing that out, and it has to be done.
93 million miles is one of those numbers. It's like numerology, right? 666 is in the tilts, the degrees, 23.4, something like that. It's also how fast the Earth is spinning around, rotating around the sun. I mean, there's a lot of sixes. You know what I mean? So if you're
well, what would it? Well, here's a good question. What would it take for one of you guys to believe that it's round? Is it like what?
You mean curvature and curvature? Measure the curvature.
Would it be like that literally we just like take somebody that? Well, God, this is weird because like
listen.
Let me talk to him.
Hold on. If we appointed one of you and paid, I don't know, who are we gonna pay? Elon Musk to take you out into space and go around so that you could see it with your own eyes, and you came back and you came back and reported it, nobody would believe you, right?
The problem is, bro. The problem is that you can't go to this fantasy place. Nobody can go to Fantasyland. The place they depict them to you, and that's why they have to show you cartoons and all this deception, these drawings and all this Hollywood stuff. So they're telling you they're gonna take you to this place, right? But you're never gonna go because you cannot go to Fantasyland, right? You agree with that, right? You can't go to Fantasyland.
Hold on, man.
So nobody's been in outer space.
Wait, brother, hermano. Wait, what you're saying doesn't make sense, okay? Because what we're saying, okay, is that curvature that you want us to go up into space to see, right? Should already be observable here. So you gotta think about this. When we get to 128,000 feet, that curvature, right, is not there yet. It still appears flat. But now the Earth cannot have a radius of 3,959 miles because it still appears flat. So you gotta think like even when we get to 250 miles where the ISS is, it's still gonna not look like a ball. So you gotta
you gotta go further out. You gotta go further out. You gotta go further out. You gotta go further out.
Exactly, but listen,
bro.
Now you got a ball. Right, now you got a ball, right? That's way too big because it's not matching the math. But as we go out, is it going to snap into a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles? Or is it going to be such a huge ball that all the math, all the gravity, all the science, the astronomical units, the speed of light is all wrong?
You're saying that Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk is gonna take you on a spaceship and take you to outer space. Outer space is a place that is next to the globe Earth, right? Is it?
Look, dude, I do not. I look at the world. I look out into the world and I see it flat. Everything is flat. I get on a plane, the horizon is flat. Everything is flat. All our measurements.
And you can measure all the waters. And you measure the waters of the earth. You measure all the bodies of water. And supposedly, the surface of the Earth is mostly water, right? Have you ever heard that? That
Yes,
the surface of the Earth is 70+% water, and you go to all the surfaces of water, and they all measure level, flat, right? So if it's not, if this, sea level, right? So if the waters of the Earth are not curving anywhere, so what is it?
I'm just trying to tell you that I see. I'm trying to tell you that everything I see is flat, and every perspective that I see on the world is flat, and that the only way that the only way that I'm going to be convinced that it's round in the way that it's supposed to be round is if I go out into outer space and see that it's round.
Well, you can
But this is the issue, right? In this next to that outer space, next to that outer space that you listen, let's say this, right? Next to that outer space that you just spoke of, there is this globe Earth, right? Because every time they show you outer space, they show you the globe Earth, right? But then you go to we go out there to the real world, and you measure the Earth, and that globe that they show you next to the space is not reality, doesn't exist. So that globe and that outer space that you think you're gonna go, you can't go there because you're not on a globe. You cannot go from the globe to outer space because there is no globe in reality. Get it?
My friend, I'm not talking about any measurements. When I look into the world, I see it flat. I don't need anything measuring to tell me that it's flat. I'm sitting in my car right now in a driveway. It's flat. I don't need a laser or a measurement to tell me that it's flat. It looks flat to me, right? So the only thing, if I use that as how I'm going to know something, then the only way I'm going to know if it's round is to be up in space.
We can't
go to Narnia. This is the thing. We live in a contained environment, and even the people that have the power to do this kind of stuff, they try to get out. They threw bombs to the sky. They explored the extensions of the Earth. Exactly. They still here. So we live in an environment. We live in a flat, level, motionless, contained dynamic system. So to get out of it, to go to Narnia, you can't do it. You can't leave
Earth
it.
is a closed system.
It's called Project Fishbowl, right? It's when they sent nukes up to the sky and start bombing the ceiling, right? Why? What is a Project Fishbowl? And then there's Project High Jump, where they went outwards and tried to jump over some ice wall. And then there's the 7 mile deep hole, right? Mining in Russia, as the deepest they can dig, and then the drills breaks. They say the drills break because it's too dense. Who knows?
Listen, real quick, bro. So going up towards that place, they showing you this. Oh, go get on a rocket. I'm pretty sure nobody gets on these rockets, right? Maybe on a high altitude plane. Yeah, sure, you can get on a high altitude plane, go up as high as it can, and they come back down. Some people do that. But on these rockets that they telling you is going up and up and away from you and goes to outer space, they show you cartoons and a place that you will never go to. You can't do that. But on the flat plane that we live on, that everybody's standing on, there might be further places that we haven't been to, like it's been described on many documents. Explorers have documented it. Extra lands, right? Extra other continents that we don't know of, and maybe other people do, but you and I haven't been there. So there could be places that we can go on the extended plane, but this place that they pointing out for you up there, you cannot leave the container because they tried it and they failed. You can't leave the container. So going to this place that they show you in TV and cartoons, you can't go there. That's why they gotta give you cartoons.
We cannot leave the Earth.
And my other point, the thing is that when you look at the treaties and the limitations that as people that we have, right now you cannot go to the places that you want to go. If you have a ship and you want to explore the Earth on a vessel, like the seas, the waters, land, if you want to go to places to explore, you can't do that. It's illegal. There's limitations to the places we can go. So you cannot go to the space because it's La La Land, and then there is laws that prohibit you to go to these extended lands or other areas of the earth, because right now you know everybody's on lockdown. Are you on lockdown right now, bro? Can you go anywhere you want right now? Can you?
Hey, I'm the carefree traveler. I've been traveling nonstop throughout this whole thing. So yeah.
So you can go anywhere you want on Earth, on the Earth. You can. There's places on the Earth that you can just go there. Hey, I'm me, and I just want to go here, because even if they have laws that you cannot go to, they'll allow you, right? That's what you're saying.
You just asked the question. You can go anywhere you want. Yes, I can go anywhere I want. Yes, I
You can go to Antarctica if you want.
I don't want to go to Antarctica.
Okay, but that would be how you explore this place.
Yeah. You just said, can you go anywhere you want? And I said, yes, I can.
There's restricted areas and different places you can't go.
Yeah, can you go to restricted area, military areas? Can you go there?
I don't want to go there.
So you can. The answer is no. Just to be honest, bro, it's very simple. There's a lot of areas of the earth that you are not allowed to go. And that includes many areas of the extended plane. It's very simple. You know this is true.
Bro, listen to me. You asked me a question. Can you go anywhere you want to go? I answered that question. That doesn't seem like that was your question, though.
Just because you don't want to go there doesn't mean you can go there.
Yeah, can you go anywhere on the Earth?
That's our point, Carefree. That's our point, Carefree.
That was exactly, my friend. That's not what he asked. Okay,
well,
that's not what he asked.
Yeah, but what he was getting at is, can you go anywhere on the Earth? You know it.
No, you can't.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's not what he asked, though. I'm responding to direct questions, right? That's what I do. I listen to what people ask me, and I respond directly to that, right? I don't respond to questions that I'm not asked, right? You guys seem to not respond to the questions that I'm asking you. You seem to respond. You seem to go off on tangents about other things when I'm even agreeing with you guys. Half the time I've agreed with you, and you're still going on tangents about things that I'm not even asking, right?
Right, so you don't actually have to go to Cartoon Narnia Spaceland that you can't actually go to, and that they can only show to you in cartoon CGI pictures and stuff like that to verify the claimed curvature of the Earth. You should be able to see it 1 foot off of the ground just using the ball Earth maths that they've given us. The claimed radius value of the Earth. We should be able to see the geometric horizon not too far away at only 1 foot off the ground. So
but no, you're saying that you should be able to. I don't know why you should. You're just saying that. You're saying that as if that's a fact. Whatever instruments that you guys have used, these lasers to test this out, when they're at the ground, at this direction, like at the ground, that's not the way that experiment works, right? I have an understanding that experiment is not done accurately.
It's not even an experiment. It's a measurement. And it does work because of the rate of curvature that they've claimed. It's exponential. It's roughly supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, given the 3959 mile radius that they've claimed, right?
You can do this. You can do the experiment correctly using flagpoles and people that can see with binoculars on the other side, right?
Not really. Well, sure. Yeah, I guess you could, because it should be obstructed.
Well, which one is this?
You go.
Well, which one is it?
That would be an observation. That would be an observation. You'd be making an observation, but if you're going to do a measurement, you need to be able to measure.
Well, what I'm trying to get at with this guy is that you can see the physical horizon.
He cut out.
No, I'm here. You guys cut out on me.
No, he did.
Okay.
We're here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so you should be able to see, you will be able to see the geometric Earth curve horizon at 1.225 miles, 1 foot off the ground, if that is a thing. If the Earth is in fact a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, you don't have to go to Cartoon Spaceland.
You cut out again. Cartoon Spaceland. You don't go to Cartoon Spaceland. You're using push to talk, that's why.
Yeah, he's the one cutting out, not me.
My bad. Yeah, if I'm cutting out real bad, then maybe somebody else might want to do this with me.
No, you're not chopping up or anything. You sound good.
You sound clear, but I think you're using push to talk and you're missing the push to talk.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, So no, we don't have to leave the Earth like you're talking about to verify what they have told us it is. You can check for yourself what it is. You don't even have to go higher than a foot off the ground, let alone thousands of miles away from it.
Exactly. That's what that isn't that what the Bedford experiment is? You being able to check that out for yourself?
It's been done many times. It's been done many times with many instruments, lasers, radar systems, long distance observations, optical zooms. It's been done in many ways, and the Earth doesn't have any curvature anywhere you go, because the specific claim about the globe has very specific numbers, and when you put this number to the test, you don't find these numbers anywhere on the Earth. So it's been falsified.
There's a bump. There's a bump. There's a bump that you would see in your line of sight that would be expected to see if it was a globe. You would expect to see that bump, right? And you're not going to see that. And you're not going to see that bump when you use lasers a foot off the ground, right?
We're not even.
Bro, the lasers supersede that curvature, that claim curvature. The lasers go way beyond. Yeah, the lasers go beyond the claim curvature.
Refraction doesn't work that way, my friend. Refraction doesn't work that way. So you're just saying
refraction. What type of diffraction are you talking about? We're talking about lasers and radar system. Bro, I can show you a group of researchers that they're not flat earthers. They used to believe in the globe, and they themselves put it to test. They did multiple tests, and they even built their own laser. They built a laser that is more powerful than any commercial laser that you can buy, right? And they did the test themselves, and they concluded that there's no curvature anywhere.
Yeah, the test is not the test is not a singular test, right? The calculation
they
is
did
done.
Many tests.
Yeah, of course. The calculation is done at different times of day or night, at different times of the year as well, and in different locations, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Many tests. They falsified the claim of the globe, because the claim of the globe is very specific. So there's no curvature. There is no globe. The geometry of the globe that is claimed is nowhere to be found in reality. That's why there's no globe.
How does that follow?
Because you're simply measuring the surface of the Earth. Okay, look, if you set up a laser at 4 feet of height on one shoreline, you've got an opposite shoreline, say 30 miles away, you've got a target there, it's at the same 4 feet of height at the opposite shoreline. Should you be able to hit that directly from shore to shore, if this is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles?
Stop making this...
It's very simple. You shouldn't be able to hit that target directly, because at 30 miles there should be 300 feet of Earth curvature, 300 feet of drop off from where you are sending that laser to.
Stop making this so complicated.
It's not complicated at all.
He just said something, okay? This is what it sounds like to me that he said. This is what it sounds like his argument is. A, or let's say X, you do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
B, or X, Y, right? Y.
You shoot a laser 300 feet. Sorry, you shoot a laser 30 miles across. There should be 300 feet of Earth curvature. The Earth should be dropping 300 feet down and away from you. Is that observed? Not in any way.
I'm making a syllogism based off of what he said. The conclusion should be based off of... Hold on, dude. Hold on. Okay.
No, you hold on, because you keep wasting our time. Like, you're saying that it doesn't logically follow that the 300 feet of missing curvature is not observed. Of course not.
No. You're not allowing me to say what I'm going to say, because you know where what I say leads, right? It leads to a ridiculous claim. You are saying A, B, therefore C. It doesn't follow, therefore C. The flat Earth does not follow from what he just said.
No. You're not looking for a flat Earth. You're looking for the curvature. Remember the 8 inches per mile square, right? And that curvature that gives the globe the geometry that it requires to be a globe. So when you test that on the Earth, it doesn't measure anywhere. That there is no curvature anywhere on the Earth. Therefore, there is no globe, because the globe requires the curvature claim.
Yeah, you're getting confused. Yeah, what follows is that the 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate is falsified. That's what follows, buddy.
There we go. That's the false binary right there, right? That if
nobody shut up. You're not listening. Be quiet. It's not the false binary. He just told you it's not a binary. He's telling you that it is a falsification of the ball claim. That is what it is. It has been falsified. He's not talking about a binary necessarily. He's not going not round therefore flat. He's telling you that the model they have presented to you is false, demonstrably so.
Let me question him. When you say that I will not find any curvature, what am I supposed to deduce from that?
That the falsification is independent of replacement.
That they claim that they tell you that the Earth has a geometry that is curving a sphere. That geometry, the sphere, doesn't exist in reality when you put it to the test.
Okay,
that's
good.
It. It's very simple.
Okay, good. Does that necessitate the flat Earth?
You don't have to. The falsification is independent of replacement. You don't need to say, "Oh, the Earth is an elephant because there is no curvature." No, you don't have. That is
a direct question. I want an answer to my question.
It is flat. Yeah, when you measure the waters, they're flat and level. We can describe it as that. But like I told you before, right? The entirety of the Earth is not this thing that you have in your mind of flat or globe. These two words, globe Earth or flat Earth, that is not reality. That is not reality. That's the description. The globe Earth, which will be a description, there is no curvature because a globe requires curvature. But when you put the curvature to the test, it's not there.
Stop pontificating, dude. I am not interested in your community college lecture. I'm asking you a question. If I do not find that curvature,
there is no community college on those waters that are tested, you don't require a community college for that.
If I do not find the curvature, does that necessitate the flat Earth? Yes or no? Does it?
No, it falsifies the claim. It falsifies the claim of the globe. There is no globe because you can test the globe and it's not there.
Trying to distract you to diminish the argument. Stop letting him.
Can you answer my question?
It's already been answered. No.
What is it?
I'll tell my question. I'm going to answer. It measures flat, and you can describe it as flat. But you're trying to ask about the Earth, right? That we're not talking about the whole of the Earth. We're talking about a description of the surface that we're standing on. It's flat. It measures flat and level.
You are answering the question that you want to answer, not the question that I'm answering.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Let me answer his question. The answer to your question is yes, it does anticipate a flat Earth because, like you said, you experience it as flat, you observe it as flat, you measure it as flat, you live your life like it's flat. So yes, of course. What else can we necessitate?
Yeah, it measures flat. Like when you measure the table, when you go to your kitchen and you say, "Hey, let me measure this table." You measure the table, and the table measures flat and 10 by 10. That's your table. You measure 10 by 10. That's it. So
yeah, and then Carefree Traveler comes in and says it doesn't logically follow that the table is flat. That's literally what he's doing.
He's trying to escape from the claim, right? The problem is he even said that he experienced things that are flat, but yet when he travels, he also experienced things as a globe. So what exactly does that mean? He doesn't even know who came up with the R value. You don't even know how the R value, excuse me, you weren't even aware of how the R value came about or who measured it.
Because he knows his experience. He experienced the flat Earth. Everything he does is dependent on the flat Earth. But when he tried to speak about the globe, since he has it in his mind, he's trying to explain the globe, but it's not there. It's nowhere to be found. I think he's trying to falsify. He's trying to falsify the flat Earth, but. Have you done any measurements to falsify? Have you done any measurements of the table to falsify the flat? Have you before you ask, let me ask you this: have you falsified level water? Have you falsified that level water? Have you falsified that?
No.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Easy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you see how easy it is to ask a question. When you ask a direct question, I give you a direct answer. You see how that works. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can do the same thing. Okay.
The point is, you can show yourself that it doesn't matter.
Karen, spit it the fuck out.
Because it doesn't change anything in your life. And yet you're
Spit it out, Karen.
My questions.
Spit it out, Karen. Say your question.
He got a gotcha question. He got a gotcha question. Go ahead. Give us your gotcha question. Go.
If I go to school and I am taught constantly from a young age that the Earth is a globe, right? I'm taught constantly that the Earth is a globe. And I go out and I experience it, that it's a globe because of what I was taught, right? So I don't know that it's a globe. I'm just taught that it's a globe, right? And when I go out, I experience it as a globe.
No, you don't. You never experience a globe.
That was a lie.
You don't experience that.
That was a lie.
But that's you making stuff up because you don't experience it. Nobody does.
You also said you wanted us to answer a direct question. What was the question?
What question?
Wait, you're just speaking.
Where the fuck is the question in this hypothetical tale,
guys?
man?
Slow down, stop. Guys, 1 second, guys, real quick. Let Gemsy or somebody, one at a time, moderator, Big Data, one person at a time, or he's going to rage quit anyway.
Okay,
please, one at a time.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. What you said was...
No, I'm not going to rage. I'm not going to rage quit. I just have to go in a little bit. Hold on. Let me ask my...
Dude,
he's already planning to rage quit. I told you.
About Earth, you imagined it, just like I did.
Exactly.
Just like all of us did. Because we were taught that it is a ball, therefore we imagined we saw a curvature, but it's not there. Look again.
Confirmation bias. That's confirmation bias. So if you look out of the window and you see a globe, it's in your mind. It's nowhere because you don't measure this globe. If you say, I want to see the globe, and you get in an airplane and you look through the window and you say, oh, look at the globe. That's confirmation bias. That's it. It's in your imagination. That's it.
You guys are really bad. You won't even allow somebody to ask a question.
Well, you were saying you experiencing the globe, and that's just no one does that.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm just making things up.
Okay. You guys don't entertain hypotheticals then in this community. You cannot use a
reality.
You said you
Too late for that. One at a time, guys. One at a time, though. One at a time. He's trying to rage quit already. Gemsy, yeah, just talk to him because he's going to rage quit.
Yeah, the hypotheticals that when you say, hey, you as a child, they show you this globe on top of the flat, motionless table. You remember the globe in your school? You remember seeing the globe? It's on a top. It's on a pedestal, right? Hanging from a pedestal, right? And it's on a flat, motionless table, because even the globe that you have in your mind is dependent on a flat Earth, because the globe is just that thing that they show you in the first place, and then they show you the globe, then you saw it on the cartoons, then you depicted the globe and you draw the globe and you color it and you imagine that you live in that globe, and this confirmation bias was growing and growing, and then you saying that when you go out to the world, you experience the globe, but that's in your imagination. That's it.
Just say a few minutes ago that he experiences the world as flat.
Are you okay? Are you done? Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Let's see how long I'll get before I get cut off. Let's see if we can do this. I think we can, guys. I think you guys can allow me to ask a question, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If I'm taught in school, and let's say I'm indoctrinated, right? I'm indoctrinated that the world is a globe, and thus because of my indoctrination, not because it's reality, right? Not because it's reality, not because I tested it, not because it has been tested, but because I have been indoctrinated to believe that it's a globe. When I go out, I believe that it's a globe. It's not. I just believe it because I've been taught that it is. Does it necessarily follow that it is a globe? Yes or no?
No.
No, it doesn't, right? It doesn't necessarily follow, right?
Exactly.
No.
It doesn't necessarily follow, right? So
no, it doesn't.
So if somebody does an experiment where I'm supposed to see a curvature, right? And I don't see that curvature. Does that necessitate that the Earth is flat?
No.
Yes. It gives you, listen, it gives you a description. No, right? It gives you a description, right? Descriptor. So you pull out the tape measure, pull out the laser, pull out the radar, and when you measure that is flat, the distance from where you're doing the test from point A to point B, it measures level and flat. You can describe that your measurement is flat and level. It's very simple.
Okay, so the answer is no, right? You just said like 50 words, but the answer was no, right?
The answer is yes.
Well, I don't know. It seems like you have a problem with the terms. Like, if it's not curved, what is it? If it's not curved, what is it?
No, because he's trying to extrapolate that the test. Listen, he's trying to say, hey, that test that you did doesn't mean that the whole Earth is a flat Earth.
Oh, everybody knows it's topographical.
Well, no. Before you thought the Earth was a ball, right? The Earth always presented itself flat, so the default is that it is flat. What kind of flat? I don't know, but assuming that the Earth is a ball is somebody's idea and hypothesis, and when you went to test it, it wasn't a ball, and that's that, right? You just go back to the default that it's flat.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
What's the problem?
I don't know why you would go back to that. I don't know, like why?
Because there's no way to go forward to a ball. It did not move forward to a ball. See, the idea did not prove to be true because it measures flat. There's no curvature. And now, what kind of flat? I don't know. There's ancient models of what people think, and you can ask people that have gone up and out to figure it out. The government, NASA.
Yeah, look, the reason you have a problem with the question is because the answer is no. It doesn't necessitate flat Earth, and therefore there is no reason for me to just automatically jump to it being flat and to me believing that I was being lied.
Didn't you hear what I said?
Flat and level. It doesn't necessitate flatness. I don't get it. If it's not curved, what do you want us to call it? What's your problem?
I don't know. It could be anything else. It could be lots of different things. It doesn't have to be flat.
Wait. Do you mean like anything in space, or do you mean like anything?
I'm not here claiming that it is a shape or it's not a shape. You're the ones who are claiming that it's not something.
No.
Wait. So hold on. Why are you here? Why are you here? What is your purpose then for being here? If you don't.
He's being a contrarian at the moment. Hey, he's being okay, but at the moment you're being a contrarian because my opinion and your opinion doesn't matter when you pull out the tape measure and pull out the laser, and the laser shows you the way it is. Water is level and it's flat, and you grab a level and it shows you there's level. My opinion doesn't matter and your opinion doesn't matter. It's flat and level. That's it. That's a description. If you describe the test that you did with the laser or the tape measure, and it measures flat and it measures level, that's the way you're gonna put it on the piece of paper. Flat, level, no curvature. You can put it in Spanish and a nivel, plano. You can put it in Chinese and Japanese, any language. But the description is a description of the observation and the result of the test. My opinion and your opinion have no effect on the physicality of the world.
Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and agree with that, right? Because what I'm going to say next is why is it that when we have done that experiment correctly, that we see the bump that we would expect to see?
You haven't done anything. What are you talking about?
It's a test of a measurement. It's a test of a measurement.
Hey, shut up. You just made a claim. How was it done correctly? Who did it? When? Show us the measurements.
It hasn't.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not.
It's never been done.
Okay, so you just so you're just making baseless assumptions.
Exactly. You just throw shit out there.
Look,
man, that's what atheists do. I mean, you Globers. I mean, you weirdos. You just make stuff up.
You gotta do your research.
Hey, dude, I'm not a Wikipedia Andy. I'm not a Wikipedia Andy. I'm not a Wikipedia Andy, okay?
Bonk,
Yeah,
can I
but
say
dude, you've been
something
here for
real quick,
2
Bonk?
hours. You've been here for
Real
2 hours
quick,
doing the
real quick,
same
guys.
shit, dude.
Listen, real quick, guys. Can I just make a point real quick, fraud guys? Listen, here's the problem, man. Is that you come here to a place where we don't trust liars, and you start lying to us. That's proving our point. That's the whole point we're here, is because we're tired of people lying to us, and people come here and then they lie to us more. That's the whole reason why we're here.
So you're just looking for a lie in order to like confirm.
No,
your
you're
bias
lying.
that
You're
everybody's
making
a liar.
stuff up. I don't go to other places and start lying to them, right? I'm gonna go to like I'm gonna go to some other channel and start lying to people. Why can't you just be honest and say you're right? I don't know. I've never experienced. You can't.
So
It's a religion.
you're looking for
Because you
a
have
lie.
a religion, Carefree. No, Carefree, you're lying. I don't have to look. You're right here. I didn't have to go anywhere. You came here to us and started lying to us. I didn't look for anything. You came here.
There's a difference between lying and being wrong, okay? Like, and you're wrong.
No,
Okay?
But after 2 hours, Bong, after
lying.
2 hours, it's not being wrong anymore. You're just making
the
stuff
problem
up.
is the problem is that he hasn't done this. He hasn't done the observation. He hasn't done the test himself. So he's confirming his bias and trying to question people that have done it, right? He hasn't done it himself, and it's okay for him to question it. But if you actually gonna question the thing, go do it yourself. Measure the waters, measure the earth, use level, and then come to your own conclusions and tell us, hey, you guys are wrong because I did this and it gave me this result. The only issue is that the flat, level, motionless plane is being measured and tested by many people, many times, multiple tests, and everything you do is dependent on a flat, motionless plane. So questioning.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
Who are they? We have many tests in the server, many laser tests. We have engineers. We have many researchers from many countries
Give me one.
that have done tests.
Give me one name that I can research when I leave here on my own and come back and see and tell you what I find. Give me one name of somebody that did it.
You're gonna look at the. Have you looked at the live stream voice text? Everything that is being presented over there, because people have been presenting information there.
I've been driving, man. Can you just give me the name of one person, anybody, so that I could look at what they did and see what I think about it?
Hey, they can do one better. They can send you a link. So look in the voice. Somebody send him a link so he'll
laser test. Laser test.
No, how about you tell me the name so that I can research it?
Rob, why do you need a name when we can give you the video?
How about a
video? Wouldn't a video be better? Would a video be better? Would a video not be better?
I could no, it wouldn't, because I could give you a video of somebody debunking that video. I could give you a video of somebody debunking it, right?
You don't even know what the video is going to say. How do you know that you can give us somebody that debunks it?
He's missing the point. He's missing the point.
He's doing it on purpose, though.
These are things that you can go out and test for yourself. That's the difference between what they give you supporting the globe, that their assumptions of the globe, you can't test any of it, you can't verify any of it, and what you can debunks it. But anything that anyone here gives you, you can go out and test and verify for yourself.
Somebody, hold on.
I'm not finished yet. I'm going to direct you to the information if you want it. So when you stop driving and you jump back in here, you can scroll down to the bottom of the server and you'll find an area with a long distance. In the L's, you'll find laser tests, long distance observations, and so forth. And I will DM you a link for a wiki and for an FE core laser test, not meaning flat Earth, FE meaning field engineer. So these are things that you can look at.
It's trivial enough to do.
I was just laughed at because I couldn't provide a name and a location
BMLSB69. There you go.
Of where somebody made this test.
Well, that's because you made a claim about the correct way to measure the surface of the Earth, and then you couldn't back that up with any knowledge of how that would even be done. Okay,
now
we know how you would measure the surface of the Earth because we've all tried to do that. We've done that. We've done the laser experiments. We've noted absolutely zero curvature. It's been done dozens of times. The results have been uploaded to this server many times. There's a Black Swan argument. There's different ways of looking at the surface of the Earth to see what it's doing. Right?
That's all an appeal to popularity, my friend. Why don't you give me the name of somebody who has done this?
Hey, Carefree, guys, real quick. I'm going to interrupt real quick. Carefree, I just sent you about 15 videos in your DMs. You got some homework, buddy. We'll see you here in a little bit. Go ahead and research this topic again before you start coming at us. Maybe measure it too. Thanks.
You know how Helio would answer this question? How about I give you the name of your mama?
You've been distracting the whole time, Carefree, and I've heard your tactics. Now, we need to talk about the Earth or you're going to fuck off.
No, man, he's all right. He's just.
No, he's not.
He's just
I'm sick of listening to his fucking sophistry.
You know what assuming does? You know why we don't assume? Because it makes an ass out of you and me. See? Ass, you.
What do you think,
me.
Carefree?
Assuming.
Where's the curvature?
Because it makes Uranus.
Well, he said he knew the correct way to measure the curvature, and he keeps throwing the ball back in our court. So yeah, where is it, buddy?
Just show us. There should be like a road sign.
There isn't. He said he has to go to space.
Somebody somewhere should have at some point found the curvature and marked it. Fucking moron.
I don't know. I said, look,
somewhere, sometime.
Stutter some more. Stutter some more.
Why would somebody mark it? Why would somebody mark it? Why would somebody mark it? Why would somebody mark it?
I don't know, man. If they're going to measure some distances. Oh, by the way, here's some curvature. This is cool.
Why would they mark it?
Maybe there's other parts where you can see more curvature than less. Isn't it pear-shaped?
Why would they think it's cool? Why would they think it's cool and like we're supposed to do that?
Why are you going to the Y? Shut the fuck up and give me Earth curvature. Don't go to the Y. We're not going to talk about arguments. We're going to talk about information. Where's the curvature?
Why will they mark it? You know, why will they tell children that they live in this spinning globe and then
I don't know. Tell me. Tell me.
Exactly.
Why?
The curve.
Tell me why.
Show me the
Tell me
curve.
why. Tell me why. Tell me why they would.
Where's the curve?
Because they want the result that they want is people like you, zealots of the religion of the globe.
And what do we get?
Got it. Gemsy got it. Let's hear it. Go. No. Gemsy, fire. Thank you, Gemsy.
Arguing against reality. Arguing against reality. And believing whatever the liar says.
Yeah, but what does that get me? Like, what am I winning by doing that?
You're not.
I don't know. You said you didn't care if it was flat and that it wouldn't change anything, and that's why it doesn't matter to you. So, why give us a hard time about
Why the fuck are you here, dude?
Yeah, but
why are you? Carefully, stop, relax. Why are you doing this? And so, as a religious zealot, so vehemently defending a cartoon religion, why are you doing it? Am I now going to tell you why you do things, Carefree?
Wait, man. Why not just take the information we're giving you, right, and then we can go verify it or not, and just leave it at that? Why?
I'm not saying I'm a zealot about it. That's where you guys are wrong.
You are. You're kicking and screaming like a 5-year-old having a temper tantrum to defend this cartoon religion you were raised upon television.
Bro, imagine being in a place where you want to learn something and then you're presented with information and you're just acting like this child. No, I don't want that information. I don't want it because I don't like it.
Go to the corner. Go to the corner.
The one to.
You're asking us to explain your actions to you, and we don't do that. Like
the
if
one
you want someone to explain why someone would do that and be zealot, then you explain it because you're the one acting that way.
The ones that are gish galloping, 5-6 people jumping in on one person and over talking them, those are you, not me. So anybody that isn't a flat earther here or isn't part of your little club understands what you guys have been doing, right?
Moderate the conversation. You've been talking. No, you start talking before anytime anyone tries to make a point to you, you always just start repeating the same thing over and over and over. So it runs into what they're saying.
Because you gish gallop.
You're not being gish gallop, Aaron.
We're doing it again, bro.
1 second.
We're asking for one.
You know what happened?
Okay, stop. Let her talk. Let her talk. Stop.
Thank you.
You never answered the very first question I ever asked you when you first came in here, because you made a claim and you said because someone has measured the Earth curving, someone has measured it to be a sphere, and I asked you where that measurement was, and you've still never provided that. Very first 2 minutes you were in here.
So I appeal to that Bedford experiment as a measurement that has been taken and reproduced by many people that would show a bump if the Earth was curved, right? And it does show up, right? It does show up.
No.
And furthermore,
An experiment.
And furthermore, I've said that in order for you to really see it, It seems like you would have to be very far up in space, to which you guys jumped down my throat and said that that's Narnia and that you couldn't even go out there.
It is Narnia. You think you can go to Wonderland? You can't.
You're ignoring the math. You're ignoring the radius. Everything.
We want to see the fucking curve.
You don't have to go to space.
Blaming us for going to space when he was the first one to mention it, and it's his way of blaming us for going there when he is in fact the one who mentioned it. We're talking about a measurement, an actual measurement, not observation, an actual measurement.
You know what you're doing, bro. You know what you're doing. You basically came to a home and asked for dinner, and a plate of dinner was presented to you on the table. You put your dirty boots on the table and said, "I don't want that dinner."
And you insulted the cook.
And you insulted the cook, and insulted the people in the house, and you're like, "You bunch of morons."
You don't even get a free drink, sir.
You said what? No ketchup?
We just presupposed that dinner was served, right? You served a bunch of shit, and you're calling it dinner. And you all agree that it's dinner, right?
You haven't even done the research. You haven't even looked into it. You haven't even looked into it.
Because you're used to eating a certain cuisine doesn't mean that what we provide is not nutritious to you.
You haven't talked about the information once. We have arguments that destroy the globe. Would you like to talk about that? Because the name of the server is Flat Earth Discord.
Not Globe Earth Sophistry.
Yeah,
Sophistry.
I didn't claim that it's a globe, right? You guys remember that, right? When I said that I'm not making a claim that this Earth that we're on is a globe.
From what position are you arguing?
From the position that it's not flat.
You have to look into it first before you make a claim like that, dude. You have to look into it.
He's arguing from ignorance and being a contrarian just because.
I gave you 15 videos. That should keep you busy for a whole fucking day.
It could be anything.
Position? And said that you were a new glober.
It could be
a glober.
Yeah, because that's terminology that will let you know that I'm not on your side, right? Right away, you would know that I'm not a flat earther when I say I'm.
There is no side.
You got caught, bro. Remember when I said that you were lying? No, stop. Remember when I told you came here and started lying? She just proved my point. Thanks for playing.
You're an anti-flat earther. You're an anti-Mason.
That's correct.
You said you the only way to measure the surface of the Earth.
You're anti-life, anti-freedom, and anti-choice.
I am
anti-religion, anti-creed. You are racist.
No. Settle down. Settle down. Listen. He's going to get really bad karma later for that. So let's just have a good conversation in the meantime. Thanks.
So why would you lie to children, bro? Why do you lie to children?
Why do I lie to children? We lie to children all the time.
No, you do.
You got him.
I don't.
I've never lied to a child.
Hold on, let Gemsy talk. Let Gemsy talk.
Can you answer this? Why do you lie to children?
Because it is in their best interest when adults lie to them about certain things.
We are recording. We are recording this. Thank you. We are recording this. Let this grow.
Who's we? Because it doesn't include me. It doesn't include many people in here.
Humans do. Humans do that, right? Like humans tell children that there's like a Santa Claus exists and shit like that, right?
Oh, so man, you're gonna tell your children that they
let Gemsy talk, please.
That when you speak to your children, you tell them they live in a spinning globe.
Like we literally tell children that everything is gonna be fine. We know that it's not gonna be fine. Like
my children are fine. I tell them, hey, everything is good. There's food. We have everything we need for everything is fine here. Okay, so I don't tell them it's a globe. I don't have to lie to them and tell them, hey, there might be an asteroid falling on the spinning globe Earth. I don't have to tell them that because that's a lie.
The globe Earth is not a philosophy. It's like an actual geometric shape of a ball. Okay, and that's what they're telling us the Earth is.
Your question.
He's gonna tell you about your question instead of answering it. Watch.
Yes. Because you already heard me say your question, so you know that I'm gonna do that. So now
exactly.
You're gonna
We're a little bit better at this than you. Just okay. Go ahead.
So your question.
Earlier, he was the give only direct answers guy. Now
your question presupposes that there's a reason why that there is no reason that we should lie to children, and me showing you one instance that we do lie to children and it makes sense destroys your entire argument, right? So
it doesn't make sense to lie to children.
It is a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact that a child has cancer, and we know they are going to die, and we lie to them and tell them that it's not going to happen, that everything is fine.
That's your fucking opinion, you dumb fuck.
We're off in the weeds. Nope, take it back, Jemsy. We're off in the weeds. This isn't right.
So yeah, better lie to them.
You can't just sit there and say lying to children is okay because I think so. Dickhead.
Once again, we're not talking about the Earth. Is there curvature, sir?
No, it's not. It has.
Oh, you said no. Everybody clip that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry. That was my fault. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there curvature though?
Jemsy already aced this, guys. Did you see that? Jemsy's aced it. Listen to the guy. The fact that he's not saying anything, Big Data. Do you listen to this guy? He's silenced right now because he's disgusted with himself.
Well, he doesn't know why it's important, right, to learn and understand this.
His claim is that it's not flat. So please
do you listen? Stop, guys. Do you realize this guy just confessed? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Put that down. Stop. Big Data, please. He just confessed that it's okay to lie to children, and it's recorded live on air. Please let that sink in. Let it sink in, please.
Yeah, there's not much we can do after that. Hey, check your DMs, though. Carefree, check them.
So I just gave you many reasons why we do lie to children, and it's good that we lie to them,
You
right?
gave reasons why you lie to children, motherfucker. We don't lie to children.
So, okay, so then let me ask a question, right? So if your child is dying of...
No, we're not turning this around. No, we're not turning this around. Truth prevails or Jemsy. Start it up again.
Bro, let me tell you this, bro. My children are fine. They're not dying. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait. I'll answer the question, please.
How did you let him start talking about your children?
First, if my child was dying.
Because he asked me. I didn't bring it up, right? I didn't bring it up, right?
And got to figure out how to
right?
The best moments that he has left on Earth. See, that's the best way to go, is to tell the truth and not be a fucking coward and a dumbass and lie to them. Fucking dickhead.
I didn't bring it up, right? I didn't bring it up.
You're in a flat Earth server, and you're here to defend your claim that the Earth is not flat.
Same thing 100 times.
You're here to defend your claim that the Earth is not flat. He has a claim.
Bring it up, right?
You've got a claim that the Earth is not flat. Who cares about that? You've got a claim that the Earth is not flat. Okay? So provide any backing for that claim. Show us the curve. Not flat means curved, right? Not flat, that would be curved, right? So you've got to go out and show us a curvature measurement. Where is it? Get to the point.
Yeah, good question. If it's not flat, what is it? You're saying it's not flat, right? So what is it? Carefree.
It could be any number of things, right?
But what is it? What is it?
I'm not claiming to know what it is.
If it's not flat, isn't it curved? It would have to be concave.
Well, I'm not surprised for that answer, because he said he is an anti-flat earther. He said it. You are an anti-flat earther, aren't you?
One more. If it measures flat, if it is used as flat and observed to be flat, what could it be?
It could be any number of things.
Okay, I can only see it being curved if it's not flat. How about you?
But guys, you know the problem that we are talking. We are talking about the measurements. Hey, the measurements that we have done. When we talk about that and we put a description, we do. There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of tests, and even the militaries use the flat motionless plane. All of this has been done, and it shows a flat motionless plane. But he's taking that and he's trying to take it like we are claiming that the Earth is some type of the whole Earth has a shape. He's trying to say that we claiming a shape of the Earth, but flat is a description.
It's coming.
No, I actually don't think that. No, I don't think that you're saying that, bro. I don't. Honestly, I don't think that you know what the fuck it is either, right? Like,
yeah, of course
nobody does.
We've been talking at length here about how we can't even properly explore the place, so of course we don't make absolute claims about what it is. We just know that it seems to measure flat at its surface, and we know it's topographical, so yeah, technically it's not flat, quote unquote, but you say it's definitely not flat, which to me would suggest curved, so where are the curvature measurements?
what you know is that it's not a globe, right? That's what you do know, right? Like you don't know that it's flat, but
yeah, we can take globe off the table if it's not exhibiting any curvature for sure.
okay, good, yeah, and I know that it's not flat, right? That's what I know. So I know the opposite of you, right?
How do you know that, though? How do you know?
To children. That's why what you know doesn't matter. You probably don't know your left from your right, a woman from a male. Who knows, right? What you know.
Well, knowing's not the same thing as being right, then. So why don't you show us how you know?
If a person that thinks it's okay to lie to children says he knows this, I'm not gonna really take his opinion or what he thinks he knows seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Go fan.
That's fucking crazy. I'm like, just shut up, all right?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, no, don't worry. I will shut up. I'll come back tomorrow or whatever, and I'll look at your videos and I'll see like what's interesting or whatever. Right?
I didn't mean you personally. I was just saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I didn't mean you. Go ahead.
Just how about just ignore us and go out and measure the surface of the Earth for yourself? Just do what we're talking about. Do the laser experiment. See if you can observe that curvature that is supposed to be there.
Yeah, that because that wouldn't necessitate that it be flat, right? Because I came up with some fucking measurement.
Well, if it's measuring level, if it's measuring not curved, what is it? What is your problem?
What the hell does necessitate mean? Anyways, like we're not talking about necessitating anything. Somebody assumed it was a ball in the vacuum of space, and obviously it wasn't. So it's just whatever it is a realm. It's an experience we're having when we're not sleeping or dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and your side is that look, just because somebody taught us this, it doesn't mean that that's exactly what it is.
It's not just somebody, dude. It's not just somebody. It's a big fucking plan that was designed by specific people who believe a certain thing and wants to control the fucking world and what everybody believes in and what they think. New world order. It's not just a bunch of researchers from all over the world, conflicting arguments and views and blah blah blah. It's very, very concentrated. They built the schools. They built the world that you believe in. Okay,
wow.
It's everywhere.
That's incredible, bro. That's an incredible claim. That's an incredible claim.
You can verify it.
There has been an incredible claim made about the Earth being a ball, and they've given us extremely specific numbers about that.
To get in here.
Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, I was already trying to get in there before you went. It's the only reason I have to push. But I have to push my way in here. I don't get to.
Yeah, sorry.
But too bad there's not like some huge leveling device that we can use and stretch all across the Earth, like say a water level, and see what it actually measures to be with the level. Oh wait just a minute. There's already water all over the Earth. Like allegedly more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. We know how water behaves. When left undisturbed, it takes the shape of its container and it seeks its level.
Okay.
Somebody talking, or is my phone screwed?
It's okay, huh?
It just that was just a perfect silence after that.
Yeah, let it sink in.
He said okay, and
So
I guess a good thing to follow it up with, and then I'll shut up for another however long. But you did mention also that you see the Earth as flat, you experience it as flat, and wouldn't that be the logical point at which, if someone's claiming it to be otherwise, that they would have to verify it to you?
Well, does he know what level means? I don't think he knows what level means. Do you know what level means? The definition of level? When she says that all the oceans are level, do you know what that means?
Yeah, it means that they're not at different stages of height at different places, right? That they have an even level surface that is not curving in any way. It's not curving around anything. And if you just measure that plane, even though it's water and it moves, if you just do scientific measurements and take calculations where you measure that, it's going to be level, right? Like it's not going to be on one side of the Earth. On one side of what we say is the Earth, which we say is a globe. On one side, it's not going to be different than on the other side, right? We're not going to find any disparity.
It's going to be uniform throughout. It's sea level, and all the
exactly.
are ultimately one body of water, so it's all going to be one level exactly.
Yeah, it all evens out. Whatever could be underneath the water as far as caves and depressions and bottomless depths,
Right.
it would all even out the water anyways, because we would observe in any sort of container that is shaped, we would observe that the water evens itself out in that way as well, right?
Welcome
yeah.
to Flat Earth.
Surface of the water is going to be level regardless of the topography below it, for sure.
Yeah, cool. So I like we're on board. It's just that again, like none of that necessitates like flat Earth to me, right? Like it does to you. No, I know it does to you. I understand your rationale for why it does, because you're gonna say, and it's perfectly reasonable for you to say, if you just observe that it's flat and you can't come up with another reason as to why it could be something else, it just seems that you would just default to it being flat. It just makes sense that that's like what you would, like.
No, I agree. No, we agree. But the thing is that we grab the results of the test that is done, and we describe the results on a piece of paper, and we describe it as level or flat, because that is the result.
Yeah, well, let me.
One second, Jemsy. One second. I got to speak to my partner real quick. Jemsy, we're missing a big thing here, and he still thinks the Earth is an object. And what he doesn't
Yeah, that's a big problem. I noticed that, and that's a big issue.
That's a really big problem. He still conceptualizes that the Earth is this thing that you can imagine the entirety of. No, Earth is coming out of the waters. Our existence is surrounded by waters. You can't measure the breadth and width of this creation. Earth is just land coming out of the waters, and like truth prevails, it told you all the waters of creation are flat. So yes, we are on Earth coming out of the waters. It's not an object. It's bigger than your cartoon fairy tale. And no, you can't understand it in one night.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And it's not a wandering star.
Let me answer that real quick. Earth means soil. Earth means soil. Earth means land. So when somebody says, "Well, Earth," what does that mean? Oh, I'm talking about a ball in space. Like, what the hell why did you call it Earth though? You know what I mean? Like,
I think this comes from the problem that since the beginning, when we were young, we were given these terms, globe Earth, right? And people see this image, and that image is encrusted in the mind. And then people are given a second option, flat Earth. And then they see this flat disc, and these two images are kind of like fighting each other in the imagination realm. And people think they live in those things, but that the Earth is not these objects that are being depicted by people and put in the search engines. When you search globe Earth or flat Earth, and you depict it or write it down in a piece of paper, the Earth is not that, or the waters of the Earth is not that.
But even saying Earth, like even saying the Earth, like imagine taking the word back of Earth meaning soil, and you have to find another word to describe the idea that you're talking about. What word would you use to describe this idea you're talking about, this model? What do you call this thing that we live on? If you didn't have to call it Earth because Earth means soil, what would you call it?
This realm, this existence.
I just say it's a plane of existence that we're on, right? Like but that's what's been revealed to me, like through God, right? So like that's how I know that I can be true about that, right?
Well, that's how we experience. That's how we experience this thing we call reality, right? On a plane, and that's what we're saying. We know it's a plane. We know it's not that thing they call the Earth that float. That's in this vacuum in their model or somebody's idea of their world.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I don't know what it is. I wouldn't be able to tell you what it is. Probably no one in here. But when you measure the waters of the place that we're standing on, the waters that we navigate, the waters that the levels that we use to build structures, and all that stuff. So the description of that is flat, level, motionless, because the ground is not moving. We don't detect any movement, so we can describe it with these words, but when you put all that together and what the whole construct of reality is, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a presupposition there that we're supposed to know to begin with, right? But like I said, since I believe in a creator God, like I understand that I'm not supposed to like have knowledge of all things, and that there's been revelation, like special and natural revelation, that has like told me what certain things are, right? So that's not even, when I say I don't care or it doesn't matter to me, it's because in the ultimate sense of what reality is, it really doesn't matter, right? Like it doesn't hold any like bearing.
Carefree, but that's the problem there, because when you say you don't care, that's because you're afraid, and you actually do care, and you're afraid of admitting you were wrong. That's a cop-out. We know that's not true. Everybody cares, and you just don't want to admit that you were lied to, and now you're coming to a conclusion now, and you've realized that maybe you were wrong, which is good. But again, you can't make the switch overnight, bro, unless you're equipped. You're not equipped. You can't handle this right now. It's going to take some time.
But listen.
Carefree, it's not something you can flip a switch on. But saying I don't care means you're a coward. You don't want to say you're a coward. You want to care about truth. You want to be able to know. That's the first premise. If someone comes into a conversation and yells and screams for 2.5 hours and says I don't care, that means they've literally destroyed themselves mentally, bro. So don't do that. Don't hurt yourself, please.
No, you just said some really good stuff. You just said some really good stuff, right? That we need to go over. Like you said some really good things, which is that like you're afraid to admit something, or you're afraid to say that you've been lied to and you've been duped for whatever. Like the older you are, the worse it is, right? Because then you have to admit that you were an idiot for like 70 years, right? Now, why would that be the case that I would be afraid to, when I know that like that same school system that taught me that the earth was, or that told me that the earth was a globe supposedly, is the same one that gave me a food pyramid that is completely fucking bunk, right? Is one that told me that I have certain freedoms that I really don't, and that I have.
And that you come from monkeys. And that you come from monkeys.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let him go. Go ahead, Carefree. Yeah, keep going. Keep telling me about it. Let it out. I'm listening. Complete the story, please.
Right. So why is it that I would be okay with admitting some of them and not admitting this one?
Because it's called. I'm going to explain. I'm glad you asked, because it's called intellectualism. We live in a world where we have a society around us that looks down upon certain people, and there's this one really crazy catchphrase that a lot of people use to even insult people, and they say this term called flat Earth, and it's so weird because they use it as an insult. So then when you see a bunch of groups of people that it turns out that they actually literally believe or know or actually address this concept of Earth not being a magical ball in space, and they're called flat earthers, you think immediately, well, wait a minute, that can't be right, because flat earthers are actually people we make fun of. How could there be such thing as a group of people that are real flat earthers? That can't be right, because I'm too smart, Carefree, right? Because even though my school lied to me, even though my government lies to me, of course they wouldn't lie about that, because everybody knows that's already not true, because again, we see pictures from space, right? That's why it's called pseudo-intellectualism, and it's powered by the space program. The space program wasn't designed to get you to space. It was designed to destroy your mind, to make you think that that is a reality outside of this construct in which you live. It took away your senses. It took away your sight, your eyes, your ears, your proprioceptive abilities, literally destroying your mind and your spirit, and it separated you from the creator. Not that you didn't know the creator wasn't existing. It made it so that you literally are acting like you're senile and you don't know what up and down is, because you think you live on a cartoon in outer space. Bro, I know it hurts. It just takes a little bit of getting used to. It's like that movie Abyss, when you see Ed Harris starting to breathe water and he panics for about 30 seconds and goes, oh, you know what, this isn't that bad. You have to just kind of get into it and ease into it, and you'll realize once you get into it, once you start breathing water, pun intended, all of a sudden you realize that that's what they took away, bro. Here's the hint. They took away heavens above. They gave you outer space, and they took away the heavens, and you don't even know why the sky's blue. They took away your senses, bro. And again, you can't just flip a switch. Some people can. 99% of people cannot, and that's why it hurts. That's why we're literally trying to drag you back to reality, kicking and streaming. Not because we're trying to convince you of anything, but we want to tell you that you can trust your senses. We're the only group you've ever met that has told you you can trust your senses, and you don't have to believe the people on television, bro. That's all they've done tonight. I've listened the entire time. They're just trying to help. Okay.
I've encountered many groups that tell me to trust my senses, and
no, you haven't. You haven't. You have never met a group that says you can believe that you aren't moving and you're on a magical spinning ball. This is the only time this has ever happened to you, Carrie.
Oh yeah, that particular thing, yeah. Well, but have I met people?
Right, we're
that have
talking
told me
about your
that
basic fundamentals, though, Care. They took away your fundamentals and they gave you, this is what Witzik calls it, okay? He calls it an omnidirectional bottomless pit surrounding us. They took away heavens above, gave you an omnidirectional bottomless pit, and said, don't worry, we're going to go to other magical balls in outer space because we're so advanced. It's the heart of intellectualism. It's the advancement of mankind. They say we're the greatest thing that's ever happened because we landed on the moon. And by the time it's 2033, you're also going to go to the moon, little Billy Carefree, and then we're going to go to Mars. Aren't you excited? Yes, because you're a smart little boy. That's how they got you. They destroyed you with the outer space cartoon, and they didn't even have to try. You were excited since you were a child, and now you're kicking and screaming to make sure that you hold on to this outer space religion. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah, you're really jumping like very, very far there. But I mean, it's cool, man.
Don't deny it. Don't deny it.
I've been doing this great, guys.
Don't deny it.
Thank you, guys. This is great, guys. This is good.
It's a very cool speech, man, and you're just really leaping and grabbing at like stuff. But I understand like why you're doing it, right? You're like an apologist for like what this is, and so like you've made a category. You've made a category just like globetards, right?
Okay, it's okay. Get it out.
Hold on.
Yep, go ahead.
Just like globetards have made a category and a mockery and a straw man version of what a flat earther is, you have made a mockery and a straw man version of what somebody who isn't a flat earther is. And you think that person just lies. So you've done the same thing that they've done,
no,
right?
But Carefree, you did. Remember, though, that don't deny it. You did lie, and it's okay. I've done it, too. I've done worse. It's okay. I'm not telling you I'm better than you. We already know what you're thinking because we were already like you. We were on your team. We were indoctrinated. We were suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. We were thinking our captors loved us because they fed us and gave us shelter, and they gave us cartoons to watch. And then we broke out one day and went, oh, my God, there's a whole nother world on the outside of this prison cell, and the people inside the prison have no idea. And that's why we're here, bro. We broke out of the prison and we're trying to show you there's a world outside of the cartoon. So we already know what you believe. Don't deny it. Just let it go, or we'll try to help
not a glober.
you.
Great.
It's okay. Yeah,
he's not,
I know.
This guy is not a, and you know, and it's good, bro. No, you're good. You're good. I get it. You're not a glober. I think I'm pretty sure you have noticed. I know you don't believe in these cartoons, but you just don't want to buy. You just don't want to buy into something else. You just don't want to buy into something else.
Exactly. You were lied to, right? You don't want to be lied to again,
obviously,
right?
Obviously, you want to do the extension of the research and understand the fundamentals of the place that we're in, all the fundamentals of this reality, and accept it for what it is, and not put any pre-assumptions and presuppositions based on violations of the laws of nature.
I think that guy. I think my buddy here who was giving us this speech is kind of trolling me now. But
I'm not Carefree. Don't do it. Don't ruin it now, Carefree. I'm going to tell you one more thing. Since you think I'm trolling you, listen. Carefree. I used to Carefree. Stop. You're saying I'm trolling you, Carefree. You're saying I'm trolling you. Listen. I used to work for the government. Have you ever worked for the Department of Defense?
Dude, I'm not going to tell you who I haven't worked for.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you what I've done. I worked for the Department of Defense. My grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin. He had no idea, and neither did I. When I woke up to this, I realized I was automatically lying to people, and that's why I took it so seriously. I thought I lived on a magical ball, and I was a photographer. I still am. I took pictures at 37,000 feet, and I thought I saw the curvature. And then one day, 7 years ago, will be this April 5th, 7 years ago, a woman in a conversation I was having a Bible study. She said flat earth, and I said, no way, I've taken pictures of the curve. I looked at my own photography and instantaneously realized I didn't even know what I was looking at, so that I instantly knew they destroyed my mind. I thought I was seeing something I wasn't. And here I am 7 years later trying to wake you up, bro, and unplug that piece of Matrix equipment that's in the back of your neck. Again, it's going to hurt. You're going to feel a little pinch, but trust me, no, I'm actually able to answer these questions. Unlike you have to say, I don't know right now. You can't answer anybody. The point is you're into this outer space fantasy. That's the only thing you're holding on to because you believe in outer space. And that's what's going to hurt you in the long run. Again, It's again, you don't have to make a decision. We're not asking you to do anything. It's not like you're going to get a card membership to the damn channel. And guess what? This is not a cult. Half the people here don't want me to be here. We fight each other all the time because this is the only group that doesn't agree. We actually disagree on everything else. The only thing we realize is true is that we all broke out of the prison system and have woken up to the fact that they lied to us. That's the only thing we agree on, bro. So as long as you know you were lied to, you're already one of us. That's all I ask, is that you realize you're lied to and that you can trust your senses. I'm not a flat earther either. So
I literally heard the same thing said to me word for word by a vegan person in a vegan server like 2 weeks ago. Exactly.
No,
what you
they
just
didn't.
said.
They didn't say they were a flat earther and worked for the Department of Defense and were lied to. No, you're just scampering away from the truth, bro. Stop hurting yourself. They didn't say anything like that. You're just getting flashbacks right now. I'm not a flat earther. You're not listening to me, Carefree. Listen, I'm not a flat earther, so relax. Don't feel pressured. I don't have the title either. We don't all get along. It's not a cult. They're just asking you to trust your senses, not eat vegan food. It's okay, bro. Get over it.
Are there people that used to believe what you believed who don't believe that anymore?
No, there's nobody. Listen, I've been researching this for 7 years. You've never met anybody that has told you these things in your entire life, and that's just the surface, bro. I can show you 10 times more about this shit.
We don't believe in the flat Earth.
My friend, are there people who used to believe what you believed who don't believe that now?
No, there's no such thing, bro. No, there's no such thing. I know this for a fact. Bro, did you study Raytheon and General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works? Did you literally operate a jet engine in the military? Do you understand that there are things that I've done that you haven't? I'm not telling you to believe. You can't, bro. Listen, you're not qualified to know what I know. So don't trick yourself, bro. You ain't up to this level yet, bro. It's taken me 7 years to get here. This has taken me literally my entire life's work to be here. You're not ready for it, bro. So stop pretending you understand what I'm saying. You don't understand it. It's not for everybody. Listen, Carefree, you're not ready to be here anyway. You need some time to think about it. Okay?
I don't think I don't think you're understanding my question, dude. I don't even think you're listening to my question.
The answer is no. I already answered it. You're not accepting the answer because you're in fear that somebody might know something more than you, Carefree.
Let's leave it a break then.
Your question is irrelevant.
It is irrelevant, Carefree.
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant to what the truth is. You want to know if somebody turned around and said, I'm not a flat earther anymore, fuck you guys, that makes it not real? I mean, come on.
Yes.
Dude.
And he won't listen to me. I'm not a flat earther, Carefree. You're not listening. You've never met anybody like me. You've never met anybody like Fraud. You've never met anybody like Gemsy.
Called you.
We're not robots, Carefree.
I never
yes,
called
Carefree.
You a flat earther.
You've never met anybody. Listen, Carefree, you know why people keep coming back here, even the ones that hate flat earth? Because they've never met anybody like us. There's nothing like this team, bro. It's a team of people that don't even agree. That's the craziest thing ever. Not everybody here even likes me. Some people want to ban me from here, bro. You are way out of your league. I know you're a smart guy, but you ain't ready for this, bro. You need to take some time off and think about what you're going to do next time and go research your own belief system so that you can make a claim. Because right now, you can't even make a claim, bro. Anybody who asks you a question, you got to say, I don't know. Guess what I get to do when somebody asks me? I get to say, let me show you. Thanks for playing.
Okay. Knowing that the earth is flat is not a matter of belief.
That's
laying down belief.
That's a good way to end it. Hey, listen, what he said.
That's right. Relax, Carefree. It's okay. We'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, the way he ended it is a perfect way to end it. Like, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it by trying to say something after what he just said.
Have a nice night. It's okay.
Listen.
All right.
I do need to clarify that because every time that you say that, you say the word belief, and it's not about belief. It's about laying down belief and finding out what really is.
All right.
All right.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, bro. Have a good night.
He's gonna get up.
Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, he's gonna get out his car and go to rest. Go to rest, bro. Come back.
Yeah. Do you read the Bible, Carefree? I hope you read the Bible, bro. The Word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Have a nice night.
No, he doesn't read that scripture, he said.
He was cool. He's cool. He's all right. He has to do research. That's
Amen. Good for him. God bless the little feller. I like him.
Yeah, he's got.
I thought he was irritating.
You got to do research. That's the problem. He hasn't done any research at all.
It's okay, Fraud. He's now going to stay here for another 5 minutes, hoping that he can be a fly on the wall because he can't get enough of this place.
Yeah,
Nobody can. Nobody can.
I slid hard into his DMs. You feel me? God, that sounded bad. Anyway,
that's good. That sounded a little awkward. That's okay.
It was bad. It's horrible.
Gotta play the backup good cup.
Yeah, he found the place, but I can DM him the YouTube link, and he can listen to it all he wants to. If that's the case. And when he goes to looking for it, he can scroll. Just don't forget to scroll down to the bottom of the server, and you'll find laser tests and long distance observations.
Oh, well done.
You're going to have to kick him out, guys. He just loves you guys so much, he's never going to leave. Like I told you, it's like an ex-girlfriend. Flatflow.
Sorry, I was AFK for the last 20 seconds. What'd you say?
I figured.
Nothing.
I figured the only way to do that is to like just take a hit and pay the severance fee, the early severance fee on the lease, and move and like kill the power and the utilities. Like, don't even let them know.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, crazy girlfriend trying to get away from him. You just skip town, you know?
Where'd you go, Josh?
He's going to the hills. He's going up the mountains.
Come on, Josh. Come back. Get him back here.
Josh. He's going to the north.
Follow Gemsy's incredibly annoying voice.
It's really not Gemsy, actually. I gotta admit, Gemsy's he's like the MVP this year.
Yeah, right.
Wait, guys, why isn't there an MVP role?
I'll give the MVP to Helio.
You guys got to make one MVP, dude.
There you go. I love reverse psychology too, Gemsy. Great job.
And the second place, I'll give it to Glaflobe.
For what now? I'm lost.
The second MVP next to Helio.
Well,
congratulations.
Listen, guys, that's pretty rare though. When you're about to actually push somebody off a cliff and then you end up actually just taking them to their apartment, that's pretty weird. That's rare.
Hey, the guy was very respectful. I enjoyed the conversation. I listened for probably most of it, and I'm glad that we were able to talk to him too. That was cool, guys. He was a tough cookie, but he has to do his own timing of things.
No. The fun
I know
part,
you're back already, Carefree. I knew you were never going to leave, Carefree. I'll do the introduction for you. Go ahead, Carefree. Tell us how you're feeling right now. Is everything okay?
I will watch your guys' videos. It's just going through all the DMs of people like telling me how ridiculous you guys are right now in my DMs is funny.
It's okay. It's okay. Guess what, Carefree? They won't come here and talk to me. They're scared of this room for a reason.
No, because
okay.
No, they're not friends of mine. They're people I don't know because I've never been in the server before.
Yeah,
but no,
I understand.
There has to be somebody like me, right? There has to be a bad guy to you guys.
Carefree, you're not Carefree, you're not a bad guy. You are literally a cupcake. Trust me. Just relax and take some time off, okay? You really need to get some sleep tonight. It's okay.
Just tell them you're in your 30s. They'll leave you alone.
Yeah, bro, you're going to ruin it, Traveler. You're going to ruin it, Carefree Traveler. Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything.
I've lived a life that is, I've experienced and seen way more of this earth than I bet you have, my friend. You don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great. You have a good experience, bro. That's great.
I've heard that.
Whoa, what happened?
We lost XO.
I think XO. His satellite connection.
I knew it wasn't just me that had a connection issue.
XO, just turn on your 5G, bro. It'll be fine.
Where the fuck is Helio anyway?
Sleeping. You know how long he was on? He's sleeping for sure. 100% he's sleeping.
Hey guys, how you doing?
He was up for a long time. Hey, welcome. Hi.
I went to bed and then got up and he was still on. So yeah, I think I know. He was like on for 12 hours.
If he's doing something, it's sleeping. Hey, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Doing all right.
What is that, Sisyphus?
Yeah, Sisyphus is back.
Oh, it's our friend Sisyphus.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm back.
How you doing?
Right.
I'm pretty good. Been listening to you guys with Carefree for a while.
Hey, is your mic way better, or is it just me?
I can't hear my mic, so you tell me.
It's just way better.
Yeah, because weren't you in like a hallway with like that had like dripping pipes everywhere? It was just loud.
I'm glad it's better.
Yeah, no, it's way good. I'm going to turn you down, in fact, but that's just on my side. You're fine. So, how are you?
Oh, same as always. You guys tired of talking about Flat Earth tonight?
No.
Sure. Yes.
Maybe if I was, I would be in a different channel.
Possibly.
No.
Most definitely. Most likely.
How could you get tired of it? I mean, come on.
You know what? I never get tired of. I'd never get tired of talking about the truth and helping people see how they've been deceived. That is a genuinely wholesome feeling.
Well, especially when
listening to you guys tonight, I had a question. Well, I think an observation, which I hadn't had before, and a question.
Here it comes.
My observation is, I think a lot of people come here and say, prove the Earth is flat. And I think I'm hearing you guys say, we're showing that the Earth is not a globe. And then people react with, well, then prove it's flat. And you guys get really frustrated. And I think I'm on your side on that one. Is that right?
Well, yeah, primarily falsifying the globe claim.
Well, yeah, the globe's been tested and falsified, pretty much.
The globe is
by many means.
Yeah, so like logically, people come here and say, prove it's flat, and you guys are like, well, we're proving it's not a globe, and they're like, if you want to prove it's not a globe, then prove it's flat, and that doesn't really, that's not the like logical test.
The claim of the claiming that the Earth is curving and spinning on its axis next to a low pressure system when we experience a pressurized system that is required to be contained, and going against that claim requires the proof, not the axiomatic basics of reality, flat, level, motionless. You don't have to prove that. That's axiomatic. That is self-evident. So claiming the opposite of that requires extraordinary proof, and that's those claims that the globe makes have been falsified because show the cowbell.
Well, here's where somebody said, here we go. So my question is the like, here we go part where you guys are probably going to get mad at me. But I'm curious what statements that you guys feel like you make that are falsifiable. Like what arguments in this channel do you feel like you guys make that are falsifiable?
I can take it just for a second. Curvature. You can neither confirm nor deny there's curvature. Curvature out there. So that's one. Anybody else?
Gas pressure without a container. Equilibrium occurs every time, unless you have a container. Container prevents equilibrium, so how can you have a high pressure next to a low pressure without equilibrium occurring minus the container? I mean, if you can prove to us that, it's contained by other gases, like, contain me some propane with some oxygen, that might be enough proof right there. Because the upper atmosphere is O3, which is oxygen, right? Ozone there.
The upper, do you think it's only O3?
The ozone layer. And why is ozone up there that high if it's heavier than oxygen itself? Therefore, it should be lower, and oxygen itself is pretty heavy compared to like nitrogen.
It's picky gravity.
you think that the gas?
I know carbon dioxide extremely heavy.
So you think that with the gravity model, the gas should be stratified with the heaviest stuff on the bottom, and then lighter ones above that, and etc.
That's how the gradient works.
That's what they're telling us.
Which gradient?
Yeah, the atmospheric gradient, according to these weathermen that come in here and try to tell us that you can have gas pressure without an envelope.
I've actually never heard someone say that the gases should be stratified with like carbon dioxide at the bottom and then oxygen.
Well, carbon dioxide is pretty heavy gas. It's always at the bottom.
But then we wouldn't be able to breathe, right?
Because it's oxygen with carbon on it.
But if CO2's like settled to the bottom, then we'd all suffocate.
Yeah, but it's connected to the oxygen, so it's not separated. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the grass absorbs it, the plants absorb it. Don't worry about it. So does the water. The plankton in the water absorb the carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. It's not actually the trees that produce the oxygen in the rainforest. It's just a fallacy.
I mean, they produce a little bit, right? Just not
like methane. However, methane is a lighter gas, which would disrupt, the amount of light that reaches us. But carbon dioxide really wouldn't do that.
Well, and then that's listen.
Constantly in motion.
That's unfalsifiable, though.
So if you think if I like got some dry ice, I think that's carbon dioxide, right? And put it in a bucket or something, that
you fill a balloon with carbon dioxide.
But wait, but what if it's like a bucket, just like a 5-gallon bucket? I drop some dry ice in there, and I come back in like a week. You think it'll just be carbon dioxide in the bucket?
No, it will equalize out with the rest of the environment because winds.
Well, okay, I'll put the bucket in my basement. No wind.
It doesn't matter. You still need a containment.
Still need
convection currents.
So
it will scavenge out and equalize.
You don't have to like explain it to me. I was just asking. My question is, what claims do you guys feel like you make that are falsifiable?
None. None.
Really?
You find one.
I
am.
Now, what do you mean by you guys? Is this everyone
the people
that has ever claimed to be a flat earther in history?
No,
or
the people I've been listening to tonight. Just the people tonight that I've been listening
I'm willing to make the positive claim that gas pressure requires containment. Just show me one example on Earth where that's not true, and then I'm wrong.
So gas pressure requires containment.
Yeah, I'm willing to go with that positive claim for sure.
Well, you know what a scuba tank is, right? Right? You know what that is, right?
Compressed air. Yeah.
I do know what a scuba tank is. Yes.
Okay, so what's inside of it?
It depends on the scuba tank.
Come on, dude! Don't play semantics, bro.
I don't know. Sometimes helium and oxygen.
Don't be a dickhead, dude. Don't be a dickhead, bro. Just fucking answer the question, bro.
Okay. Helium and oxygen, nitrogen and oxygen.
Okay, but why is it in a container then?
Why is it in a container? Because you don't want it to mix with water?
Well, you're gonna need to use it, right? If you go underwater, right?
I mean, and it's like at a pretty high pressure usually.
Yeah, okay, can you get that pressure just using gravity and no container?
So where have you ever seen a pressurized system next to a vacuum in reality, other than what you've been told or showed on TV? Is it reproducible? Can somebody conduct this experiment that we're supposedly living on?
Just one example where pressure doesn't require containment and that positive claim is wrong.
Adjacent to a vacuum, so let's be clear.
Yeah.
Technically, that would be two things that are open. It would be an open vacuum, because vacuums have to be sealed, and then it would also be the Earth containment being open, both to each other.
Pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, these are questions that they never taught us to ask. You know, they just told us something and we believed it.
You can't even really get past the pressurized gas without a container part, let alone even pressurized gas without a container within a vacuum or within a. What would it be like? They claim that the atmosphere is 50 torr, and the vacuum of space, near perfect vacuum, is 10 to the negative 17 torr. But that's okay. Just, I mean, if you can start with pressurized gas without a container, we can go from there.
Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Is he even still here?
I think Koi Kid wanted to have a word. Maybe we could check on him.
All I know is every vacuum I've pulled for the last 20 years has been in an enclosed system, and whenever I broke a positive pressure into the vacuum, it immediately equalized the pressure. I have 20 years experience of doing that, and never once did the positive pressure of my tank ever not go and fill the void of the vacuum.
Yeah, if you're trying to talk and we're not hearing you, hop out and then hop back into the room.
The reason that you can talk or breathe is because of the pressure within this containment.
Hey.
Yeah, hey, Koi Kid, welcome. Welcome.
Okay, so the thing I told Carefree Traveler is I'm a glow earther, so I know that we have an axis. So because of that axis, because it's moving in a circle, it creates somewhat of an outward force. So if you're on, let's say it's moving in an x-axis and you're on the y-axis and you're on the y-axis up or down, so gravity is going to be the same, but there's going to be another force pulling you outwards. So if you're on the x-axis on the sides of the Earth, if you're looking at it that way, you're going to weigh less and things are going to fall.
What are you talking about, kid?
Yeah, you're gonna
Faster.
run off into the woods.
Slower.
Can we just start with your curvature measurements, please?
No,
So
I'm
with
just
what you were-
talking
I just
that why would things
Are you
have different
saying-
weights in different places if
No.
there is
You haven't even proved gravity first. You just started talking, bro. You have to prove
So
something first.
if I
You have to
take
prove
a
it. You have to.
Are you
My
trying
bad,
to
my
say
bad,
that
sorry.
if I take a 10-pound weight and a scale, and I go to the equator and I weigh that 10-pound weight with that scale, and then I fly to Alaska and I use the same weight and same scale, that the weight is actually going to weigh more? Is that what you're saying?
It's going to weigh different than it's going to weigh different because of the rotation. So it's pulling an out. It's having an outward.
So a person who wants to lose weight, who lives towards in the equator, somewhere in the tropics, wants to lose weight, all they have to do is fly north or south, and then weigh themselves again, and they lost weight.
It's going to be.
Can you show
around
me this, please? I would love to see.
0.00337%, but yes.
So I can get in a helicopter, just fly up, stay stationary, and wait for the Earth to come around for my
So
destination?
you're saying the centrifugal force of this alleged spin is counteracting the gravity at the equator, but it doesn't counteract it in the north or south by a point.
Yes, because it's spinning in the x-axis. So if you're in the south or in the north, all you're doing is spinning, and you're not moving compared to the other people, compared to the axis.
So listen, let me ask you a question. I have a quick question. When you're on the ground, that's one reference, right? when you're on the ground, you're on one reference frame, right?
Okay.
Is that right? I'm leading you somewhere. You say yes or no at this point.
What do you mean by reference frame?
Where you are, from your point of view, your position.
Bro, you're not going to last very long in this conversation if a reference frame stumbles you down, okay?
No, my English isn't very good, that's all.
Okay, all right, fair. I take it back.
Let's go easy on this guy.
Let's go easy. Anyway, so the reference frame would be the ground. And the ground and the sky are two separate reference frames, okay? So when I leave the ground, I no longer have anything to do with what's happening on the surface, i.e. your quote-unquote globe, Earth. I've left that. So I wouldn't go with whatever movement you think it's doing. The man's correct. If you were to just hover the helicopter in place, the Earth should eventually be moving under you. And it doesn't do that.
If you are, because you are already in the speed, it's like you're on a plane, okay?
It's two different reference frames, though. That's the problem.
Okay, yes, let me talk. You're on a plane and you're, I don't know, flying a drone, so it's not going to go because you're already in that speed. You are going to slightly move because you are going to slightly...
You're calling upon relativity right now. But if we do this, if you get on that plane at the equator, spinning allegedly at 1,000 miles an hour, and you take off and you fly directly north and land in Alaska, you are now spinning, the ground below you is spinning much slower. Or vice versa, take off in Alaska and land at the equator. The ground below you is now at a different speed than what you took off at, so you are no longer relative to the position that you took off at. So how is that going to work?
Relative to the ground, it's always stationary, but relative to me, to the North Pole, it's moving, it's spinning less.
Okay, okay, you're coming. All that's going on right now is he's coming in here, and maybe he should just listen for a while and like look at some of the stuff in the additional information and test some things for himself and look into it a little bit deeper, because he's just coming in here and repeating things that he's been taught, and he doesn't really, I guarantee you he hasn't looked into it near enough to even know.
I'm just wondering.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hooray.
I'm just wondering if he did the first part where he substantiated the curvature necessary for this to be a ball.
Yeah, that's the.
I want to know how he found gravity. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, he needs it for his ball fantasy to work, but first I want to see his ball. That sounded kind of bad.
All right, so I guess the other guy's back.
Yeah, I never left. I don't know what happened to my mic. So I was asking you guys what claims you make that are falsifiable, and I only have one so far, that gas pressure requires containment. But I was hoping for some about, like, the shape of the Earth or something.
Yeah, its surface measures flat. Get me some curvature measurements and prove me wrong.
Yeah. So, like, what kind of accuracy, like, proves you wrong?
Well, at this point, it doesn't matter. Listen, at this point, it doesn't even matter because you haven't lifted finger one, and we have, and a lot of people on our side have. So if you even want to enter this debate as if you've had some more than a cursory glance, then you got to go do some work. But go ahead and let other people destroy you on the finer points. Continue.
Well, the thing is, really small ball, right? So, and it is good luck.
Try not to make it 2 hours long, please.
I'm not sure what point you're going to destroy me on. My question is just, like, what I want to know what claims you're making. Like, I get that the falsifying the globe is different than proving flat Earth.
Well, it depends on the radius, right? And when you look at the radius, there's a curvature rate, and according to that, it's way too small.
You guys don't claim radius.
We're claiming curvature. That's falsifiable. You can go out and measure for it. Hold on. He can go out and measure for curvature, and that's how you can either falsify or not falsify it. Does that make sense?
I think what you just said is that I could falsify radius of the Earth, and
no, you can falsify curvature, because our positive claim is that Earth measures flat, correct? And you're coming against that, right?
Okay, so I am not coming against anything yet. I just was asking the question, what are the claims?
Fine, curvature. Curvature is a claim. Demonstrate otherwise.
Claim is the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the claim.
He's asking for our claim.
Right? Our claim, we don't have a claim. The Earth presents itself as flat and level, and that's...
Sure, you could say we claim reality.
Here's the thing. Do you know how it's measured to be flat or round? Do you know what kind of instruments to use? Are you aware of any of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so what's the instrument you use to measure?
The actually only ones that I have heard about in this voice chat are optical ones, where you use a light source and some sort of sensor to detect it, camera, binoculars, whatever, and move it a certain distance away and try to see whether you can see it or not. But very close to the surface of the Earth, like 1 foot, 2 foot, 6 feet, stuff like that.
You use a camera or laser, correct?
That's what I have heard described in here.
All right. Do you understand the logic of that?
With the assumption of like the geometry only and not accounting for any other kind of optical effects, I do understand.
Okay, so what would that be? What would the effects be?
Oh, geez, light is aggravating, man. It bends all the time.
How are you going to bend around a corner? You ever seen a flashlight bend around a corner inside of a hotel?
I sure haven't.
Yes, I have.
You've seen the
Sure, like a guy coming down the hallway, and I can't see him yet, but I see the flashlight way before I come around the corner. I can tell that there's a guy with a flashlight.
Light, you don't see the source of the flashlight.
Come on, dude. It's not a beam coming at your eye. We're talking about the direct beam. It's not going around the corners, right?
But I mean, the photons leaving the flashlight are making it to my eye around the corner.
You're gonna be one of those.
We're not the Ghostbusters. We can't bend nuclear fission around a fucking corner. Okay, this is real life.
What does nuclear fission have to do anything?
You can't bend anything around a corner visually, optically. You can't. From your position from one side of the corner, you cannot see the other side of the corner unless you have optics over there or you go over there. You can't just see around a curve.
So wait, you think that light doesn't bend in weird ways ever?
I didn't say that. No, hold on. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. I didn't say that. But you have to demonstrate that that's exactly what's happening every fucking time people have measured it. In all kinds of conditions, all kinds of places, all kinds of day.
So, okay, wait, hold on. So you claim that the Earth is level and has no curve. If there's a single measurement that doesn't, jive with that, does the same thing happen? Is the Earth not flat either? Automatically, if there's a single measurement ever anywhere that you can't refute, then bam, it's done, it's over, case closed.
Is there ever been a single measurement? Has there ever been a single measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Has there ever been a single measurement of the radii? Thus proving the radius and circumference with the diameter to be true. Because as far as we can tell with our observations, in order for us to see an object at 1 foot observer height at 50 miles, that means that, the radius has a distance not of, 3959 like they say, but more like, I don't know, close to 250,000 miles, which is about the distance to the moon. So that means, it's much, much, much larger than what they say based on the fact that we see too far.
Sure. Yeah. I'll grant you that. My question still stands. What claim are you making? What claim are you making that I can falsify if it is false?
Well, there is no claim we're making. We're falsifying the claim that the Earth is round. Do you understand?
If you can falsify that liquids do not find their level when at rest, then you might be on to some Nobel Peace Prize winning shit right there.
I mean, you already know they don't. You just like say that part doesn't matter.
So water being a liquid is level.
But it's not.
Even
you
at
already
rest.
know it's not, and then
Water,
you just wave that part away.
Water at rest is level. Because you don't have meniscus, you don't have surface tension when the shores are wet. Now you want to get into semantics with this shit, right?
How do you not have
water lays
surface tension
flat?
when the shores are wet?
Water lays flat, right? When a surface is wet, then you do not have the surface tension effect. It is an opposite effect, where it meets the wet surface and continues to wet the surface. Only on a surface where that's dry will you get a meniscus.
So I'll go with that claim. The surface of water is flat. Water rests flat. Show us one example of curved water, just one, and then that claim's not true.
And you're discounting things like meniscuses or water on wax.
Yeah, because that's not curved water, that's surface tension. Waves at the beach is still level, you jackass.
A standing body
you know
of
what
water.
sea level means?
Sea levels, I mean, the way that it's colloquially used, it means the average distance from the center of the Earth. But what difference does that make here?
No, actually, sea level is the difference. It's a average, right, between the high tide and the low tide.
Wait, he just made a claim. The center of the Earth.
I didn't make a claim. I was asked to define a term, and I gave my understanding of the definition of sea level.
You invoked the center of the Earth to explain sea level. Did you dig deeper than 8 miles sometime that we didn't hear about?
I'm not claiming anything. I was asked to define a term and gave my understanding of the definition.
No, I asked you if you knew what sea level was.
And my understanding is it's an average measurement from the center of the Earth.
What's at the center of the Earth? Have you been there? Has anyone been there? Has anybody measured there? What do they say the center of the Earth is? Solid iron or some shit, right? Nickel iron? Because of seismometry?
Honestly, you're outside my domain of knowledge there. I don't know what the center of the Earth is going to be.
So what the hell
but
does
yet
it have
you're
to do
invoking the
with
center of the
sea
Earth.
level?
You're just here to argue, dude. You're not here to learn anything, bro.
I'm not here to argue. My question is, what claims you guys make that are falsifiable? I want to hear them and think about them.
Told you there aren't any.
See, that's weird to me because, so you're not saying anything that's falsifiable?
We're not making claims, bro. We're breaking we're breaking down the claims of the globe, man. What don't you
Nobody
understand?
here has made a claim. The only thing we're doing is we're debunking the globe.
Yeah,
Do you understand that?
Yeah, that was actually my point number one. I was kind of wondering whether you guys were making claims about how things work or only making claims about how things don't work.
No, because if we make claims about how things work, then we have to come up with models, and all models are flawed because you have to be outside of the system to create a model of the said system.
But then I hear things like firmament, gas pressure, water doesn't curve, the Earth's not an object. Those all sound like claims.
There's logic to the understanding. So I don't understand. You sound intelligent, but obviously you're not very intelligent, dude.
No, he's not.
If a system exists inside of a vacuum with air connected to it that is not being contained, what's going to happen to that system, bro?
We would have to talk about scale size and a bunch of other variables, man. That's not an easy question to answer.
No, you wouldn't.
If you want to do a tabletop experiment, then exactly what you say.
Argue, bro. You just want to argue with semantics and foolishness. You're not preventing anything solid, any evidence. You're just asking silly questions, dude.
What claims do you make is not a silly question?
Well, I mean, fluid statics says that the surface of water, still water, is always level. So, I mean, is that wrong? Just provide us one observation, one example of the surface of water being curved, and then, okay, hydrostatics is wrong. You falsified hydrostatics, because that's all we're appealing to when we say that.
And if you're trying to say that, like, where the water sticks to the side of a glass and it has a little bit of a curve to it right there, that's not analogous to the Earth. That's not what the Earth is. It's not a glass, and water's not sitting in a glass jar or on a piece of paper, or it's completely not even the same thing. So what we're saying is that water always seeks its level when at rest, and we're not talking about when it's leaning up in a glass jar or whatever, and there's a little tiny curve at the edge where there's water tension, surface tension that causes that. We know what causes it, but you get beyond that, which is like an eighth of an inch or whatever, beyond that where it meets the glass. Then from there on, all the way to the other side, it's perfectly level. Water always seeks its level. These how the oceans and the sand have no similarities of water inside of a jar, glass, or a bowl, or anything like that. It's up against sand. It's wet, and there is no surface tension right there. So, and there's always waves. The ocean's moving slightly a little bit. Water seeks its level when at rest, like in a swimming pool, or something like a lake. Lake 10 miles across. The surface is going to be level. It is every time. Especially when you can go out and measure it. You can shoot a laser beam across the surface from side to side and measure the distance from the laser beam to the water. It's always level, no matter where we test it, period. So I don't know what you're getting at, but we've taken this and to the level that over distance, there's supposed to be this massive amount of drop rate. And if you cannot find that drop rate, I mean, yeah, if you're talking inches or something like that, that's ridiculous. I mean, if you're talking inches or even a couple of feet in 10 miles, when in 10 miles there's supposed to be like 666 feet of surface drop or of curvature, and you're going to squabble. I'm not saying you are, but anybody that squabbles about a foot or a half an inch, or a foot or two because of waves, because the water's not at rest. But you find a lake or a pond that is at rest, no wind, no nothing. You might find a few ripples or whatever, but overall, it is within inches of being level in massive distances, 10 miles or more, 30 miles, when there should be hundreds or even thousands of feet of curvature, which is not anywhere to be found.
There has to be. If it's a ball, there has to be.
If it's a ball, there has to be. Exactly. We have not. No one has ever showed us any. No one has ever found this supposed curvature or drop rate of this said ball. It's never been found, seen, or shown. So.
So if you can just show us resting water curved around a ball, then I guess we're wrong about all that stuff.
Right.
In a vacuum without sublimation.
I'm sorry. So you want to see water at rest in a vacuum without sublimation curving on the tabletop or lake or pond or something scale.
However you pull it off, buddy.
Claim. So yeah.
I don't think that's the claim, right? The claim
that is the claim.
The claim isn't on the scale.
The surface is 70% water. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So they invoke this scale.
So do you. You invoke the scale that the meniscus is too small to matter, and other people say, "Well, curve on this scale," and you go, "That scale's too big to matter." So you can't have it both ways.
Well, you're just talking about a story, though, that happens on the scale of things that is too big for anybody to directly measure or test or do anything on. So that carries the burden of proof. Nothing that we've said here does, because we're just appealing to basic fundamental laws of nature, like hydrostatics and thermodynamics and stuff like that. That's what you want to argue with by invoking these scales that you say things happen that violate those fundamental laws on. But you can't show us it happening anywhere, so you're not giving us much reason to really follow your logic there.
I mean, my logic is flawed anyway because I believe in making falsifiable claims, and you guys have said, I think 3 times that you don't make any falsifiable claims. So.
Hey, I told you that I made a falsifiable claim. That pressure requires containment, and that's just thermodynamics, right? And if you can show me one example where we don't need that, where we can just use gravity to take, say propane to a barbecue, then I'm wrong. That claim has been falsified, but I don't see it. Do you?
It's going to be hard to do an experiment.
It's going to be hard for you to prove your case, is what you're saying.
You said propane to a barbecue. Am I allowed to use like a 5-gallon bucket with no lid?
Well, I don't really see how you're going to take propane. I mean, well, that's still containment anyway, even if you did manage to do that. Just do it using gravity, please.
Okay.
But gravity's not. But gravity's not pointed at the barbecue, right?
So you're telling me that propane in a 5-gallon bucket with no lid on it is not going to, at some point?
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was just asking him to just replace the container with gravity. Get rid of the propane tank and just use gravity in place of that physical container, please. And then the claim that we keep making about the natural antecedent of gas pressure containment is false. That's all you got to do.
But your question is ridiculous. Gravity isn't.
It is ridiculous,
and your question's not pointed at the gravity is not pointed at the barbecue. So why would gravity take the gas to the barbecue?
So exactly, yeah. How are you going to do that? It is ridiculous because that is your claim.
You can't do it. It's not that hard.
Exactly, you can't do it. That's our exact point. Thank you.
No, you can.
So gravity says I can't take gas to the barbecue, and then you guys go, gravity can't take gas to the barbecue. Therefore, gravity's false.
Okay,
you don't gravity doesn't even claim to be able to do that.
You don't want to do it with propane? Okay, do it with something else. Do it with anything. Just replace containment. Just
gravity's not pointed at the barbecue, dude. It's not going to move anything.
I'm not even talking about the barbecue. I'm talking about contained gas. Any situation where you have gas pressure contained, a bike tire, anything like that, gas pressure. Just show us gas pressure without the container. Just do that once, please, because that is the claim you are making with the globe Earth model.
Okay, I can do it. I can take mercury gas. It's pretty easy to make, only 700 degrees Celsius, and I can put it in a bottle and without a lid. And it's going.
Okay, wait. I gotta stop you right there. Do you know what a bottle is? Hey, do you know what a bottle is?
Yes.
What?
What is it?
It's a space.
It starts with a C.
Container, yes.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So next,
won't invoke gravity without the current.
Yes, but you can also say here, air is a container, and oxygen.
Yeah, but dude, you're not listening to the argument.
That is what we say.
Unless you understand what's going on.
I'm listening to the argument, and you guys want gravity to be magically pointed at the barbecue, which makes no sense.
Gravity is all around, right? Gravity is all around, so it's already pointing at the
damn barbecue. But it's not pointed at the barbecue.
Explain yourself. Explain yourself. What are you talking about the barbecue?
Why isn't who's making claims about gravity? Who's claiming? Who's
the globe Earth model makes claims about gravity, and I'm just demonstrating to him how ridiculous those claims are. And when I do that, he goes, "Wow, that's crazy." But yeah, I'm saying, man, that's what you are claiming. That's what your globe Earth claim is.
No one that I know claims that the gravity points from my house to the barbecue and would ever move any gas from my house to the barbecue. Which is what you asked. You told me to bring propane.
Let's move on. Do another example or something.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have to be propane for a barbecue. It could be any gas pressure. I've said this many times. Just show us any form of gas pressure without.
Go to the definition.
Okay, I can show you 14 psi of a gas sitting in a 5-gallon bucket with no lid, not leaving.
That's not.
You're so stupid, dude.
So you're talking about equalization. That's not gas pressure.
Well,
jackass.
If the gas stays separate, how is it not?
I want it next to a lower. Can you have it next to a lower pressure container? Remember, low pressure field with compressed gas inside.
Sure, I can set my 5-gallon bucket with one gas next to a 5-gallon bucket of another gas, and the partial pressure of the gas we care about will be lower.
You can take said containers or a balloon or whatever, and then go up to the top of the mountain. You effectively are in a lower pressure atmosphere.
Lindsay, you're posting stuff that I'm not saying. If it's exerting pressure on the walls of its container, but it has no lid, so how's it doing that?
Because you have overall pressure. When a tire reading, when you pressure read a tire and it says, 35 psi, you're not equating into the effect that there's already 14.7 psi in there when the tire is flat. So you have to add the 35 plus 14.7.
So you guys want to see just a magic volume of air next to a magic vacuum of air where nothing happens, and unless you see that, then
because how else can you have Jupiter?
Let me just interrupt real quick.
How do you go from talking about 5-gallon buckets and tires on cars to Jupiter? Those aren't relatable things at all.
It's gas next to a vacuum.
But the size doesn't make any sense. You can't compare stuff that's that small and that big.
Hey, motherfucker, can you shut the fuck up so I can say something, you stupid fuck? Is that better? Is that better?
I don't know. I'm not cussing at you, man.
Listen. If you're going to say gravity, you have to say gravity is your container, okay? You have to say gravity is your fucking container. So how can gravity be your fucking container if it's not a fucking ball, okay? So now here we are again. Is it a ball, right? If the Earth is not curving, what the fuck is gravity anyways? We talked about this earlier. It's what's causing the motion of the sun, moon, and stars. So if you're saying gravity is your container, which you have to say that, then what the fuck? Where's the ball? Thanks a lot.
I also like how he's
You're the one
on
saying
this.
gravity is a container, not me. That's your claim, not
It's
mine.
an effect, not a cause.
And you're hammering on falsifiable claims. You want falsifiable claims, and then you go to a scale of things where nobody can verify or falsify anything on.
You brought Jupiter
kind of
into it, not me. You guys went to that scale, not
Well, that's
me.
the whole point. Well, that's the model that you're defending.
So you're
or is it?
invoking scales no one
Gas
can measure
ball
to make your
next to a
point.
vacuum. Gas ball next to a vacuum without the gas pressure equalizing with the vacuum.
Just check the projection, man. You brought Jupiter into it, not me.
Projection.
Yeah, I didn't bring Jupiter into this. Don't say
projection.
Don't go talking about Jupiter scale. We can't measure. You did it.
It's the same thing. What's the difference between Jupiter and the atmosphere of Earth next to the supposed vacuum of space?
Have you measured Jupiter? Anything about it? Then stop talking about it. Shut up and stop talking about Jupiter and don't bring it up again.
Sorry about cussing. I had to.
You guys seem to have a problem following your own rules. If you haven't measured it, stop using it.
Okay, gas pressure without a container. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
I can have gas pressure. You're going to say, well, I have a 5-gallon
gas
bucket
pressure
with
without a container. So you're saying that your magic 5-gallon bucket somehow takes equilibrium out of the fucking equation.
Dude, there's gas pressure all around me right now. Where's the
because
container?
if you fucking think that there's 14.7 in it,
Where's the container?
Where's not going to have that pressure, numpty.
Exactly.
Where's the container?
He's starting to get it.
Where's the
There's gas
container
pressure all
around me
around
right
us.
now? Where's the container?
Stop yelling.
Above you.
There's nothing above me. Where's the container?
There's nothing
How
above
high
you.
have you been?
How high have you been? How high have you been?
Listen, dude, have you
How
proven
high have you
nothing
been?
above you? Dude,
I've been
shut up,
30,000
stop
feet.
talking. All you do is talk
And
without
at
anything.
30,000 feet, did you see a container?
Oh my gosh, you're such an idiot, dude.
So stop talking about a container that you didn't see or measure.
But I was inside of a container inside of an airplane that had higher pressure than the outside.
But there's no container outside that you've ever
the
seen or measured.
fuselage
So stop
is the
talking about it.
container of the atmosphere that I was breathing, so that
And
I
what
didn't get
contains that-
sick
what contains
from
that
bends.
atmosphere?
Oh, hold up.
What contains the atmosphere? The fucking aluminum skin.
No,
So the
outside
aircraft.
plane. The atmosphere outside the plane. What contains that?
It's not gravity. Gravity is the effect, not the
So
cause.
what is it?
Once again,
You know, Project Fishbowl is when they bombed the firmament, I guess. So go look into that.
Did
And
you
there's your
participate in that project?
I don't think we
shut
even
up.
need to go there. It's just a logical
shut the
deduction.
fuck up, Sisyphus. I'm sick and tired of your fucking
Stop bringing in
sophist ass.
things that you guys didn't do.
It's
Stop
simply
bringing in things
thermodynamics.
that you guys didn't do. Stop bringing in things that you guys didn't do.
Well,
Have
it's
you
your
measured the
rule.
Earth? Have you come up with the fucking measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Have you measured it? Have you
I just
actually
want
tried
you
to debunk
follow
it?
your own rule.
Have you actually tried to debunk it? No,
I just want
you
you to
haven't.
follow your
You just
own
sit
rule.
on your ass watching TV.
Oh,
That's not true, but okay, you think that way.
What
It's
have you
just
done? Have you been out there measuring the Earth, or are you just watching TV and videos going, "Oh, that's bullshit"?
I am sure that I have done more measurements than you, my friend.
Yeah, you watch 24-hour NASA Live all day. Fuck.
Well, did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Can you get that for us? Because we keep asking.
Well, that was actually one of my big questions, was what claims you guys make that you think are falsifiable, because I was
Jesus
looking
fucking
for
Christ.
reasons.
Shut the fuck up, broken record.
Okay.
Well, I mean, is invoking the second law of thermodynamics like a claim, really?
I think so, yeah. But I've been told to shut the fuck up, and I think I'm going to do that.
Okay, well then,
Because you
just
keep
show
saying
us
the same
one
thing
example where
over.
gas pressure does not require containment, and then we can just say that the second law of thermodynamics is falsified. Gases do not spontaneously seek equilibrium next to a vacuum, etc. And we can just be done with that. But you haven't done it
You
yet.
can win a Nobel Prize along the way.
Because I have seen no example in reality, anything I've ever observed, where you can have gas pressure inside of a vacuum that does not seek equilibrium. Have you?
Yes, personally, I have.
Okay. Was there a container involved in this experiment?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so we're back to the beginning. Can you show us what I just asked for? And this time I'll be even more specific without the container.
I don't know how you do any kind of experiment on gas without some kind of container.
Well, there you go.
But neither can you, so there you go. Proves nothing.
That's my claim.
There's no container around the Earth. Take that one. And if you say firmament, show it to me. Show me
but
any
now
evidence
you
of it.
are making a claim that is at odds with the known laws of nature. Okay, so
No,
now
it's
the
not.
burden.
It's
yes,
not
it
at
is.
odds with
Yes,
that
it
at
is.
all.
Yes, it
Nor
is.
is it at odds with many experiments that I have personally done.
Okay, many experiments. All right, I just asked you for those experiments, and then you admitted that you needed to use a container to contain the gas pressure. So we just keep going in circles here.
But it needs no lid. There's no barrier separating it from everything else.
Okay, but you said it was what, 14.6 psi at
You
the
don't
bottom
have
of a bucket.
pressure
What,
in there.
Do you know what the psi is at sea level? Where did you do this?
Do you guys understand anything
If you
about
put a
partial
gauge
pressure?
on it, it will read 0. You know that, right?
Do you guys
If
know
you try to
anything about
gauge
partial
that
pressure?
fucking pressure in the bucket, it will read 0. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, you're playing games. Like it's about a a pressure differential, right?
Do you understand what partial pressure is?
I believe I
Apparently not.
told you what absolute pressure is and what the difference between absolute
Dude, if
pressure
you don't know
and
what
measured
words mean,
pressure
you
is.
can just say, I don't know. No one will judge you for that. I don't know is a fine answer to a question.
Can you show us gas pressure without a container?
No,
Do you have
we cannot.
perms? Just post it.
Yes, look around you. There's gas pressure without a container.
I'm in a house. It's contained.
That's not you
and
showing us anything.
Then go outside.
That's
dude.
not proving a fucking thing.
Yes.
That's like this is what Globe has to offer. Nothing but rhetoric.
Here's what he's doing. He's presupposing the nature of the earth. He's presupposing.
The other kid was trying to ask a question. Leave this idiot alone. That kid was trying to answer a question.
Can I say something? Yes, it will read 0 because psi literally means pounds per square inch. So yeah, air isn't more than 1 square inch, so it's going to be like 0.00001.
Yeah, it's against mercury, right?
Mercury is very dense, so it's going to say around like more than that, but it's still probably not going to say more than 1 in a normal pressure without condensing it.
So there's a condensed ball of gas in a vacuum.
And gravity can be a container.
Okay, gravity is the container. Can you show us gravity as the container of anything equivalent to that here on Earth? Can you set up an experiment that demonstrates this behavior you're talking about?
Not that you're going to believe it.
Well, I will believe it if I see it.
Which instrument would be used? Another interferometer failure?
Okay, the thing is...
How could you possibly know what we're going to accept?
Yeah.
Right? If you demonstrate something to us, and we can demonstrate it ourselves, we're going to accept it because it's demonstratable. We're not bigots. Hold on. We're not bigots, right? We're the ones who have already changed our mind about our cosmology. So if
Okay.
we're going to ask who's the open-minded person here, we're going to trust that it's us, not you.
Okay, two people can be open-minded, but listen, I have two pictures that I want to show everyone, but
No,
I
pictures
cannot.
aren't proof, dude. Pictures aren't proof, bro.
No, it's not a picture of something. It's an equation, and I want to show it, but I can't because for some reason I can't show pictures in the live stream chat.
Well, I'd like to see his experiment. I would like to see this ball of gas that he has in a vacuum without any containment.
Okay, if you want technically you can't really have a proof because even if you're going to go to space, how do you know you're not a butterfly dreaming?
Okay. So you're getting a little bit off course here. It sounds to me like you're saying you cannot validate your claim, so I guess we can just move on.
Yes, so yeah, I cannot validate anything. I cannot validate.
Okay, thank you. Cannot validate your story. Okay,
I cannot validate that you're alive. That doesn't mean anything. I can still believe the most likely and most logical explanation.
What did you just say? You can't validate that somebody's alive?
I can't validate that you're real.
He's slipping into solipsism. Okay, bro. You want to know how you're real?
Can you validate?
You want to know how to know?
Can you validate that you're real?
How do you know that I'm not a brain in a
Oh my gosh. Kid, come on, dude.
So to back up your ball religion, you now have to go, geez, how do we know what anything is? How do we know if this is even happening, really?
Yes, so
this is the extent that you have to go to?
I believe the logical explanation and not the one with no scientific base.
But you're not giving us a logical explanation.
Are you serious? You said you believe in logic.
I told you about. I want to.
What gravity are you talking about? Do you know what gravity is?
Yes.
What is it?
It depends. Einsteinian gravity is when a mass does. I don't know how to say it in English, but it does something.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't know how to say it in English. No, and it's like it kind of moves around space-time, and then things fall to it. Like if you're in a trampoline and there's a weight in the center, it's going to do.
So
kind
space
of
and time. What is space? Is it like the absence of something? Space. What is it? The absence.
Can you show me the trampoline in space in the middle of a vacuum? Where do they keep the trampoline fiber? Is this continuum? Is it made of material?
How about the time? Can you grab a piece of this time, put it in a glass, and paint it purple?
No,
all you did was tell us like about a movie.
So space and time that you're mentioning is two concepts that you're talking about.
Yeah,
like I said, I can't prove anything.
They're concepts. That's why you cannot explain them logically, because they're concepts that you. Those are concepts. Space.
It's just mathematical concepts.
So by defending this globe model, you've painted
my last
yourself
point. Can those two concepts have any effect on physical things, like in physicality, real stuff? Space.
No, it's metaphysical.
Yes, that's the whole idea.
It's metaphysical. How does it affect reality? It's non-physical. How does ghosts punch people's teeth out? A ghost doesn't have a hand to hit you with.
Okay, so
and talking about these concepts, is like describing love or joy. So how much love can you put in a jar, or how much joy can you put in a jar?
Yeah,
how much time? How much time can you put in a jar?
Can I get a dime bag of happiness?
Okay, so listen. So the thing is, like I said, we cannot prove anything. I just prefer to go with the more logical choice.
No, but this is where the problem comes in.
So that would
you think nothing can be verified. You think everything is more a philosophy than actual physics. In the physical realm,
more to philosophy than physics. Yes.
So Koi Kid, so you know that you're not a brain in a tube. You know that.
I assume that. I do not know that.
No, you do know that because you're
Bro,
living
have you
your
ever
life.
been hitting the testicles? You ever been hitting the testicles real hard? You ever
In
been
other
hitting
words,
the
have you felt
testicles?
pain?
Have you felt real pain?
I
Like a broken
have
nose?
felt pain.
Okay, during that moment, did you wonder, am I really alive? Am I really a brain in a vat? No, you knew it was real.
My
this
brain
is where
you've ever
consciously,
experienced.
unconsciously assumed it was real. And
No, very
even though
conscious.
it is,
Pain is conscious. No, listen, quick it.
it depends what.
Pain is a very conscious thing. You'll know when you're in pain. Like Hank just said, you never considered if you're a simulation when you're actually feeling pain. Because when you're actually feeling pain, you know you're really feeling the pain.
It depends
Then there's
what
this
you
little
define
thing called
real.
wait, let me just make my point. There's a thing called the scientific method, whereby through experimentation, you demonstrate the cause of the effect. There's no philosophy, there's no wondering. So if you are a brain in a tube, we could scientifically validate that, go through experimentation to prove either, yes, you are a brain in a tube, or no, you're actually a living human being. And the scientific method, which is physics-based, meaning in the real world, would tell you yes or no. Not everything has to fall into simulation and maybe you're a brain.
Can you listen to me? No, it doesn't work like that with all things. Let's say I can't conduct experience in 10 dimensions. I just cannot. Some things are.
Because that's a concept.
You don't have to go into 15 dimensions.
Exactly, that's a concept. Everything is a concept, but you don't look at it like that because it is more logical and makes more sense.
Not more logical. It's just what you've been taught. So therefore, it's your foundational knowledge, which seems more familiar.
That you're alive. Yeah. So
have you ever been to the beach, to the sea, to the beach,
yes.
The ocean water, the waves? Have you ever been in the ocean water?
Yes.
When you jump in the ocean water, do you think about it as a concept? Do you think that's a concept where you experience it in the waves and all that stuff? That's a concept.
I have a question. When you think?
Just to answer his question
all
first.
The stuff.
Just don't be rude.
Think about all the stuff all the time. Sometimes I think about it. Sometimes I don't think I'm doing something and I'm so I forget to breathe because I'm so into something and I'm doing something. Sometimes you forget and don't think about stuff. Saying that you don't think of it all the time doesn't disprove nor prove it.
Okay, a second ago you said that you had to be taught to know that somebody else is alive.
No, I didn't say it. I said it cannot be proven.
It cannot be proven, so these are the lengths that you have to go to defend the globe model. You have to bend the definition of what's real now to defend the globe model. We're on par with Narnia here, basically. This is Narnia land. I can't prove that Narnia doesn't exist, right? This is the length that you have to go to try to make this globe claim work.
But the more logical explanation is that Narnia isn't real and it's a fiction made-up world. Maybe if the multiverse theory is right, maybe there is a universe where Narnia is real. But
maybe the Ninja Turtles will sprout out of your hat and then take you to Mary Poppins' house so that you can eat gingerbread cookie men, right?
Yeah, maybe.
What are you talking about, bro? You've completely lost touch with reality. You sound like someone who's suffering from psychosis. Do you know what psychosis is? You're not a brain in a vat, bro. You're a man. You know how you know you're a man?
Prove it.
Go to a doctor. Go to a doctor and get a physical. Right? And the results will tell you.
That doesn't prove it.
Yes, it does.
I can't believe he's saying prove it. I was about to ask him, like,
oh my God.
Do you even know that you're a boy?
Go become a transgender Olympian then. Go ahead.
What? No, no.
Let the record show that this Globus doesn't believe in reality.
He doesn't even believe he's a boy, apparently.
You're doing Globus a true disservice, man. Seriously, bro. You really are fucking up Globus all over the place, dude.
Hey, real quick
what you're trying to just before you, Jamesy, what you're trying to imply is that a hospital is useless, and having an ECG machine to measure my heartbeat until my heart stops is useless. And any doctor ever trying to fix your physical body is useless, because you could just update a program in your mind because you're a brain in a vat. So you said there's no way to prove that you're alive. An ECG. Let me finish, Koi Kid. You said to me that you wanted to have a chance to speak. Just let me finish my point. Then I go quiet. Then you can respond. So an ECG machine, which measures your heartbeat until your heartbeat stops, is the demonstration of you being alive and being dead. If you want to think about it in another way, that's just your imagination, like Narnia. In real life, there is equipment to show when someone is dead.
Okay, now can I speak? Something that is not real doesn't mean it's not valid. I like video games and I care about video games, but I know they're not real. So yes, even if
the program they're not real.
The program is
real. I still care about them.
But the point I just said to you, did you hear the point I just said? What about hospital equipment which shows whether you're alive or dead? And then they declare you dead at that time because the equipment has now shown you to be dead.
So if let's go to the situation that I am a brain in a tube. It doesn't make it any less valid me dying in the let's call it simulation than me actually dying.
False. That's only in the imagination, because what you're effectively doing is you're talking about concepts here. So the concept of you being a brain in a tube is actually retarded because you can see your physical appearance. So you know that you're not. And you have all the boring time in between stuff.
I can have a VR headset and I can see people fighting me. Does it mean they're really fighting me?
Do you know that you're wearing a VR headset when that's occurring? Yes.
You're going to...
You know when you're in fantasy, and you know when you're back in RL or real life.
You're going to put a suit that makes people feel things and makes people in a VR headset, and you're going to put them in a virtual world without them knowing. They have no way of knowing their world isn't real. They think their world is real. They think that's what it is.
You're invoking virtual reality. You're arguing against empiricism to defend the globe model. Just let that sink in.
To defend everything that they say.
Listen, until you reach up to your head and your body and you feel that you're wearing something that is not your skin.
How do you know that it is not your skin?
That's your internal wiring. And it is electrochemically real. And if you don't believe it, well, just go touch some fire, some plasma. Hot plasma.
This kid is presenting the Cartesian demon to you guys, and you're all too stupid to understand what he's saying. You guys are idiots.
Thanks, bud.
Carefree. Oh, why did you mute him?
He probably muted himself because he heard you talking.
No, server. It's
because he's a fucking troll. That's all he is.
Why do you care that he's muted?
Why can I show you something in the live stream voice text?
Why it's not real?
He's invoking stories. Okay, he's going to Narnia Land. He's talking about virtual reality. He wants to bend the definition of real now so that he can claim his globe. I mean, this is where we're at. He didn't show us gas pressure without a container. He didn't show us. Yeah, he didn't show us curvature. He hasn't shown us axial rotation. He hasn't shown us anything. He's just run away to story time now. So I think that's about good.
Carefree. The pictures I sent you and the equations that I sent you, they make flat Earth seem very laughable, right? You can write.
Why don't you post it? Why don't you send it?
Yeah, let's all have a laugh. We all want to laugh.
For some reason, I cannot post pictures.
I know. Just send me the picture and I'll post it for you.
Who are you?
I'm Cyrus.
Cyrus, okay. Can you speak?
Oh, yeah, right here. You see me?
Equations.
If you're worried about people looking at you, then if you're worried about what people think about you because you're looking into things that are true, then what the hell? Like, what's the point?
Well, look, if you're okay, if you're gonna deny your neurons firing, if this is where I cannot actually fucking help you, and I know that I can't, because that's just stupidity, right? So if you're gonna deny that mechanism that's within you, like biochemically, I'm fucked here, and I know that.
I sent you.
Talking about concepts. All right.
He's been hanging out with Dr. Stephen Allen Greer. That's what
He's been wearing his VR fucking headset too much, man.
He's been
go outside. Go outside, dude. All right.
You got to wear a VR headset all day to think that you're on a ball.
I mean, this kid is fucking in La La Land. We're not real.
Why are you guys falling into this argument about whether perception is reality? This argument has been going on for thousands of years. Why do you think you can win it?
Cyrus, can you send it?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, Sister Fish, you should probably
both of them.
Stay where you were.
He's just making very specific, tangible claims
you guys
about what the
way
Earth is that we are
overreaching.
testing.
You can't.
No, he's overreaching. He's the one who's going off to story time and invoking fantasy and fairy tales about maybe he's a brain in a jar in order to argue for his ball. So, I mean, it's a tangible thing that he has claimed. It's supposed to have a specific radius, a specific rate of curvature. All he has to do is go out to a lake and measure it. That's it. He doesn't have to start talking about whether he's a brain in a vat. It just shows the weakness of his position that he's doing that.
If you're just in an experiment, why don't you take control? Become a millionaire, go have a bunch of cars.
But the question about whether perception is reality
break free of the
the things the atheist mind comes up with to justify reality.
Yeah, we get it. You're not in reality, bro. We got it.
Okay, can everyone go to the
break free of the chains, man?
Can everyone go to the live stream?
Be like Neo
and see it.
Be like Neo. Trinity now can fly too.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, they have two jacks in their head.
Walk me through your equations here, kid.
They got new jacks installed.
G
new Jack City.
Up top is 9.82. You're missing your units. That's meter per second squared. Okay. And at the equator is G equals G, which is both minus 0.033. So what's that?
Magic number.
And somehow G equals gravity. Words, English. Okay. Wow.
Okay,
Number,
so if
numerals turn into fucking.
Let me speak. If
Go
you
ahead,
are on where the line, the second line with the arrows
equator. I got it.
Yeah, if you're on the equator, there's going to be an outside force that's going to send you outside. So it's going to.
Yeah, centrifugal force. Did you run the math for that?
Yes. No, I did it took me a long time to write because my writing isn't that well, but I didn't run it a long time. But this seems pretty right to me.
No. You have to prove it that it's correct mathematically. I used to tutor. I used to tutor calculus.
Okay, people.
So hold on. So you're gonna have to redo this. You're gonna show me how you got that 0.0337 and what the fuck that is. That's it. That's
show
all you
work.
That's all
you can see all the right.
No. I know you can't see all the parts, sir.
No, those are just statements.
No, not the with. Okay, so. Okay, do you listen? Okay, so. To understand this, you probably do understand it, but to know if that's real, you need to see the experiment people have done to show that things way different.
But what you're saying is you just believe these people. That's all you're saying. You're saying I believe.
Yeah, because I can't go to the North Pole.
They don't weigh differently.
but because it's going to be very hard, and I need to buy a very good.
You just believe. Just say it, dude. You just believe these people. That's it.
And their
Be honest.
experiment has coincided with what I just wrote, and they work together flawlessly.
Well, you could easily test their core. You could test the. You could test the core claim of that model for yourself easily enough if you just go to a body of water somewhere and measure it for curvature. That's all you have to do. You do not have to go through all these mental gymnastics, little buddy. It's so much easier than that.
No, it is not so much easier than that.
No, it is. You can go out and test the surface of the Earth for curvature. Go out and find it. You just take a measurement. You don't have to do all this on a chalkboard. Real life is not on a chalkboard. It is the Earth. That is what we're talking about. We've heard your abstractions, but you haven't demonstrated anything from reality. That's all we've asked you for. You're just in your head this whole time. You're telling stories. You're talking about how you could be a brain in a jar. Okay, that is the level that your claims are on. Like, just show us something from the world that substantiates what you're saying about the world.
Okay, so
You're missing. Wait. All you guys are missing.
Okay, so I have a question for you. An infant,
Hang on just a second. I want to point something out because this thing about things weighing different, even if you determined that they did weigh different in different locations on Earth, what does that even mean? Because the only thing that I've ever seen anyone demonstrate that changes the weight of anything is if you change the medium that it's in. So what is it supposed to mean, even if it did?
it proves that for what we know and the models that you have don't add up with the facts.
You know that your 9.82 is an agreed upon constant because it changes all the time, and it depends on location. It's different.
Yes, so without the rotation,
it is going to weigh differently. No, it has nothing to do with the rotation.
Yes, it does. I just showed you.
No,
I just showed you.
Absolutely not. It changes in the same place, different times of the year. It's an agreed upon constant, dude. You should at least know your physics before you post it. Well, mainstream physicists know that. It is an agreed upon constant. 9.81 per meter per second squared is agreed upon constant. It's an average.
Isn't it 9.82?
No, here I'll post you a TED talk about it. How about that? Yeah, I'll back up my claim.
Oh, and I saw the second paint. I accidentally didn't write squared, so it's okay. It's okay though, right?
It's okay. I know what it is. It's okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't have I haven't yet finished my bachelor's yet, so maybe there are things that I didn't learn yet, but I don't think so.
Yeah, you need to learn about tensor equations and Einstein, because all that shit is Newtonian and doesn't work in space. You know that.
Yeah, you need to learn how to geometry too, bro. I mean, you need to go back to high school for that one, man. I don't understand what's going on with the way you're thinking.
Yeah, go back to the school that teaches us that the Earth is a globe. Have those people teach you about all these things.
Yeah, and you're getting miles ahead of yourself. You should just start at step 1 and just check the Earth for curvature.
Yeah, you're letting equations take over where reality should be. I mean, that's just weird, dude. You rather believe in equations than your own eyes and observations that you can do on your own.
My eyes are stupid. They're literally...
We know.
Yes, I can't believe my eyes.
You can't.
Okay,
my brain tries to do shortcuts to see stuff different.
So that means the equations are wrong.
Told you can't believe your eyes.
Hold on, he just did. He said his eyes are bad. If your eyes are bad, then you can't believe the equations that you just put out. So what the fuck? Bro, make up your mind, man.
Because people say this shit all the time, man. People say this shit all the time, and it bugs me. Because these, even the technology that people have, measuring equipment, all this shit, they say we need this equipment because we can't trust our senses. What the frig do they calibrate this equipment by? They use their senses. I mean, how do they build this shit to test shit?
How are you reading it?
By first using their senses.
Yes. How do you read your instrument?
Okay, so if you have a white screen,
USB plug in your brain or what?
Okay, if you have a white screen with
yes, he will. He will get the fucking Neuralink. He will be a fucking sci-fi zombie.
Let me speak for a
He
second.
would volunteer for the fucking Neuralink human trials, man.
Okay, can you let me speak for a second?
You've been talking.
Okay, so if there is a screen, it has to be white, and there's some color of a circle in the center, and there's going to be a halo that fades out towards the center and towards the outside at any color except white. If you're going to look at the dot at the center, it's going to fade out and just look white.
How your eyes are stupid. Remember, your eyes are stupid. So why?
Exactly. So you don't believe your. So you don't need to believe your eyes.
Is that on a digital screen or is that?
That can work on a digital screen, on an actual thing. It always works.
Wait, have you tried it on like an organic medium that's not? Or
I tried it on paper.
Have you ever been to a gun range? Ever been shooting?
Yes.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
I have.
You're gonna have to draw it or something. So
Yes, I
you're
have.
looking at
Why?
a white wall, essentially. What's
No,
wrong
someone
with the
asked if I've been shooting. Yes, why? Hello?
I said, obviously you trust your eyes then, you little shit. Stop talking stupid shit, man.
Yes,
Seriously.
sometimes I can trust my eyes, but sometimes my
only
eyes
when I'm
deceive
shooting,
me.
though.
Man, shut up, dude.
They only deceive you when
becoming
the
really
world turns
annoying,
out to
dude.
be
Okay,
not what you really think
your
it
brain
was.
has two forms of thinking: slow thinking.
You
and
contradict
fast
yourself
thinking.
left and right, bro.
No, I
Hey,
didn't.
If you
Okay,
can see good enough to shoot, you can see good enough to go out and measure some curvature, so just do it. Cut the crap.
You say
Okay,
I
but now-
can use
now can
my
I speak?
eyes. No, you can use it to a certain limit.
Now can I speak? Okay,
You've
so
been talking. No, okay, don't you just
no,
fucking
No, we're tired. We're
That
tired of
easy.
you, man. We're
click
tired of
and
you.
you're muted. So don't just talk over me, dude. Relax, calm down. Here you go. Try it. Let's try this again.
okay, so now I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, so your brain has fast thinking and slow thinking. So fast thinking is, let's say, when you breathe and when you walk, you don't really think about it, you just do it, right?
Which part of your brain controls that? Because I've been studying neuroscience recently. How
Yes, I'm not a neuroscientist, so I'm not really.
Oh, okay. All right.
that.
Well, all right.
Yeah,
So
but
I
you know
don't, I
to tell
don't
us
take
to
my word on it,
explain.
but I'm pretty sure I'm
How many
right.
types of neurons do you have in
Man,
your body?
How
You like
many
to
what?
talk about a lot of shit you don't know about. You know that? You talk about a lot of shit you don't know about. And you just excuse it. Well, I don't know enough my English. Bro, you're really becoming annoying. Seriously.
Yeah.
Koiki, do you know what you're doing here?
Where?
In here.
Where is here?
Flat Earth Discord server. What's your purpose?
Server.
Oh, I'm just speaking to people, having a debate.
No. I just came in and I have heard you, and I can tell you, after 1 minute of listening to what you are saying in here, what you are doing is propagating faith, your belief, instead of truth. Can you tell me which one is stronger between belief and truth?
It depends.
Can you distinguish between the two?
Gymnastics, man.
Yes. Yes, I can.
How
So then
can
you
you distinguish?
One of them is objective, and one of them is not, and one of them is subjective.
So the Earth, that's an objective thing, right? It is what it is, regardless of what you think it is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and
That
it's a
depends.
ball. It's a ball.
Wait, that depends. If you're going to the philosophy points, you can say if you think about something, it appears, and just the idea, let's say, of thinking about the sun and people knowing about the sun made the sun a thing. So that's just
Okay,
philosophy.
so you're
but
going back to La La Land. You're not going to make a definite claim about what the Earth is.
Okay,
it's
so
just a
let's
story.
don't talk about philosophy. What did you say?
Well, I thought you were making a definite claim about the Earth, and then you turned around and just went back to story time.
Are you like philosophy major or something?
No, astronomy and physics.
Wait, astronomy. What do? You just look up through a telescope? or
No, astronomy and physics.
okay, most of your classes, do you spend like behind a telescope, or do you spend it
No.
on a piece of paper? Of course,
Piece of paper
simulation, right?
Yeah.
and computer.
And is astronomy a science or fortune telling?
I want to learn astrophysics, but and astronomy is a science.
So Kit, huh?
So it's not guessing. It's not guesswork, is it?
It is not. No.
I see. Where are you from?
So you look up at the stars, yeah, in the night sky. You do not touch them, correct?
That is right.
You do not measure them with a
I'm
ruler
not.
or
Yes, I'm not
a
star.
measuring instrument. Do you know of any measuring instrument that can measure a star or
The distance.
its velocity?
The distance between a star. The distance between me and a star, or the velocity of a star.
Yeah.
The distance you can
how
you can
can
use
you-
a lot of things, but I like you can use a lot of things. If the star is close enough, you can use lasers, which are pretty accurate.
Oh.
Or not the star, the planet. If the planet,
What?
If the planet
What
is close
planet?
enough, not
Use the laser and touch
wait.
it.
Do you know what's the purpose of a laser, the laser technology in the observatories?
Which laser? There.
They are using a laser
sometimes
in-
for showing stuff and having the
in the observatories. In the observatories, they are using a laser. Do you know what they are using that for?
Do you mean the laser that they're pointing at the sky? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's for showing and teaching about the stars and the planets, and
No.
that's not what they're doing.
See, yeah, you were saying what you're thinking, so you make
what
a
are they
lot of
doing?
guess. You make a lot of guessing.
Yeah, I said I think.
Fortune telling. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
why I
even know
ask
that.
you. That's why I ask you if you know, because there is a difference between knowing and fortune telling.
Tell you what, next time I build something, I'm not going to use a tape measure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bust out a laser and just use lasers to build my
Don't
house.
you don't trust your eyes either.
Where'd those stars come from, man? And the planets.
I'm throwing those tape measures away.
And so you're an astronomer. Teach
Yes.
me. Where'd the planets and stars come from? Since you measure in astronomy.
So stars are gases. The stars, they're like fogs, like a lot of fog, and then they're getting closer to each other.
In a vacuum? In a vacuum?
A gas ball in a vacuum. That's burning.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Doesn't gas expand?
Gravity, so it doesn't.
No. Wait. So there's no solid material in the center that condensed that started attracting this in your modern
What do you
theory.
mean, gas? There's gas. It's not like solid, but it's still something.
Did you manipulate? Did you manipulate that gas?
Wait, do you know what the
Using
Virial
scientific-
theorem is?
You're lagging. What did you say?
Virial theorem. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, maybe you'll study it in advanced astronomy 3 or some shit. How about gravitational collapses of stars? Do you know what that is? Okay, would you like me to post some white papers about what that is? How that's horseshit? High level, your level, or higher?
Which one?
PhD papers. I gotcha. Which one? There's a ton. Because tell me. So you have to educate me first, though. How this gas and these planets? Where'd they come from again? I forgot.
Originally from the Big Bang.
Were you there?
Oh, what's that?
No, I was not there.
Cool story.
Can you prove
Okay, can I prove that my mother had birthed me?
Bro, if you can't prove that I'm alive, can you prove to me that the Big Bang was real?
Exactly. I cannot prove it, but I can believe it, and that's the most likely and logical explanation.
Can believe it. Yeah.
This kid makes the most
It's a blind belief. If it's without evidence, if it's a belief without evidence, then it's a blind belief.
Hey
And
guys,
that's
hey guys, he's being very respectful to you, and I don't think you should laugh at him.
Shut up.
You guys are so rude.
If this was the year 1021, you'd be saying it. The most logical thing is to think that the Earth is flat. You would just go with whatever the orthodoxy of the time is. You would go with the orthodoxy of the time. That's all you would do.
It depends where you are. Some places knew for thousands of years.
No, they didn't. They didn't say. No, hardly anybody claimed that. There was Pythagoras and a few others, but it wasn't a commonly held perspective.
You were listening, dude.
1,000 years ago, it wasn't commonly held.
Syphilis, if you're listening.
I don't care what time period. You can choose any time period, and you would just go with the orthodoxy of that.
I'll use my moderator power to just quiet the room. Okay. Syphilis, if you were listening, I actually told COVID guy, I was like, hey, fair enough. You know, belief, cool. Religion, I'm down. You know, he gets a pass. So. But you weren't listening. You just want to concern troll.
Koi Kid, what are the states of matter?
Plasma, gas, solid, and liquid.
Oh, then in your pseudoscience knowledge, how come I heard you here saying that the stars are balls of gases?
They're gases and they're nuclear.
You said the stars are gas.
Yeah. Yes.
No. Yeah, and stop mentioning nuclear fission because you have no clue what you're talking about when you say that. Yeah, we will get there, but first we have to clarify: are the stars gas or they are plasma?
And some places they are that, and some places they are that.
Some places. Which place of the star is plasma?
When there are explosions, so in the center it's gas, but when there are explosions at the surface, it's
the star. When it's gas, is it burning?
It's not burning. It's having explosions.
It's not burning. Then it doesn't emit light.
Then it's not plasma.
No, that's not how things work.
Then it's not plasma.
What do you mean?
You know what plasma is?
Do you know the difference? Yeah, the difference between plasma and gas.
You know why we have to contain the plasma? Because it's the kinetic energy. It wants to spread apart so fast. You have to contain it. Show me plasma without containment. I can, of course, but can you?
Lightning strikes.
There you go. Good job. Lightning strike. That's about it. Anything else?
Explosion, like really strong explosions.
Well, they go out though. It's not continuous.
Right.
Yeah. But the sun is
lab-made.
Explosion's not really plasma.
Lab-made
expanding gases.
Oh, that's what plasma is. Just superheated gas.
Lab-made plasma.
So
yeah, it's superheated to where it turns into ions. Yeah.
The non-transient.
When it's plasma,
it's the ionic version of a certain element.
Yeah, and that is no longer gas.
Yes, I know it's not a gas.
Yeah, it's a different kind of state of matter, in which matter exists.
It's
just like there is a difference. Listen. Is a rock the same like a liquid, like water?
Yeah, I know it's not the same.
They are not the same. how different are they one from another? Can you tell me the differences between
The difference
two?
is how close the things are together and how fast the atoms are moving inside it.
I want something. I just thought of something.
So
I want.
you didn't say this molecular or atomic distance between
And the speed they're
atoms
moving.
gives you the molecular shape.
And the speed they're
Yeah.
moving. If it's really fast,
And
it's going
you
to be
also
different
have
stage of matter.
molecular distances. Do you know the difference between atomic distances and molecular distances?
Yes, one is atoms and one is molecules.
What's the difference between the two?
A molecule is something that's made out of elements, like out of atoms.
It's a certain construct, yeah, of
Yes, a certain-
atoms.
of
That's a
atoms, yeah.
molecule, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, in all this, where did you told me that? You know, when someone is asking me the difference between a rock and water, I will say the water is wet, yeah, and the rock is dry.
That's an interesting way of thinking.
Oh, it's interesting. It's not realistic what I said.
It depends. Do you see, let's say, ice? Do you see ice as wet?
Ice is cold, yeah.
Yeah, but is it wet?
And also wet. When you touch it, yeah, it will get you wet.
Yeah, but that's the water that's coming out of it.
Water is coming out of the ice.
It's
Are you kidding me?
the ice is
The
becoming
ice
water.
is
The ice is becoming
frozen water.
The ice is becoming water. It's
Right.
changing its state of matter.
Oh, so the ice is not water.
The ice is water, but just in a different state.
What? Yeah, what kind of state is that?
The ice is solid
Solid. Why is it solid?
because the atoms are moving slower and they are closer to each other.
No.
What about Bose-Einstein condensate?
No. It's not that.
Okay, so what
The
is
ice
it?
is solid. The ice is solid because the water molecules form crystals. They crystallize.
Yes, but they
Have
do
you
it.
heard?
They do
Yeah.
it
Have you
because
heard of
they are on a
crystallization? Do you know? Do you know what crystallization is?
Yes.
Have you studied it?
It's not just in that, but yes.
You said yes. You know. Then yeah. Tell me what's going on in the crystallization process. What's happening?
Okay, so let's say it's hard.
You know, when those snowflakes form, yeah? Can you explain me what's happening there?
Yes,
With the atoms, the molecules, everything.
Okay,
What
so in
causes?
water,
What causes?
okay, so in water, the H2O molecules are starting because the cold. They're starting to move slower. They're starting to condense to each other, and that makes them, because they're moving slower. It's not dripping.
Listen.
And,
From a high velocity, from
and
a
you need a
high
certain point to
velocity,
start to do it.
decelerating from a high velocity to a lower velocity, you call it starting to move slower.
Moving slower.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Kinetic energy.
They start to move slower. Yeah.
Dude, I want to go back.
That's actually not correct.
Because you guys are on ice
Why
now.
is it not correct?
Yeah, because those molecules, they lose energy. It's not about their
They're moving.
motion. As they are losing energy, a result will be a lower velocity. Yeah. But it's not because they lose the velocity. They lose energy, not velocity.
Yes.
What you're saying is they lose energy, so they lose velocity, but they lose velocity, so they lose
That's an
energy.
observable, yeah. That's molecular speed, yeah. That is actually an effect of losing energy.
They're losing energy because of the different temperature.
Yeah.
So
Difference of temperature.
if x is
so temperature.
okay, if x is
temperature
y, if
makes
x is
it
y,
freeze. Correct. It's not the velocity that makes the
if
water
x
freeze.
okay, let me speak. If x does y and y and x are the same, and y does f and f and
The zero
y are
law
the
of
same,
thermodynamics.
then x and
Come on,
f
yes.
are the same.
Yes. Yes. Isn't that the zeroth law? Isn't it? Right? Google it.
What?
Isn't that called the zeroth law of thermodynamics?
Maybe.
It is the fourth law, zeroth.
I don't know names of stuff.
Well, that's what you're just saying exactly. If body A is the same temperature as body B, and body B is the same temperature as body C, then 100% body A and body C are at the same temperature. Yes.
Yes.
He said he don't know what he's saying.
Well, yeah. Well, no.
Exactly.
That's what it's called. He doesn't know the label, but he did know what he was saying. And back to the sun.
Yeah.
You do agree to the kinetic energy of kinetic theory of gases, as you were talking to get beget. So now to the Big Bang. This really hot singularity. Remember, infinite heat. Now it's expanding, which is phenomenal because we know what gases do when they're expanding, right? To fill the void.
Yes. No, what do you mean to fill the void? There was no void because there was nothing there.
No, whoa.
Well, that's pretty much the definition of void.
Space.
Being
But
nothing.
it's outside the observatory space, so you can't really see it.
So wait, okay. So all right, this is Narnia. This is all right. So you have a
That's the thing.
singular.
That's why there's the idea that let's say the universe is expanding, but let's say 3 million years ago it was exactly the same as now because there is nothing outside of it.
There was no 3 million years ago.
Believe in the Big Bang theory? If you don't believe in it, we won't discuss it. Or do you
No, I
believe?
do believe in it.
All right, then let's discuss it. Now it's expanding, right? Singularity.
Yes.
Kaboom. Yeah.
But it is the same size.
Who invented the Big Bang theory?
I don't know. Why would that?
Georges Lemaitre.
Yeah, it's a religious guy. You don't know.
Catholic priest. Yeah.
That's
Trying to come up with a religious theory.
That's nice. Yeah. I know.
He
It's a religion.
died a Jesuit priest till the day he died.
Yeah.
No.
That's interesting.
So, dude, let's talk about
it's
that are expanding because we got kinetic energy. Things are moving outward. Yes. Or no.
Yes, but as I was saying though, 3 million years ago, but by the Big Bang.
No matter how long now. It's irrelevant.
Okay, but it's expanding. But there is nothing out there because it's expanding at the speed of light, and you can't.
Whatever is out there now has been always out there. You agree?
Yes, exactly. Because
How do you measure the speed of light?
It exists on both sides of the equation, sir. Let's divide it out. Yeah, and let's just
wait.
talk about
Someone
the
asked how
would you measure the speed of light?
You cannot measure the one-way speed of light. You can measure the two-way speed of light.
Well, I thought
this is bait. All this is bait. It's all leading.
I thought the act of observing something changes it.
No, we still cannot. We cannot.
Quantum theory, right?
We cannot. How it's called? Measure the one-way speed of light.
Yeah, it's just theory.
So are we expanding, or we at the singularity after the singularity?
Technically yes, and also technically no. Because there was
how not?
Okay, if there is not, first it's expanding at the speed of light, so you can't go there. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the thing that if there's nothing outside, there is no time, there's no space, there is nothing outside.
I'm not talking about the stuff.
No, there is no nothing. Also, there is no nothing, and there is no nothing. There is.
Bro, what the fuck are you? This is philosophy like squared. The shit that you're saying. Just hold on. Listen, you're talking about laugh exactly. You're talking about the void. I'm telling you, sir, fuck the
It's
void.
not a void. There's no void.
Listen, I'm talking about the objects, the mass that's being fucking ejaculated out of the singularity. Capiche or not capiche?
Capiche.
Holy shit! Fucking capiche, man. Goodness. So let's talk about the mass. Is the mass expanding or is it not expanding? Do not take me to the void or I'll fucking ban you. Talking about the mass. You know what I'm talking about.
Technically, it's staying the same.
Oh, so the singularity.
And it's also expanding. It's also expanding because the outside of the...
So we live in a singularity when we never expanded. Is that what you're saying?
And we are also expanding.
Do you know what singularity means?
He doesn't even.
Koi Kid, do you know what singularity means?
What is it?
What?
A certain space that a space that doesn't have like a, let's say, a height or way, like stuff like that, like a y,
dimensions.
Z, and X. Yeah,
I'll get you quotes
dimensions. It doesn't have measurements, so that's one.
It's infinitely small.
Mathematical monster.
No, it's not infinitely small. It is
he's
one.
Right. Infinitely hot is correct. In their description, it's infinitely hot, and it occupies no space. So, thus, they say it has infinite density. And this is madness because, of course, density equals mass divided by volume. And they said it occupies no space, so they set the volume equal to 0, and that's how they get their infinite density. But we know in mathematics, you cannot divide by 0. It is forbidden and undefined.
You can. It's just going to be zero.
No, sir. It's undefined. No, you multiply by 0, you get 0. You divide by 0, you get undefined answer. And if your math professor tells you otherwise, bring him here. And we'll have a serious discussion.
So the density is infinite and unknown.
Bong, you're muffled.
So the density is unknown.
Some professors like mine, they accepted however, mine was excellent. He said, I will accept infinity as an answer. However, he said it's undefined mathematically. But he said if you just if you put that symbol infinity, it's cool. But it doesn't however, it's just the symbol. Symbol means undefined.
Isn't that what I just said?
No, because what they're doing is saying it has infinite temperature. You see? And occupied 0 space. It doesn't exist in reality. It doesn't actually exist. And then out of non-existence, now see, they broke the first law of thermodynamics. Mass cannot be created or destroyed.
Yeah, but that's before the
Then how could you have mass that occupies 0 space?
Yeah, so that's the thing.
There you go.
How do you know that mass and all of that, and mass and heat and all of those stuff are the same in a non-dimensional thing?
Bro, that's your story. That's not our story. That's yours, man. Go ahead.
So you can't have a reasonable debate about it.
There's no yes.
Koi Kid.
Shredding it.
Koi Kid.
0.
Yes.
Easy.
Koi Kid. From an infinitely small place, which is non-dimensional. It means it cannot be measured because it does not have measurements. So space, this thing which you perceive as space, 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z,
it is not existent.
It does not exist there.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and how can you have a billion, million, trillion atoms, inside that?
Okay, so because
do atoms are atoms 3-dimensional? Are atoms 3-dimensional?
Yes.
Yeah, then how can you have atoms in something which is not 3-dimensional?
Okay, so the idea of more dimensions.
The idea of the very existence of the atom. Listen, the very idea of the existence of the atom implies The dimensions. It's dimensions.
No, listen to me. We observe the atom as
You're not
three-dimensionals.
Yeah, show me where you have been observing an atom being into a singularity.
I haven't, but if there is a being that is a singularity, he could see it.
We have a math
I know, it's a nice story that you have. That's it.
You seen an atom?
You agree with the division of zero, Matthew? If you got anything to say on that, please enlighten the kid.
Division is only defined if you have non-zero divisors. If you have a zero divisor, there's no defined answer.
Exactly.
Exactly. Fuck, then you can't say infinity, motherfucker, if you say exactly to that. All right.
So let's put a question mark.
Question mark.
Yeah, I like putting question marks in things I don't know.
Well, you go figure it out. Maybe you'll define it one day, right?
What I want to learn is how things move.
How things move.
Yes.
Like I studied mechanical engineering, so like, what kind of motion are you? Like that's exactly
motion. How do something move from one place to another place? That's
like heat moves from one place to another place, and you can't actually see it.
Yeah, but
it propagates.
No, physical matter, how it moves. That's what I want to learn, and that's what I want to, you know.
Well, it needs that space to move.
What kind, like?
No, in a normal three-dimensional space that we live in, how do things move? That's what I want to learn.
Well, fine then. We'll take you to the three-body equation or the n-body equation with 3 bodies. Do we have a solution for that?
No, we don't know how things move.
Okay. Awesome.
Do you know how the sun and moon and stars move?
We know that they move. We don't know how things move. We don't know how things go from x0 to x10.
Well, this is how they lie to us about what gravity is. That they're trying to explain how things move, but really we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, so that's a really interesting topic because we literally have nothing on it. We don't know even the slightest bit about how things move. So that's a really interesting topic.
We do. How about this? I'm extremely fair, dude.
We do know.
When we look up at the sky, we see that the stars are moving. Now, yes, we assume, check this out, engineer sort of shit, assume, highlight that shit and circle that shit. We assume that where either one of us is moving at a constant velocity, then yes, it's a 50-50 split. We could be moving, or the other body could be moving.
No, however, you're both moving. It's not or. It just depends. It just depends.
Both of them are moving in opposite direction at constant velocity. Sure. So
no,
what you need,
it can be that they're both moving. It just depends relative to what you're moving.
To what exactly? The data.
Relativity proves nothing.
So you're going to need a stationary plane to verify which one is, orbiting or rotating.
Yeah, but we still don't know how things move.
Bro, you can't assume that we are moving just because you have a theory that the Earth could be a ball. First, you have to prove the curvature.
I honestly don't understand what
it was once said through observation that all the heavenly bodies follow Saturn.
Don't you have the Newtonian laws of motion?
I'm not talking
you
about
got Newton.
Okay, I'm not talking about the globe Earth. I'm talking about my finger. How does my finger move from point X to point?
That's biology, bro. That's biochemistry, neurology. That's different.
No, that's not what I'm talking. How things.
Muscles, tendons, electric, chemicals, salt, sugars, acid, bases.
So your neurons fire from your brain down your spine. And then what? Which chemical?
It sends a chemical reaction to my muscles to contract or
what? Which chemical that's released on your muscles?
I don't know how it's called.
Acetylcholine. Good job.
Okay.
At least you know something. You're actually you're not bad.
Wait, let me. I want to talk. Hold up. Everybody, stop, please. Things do not move until an outside force acts upon it, right? And in the case of biology, sun, moon, and stars, I would say it's agency. Okay, you decide to move your finger left to right. How it all works, I don't know, but you're making that decision. So do animals sun, moon, and stars, like, do they decide how to move? I don't know. Why do we call them wandering stars?
Okay, can I say something? So yes, my brain sends a signal to move. So now it moves, but we still don't. We know how it sends the signal to move, but we don't know how the finger is going from.
No, listen, you're missing the points. You're missing the points of making. It's not about how the work, about you making the decision to ask the question how you're moving your fingers.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the neuroscientific viewpoint. I'm talking about the physics viewpoint.
Yeah. So may I answer your
move?
Okay. It's the change of the space occupied relative to time, right? Motion, yeah, or else
it still doesn't explain it. It says what.
Wait, here's another mission.
That is the explanation of an object that moved, right?
The current in the ocean
it's like saying
right?
2 is 1 plus 1.
What causes the current in the ocean to move? What causes the air and the wind to move?
He's not even talking about that, Bong.
I'm not talking about what causes things to move.
He's talking about like define motion. He's trying to define motion. That's what what he's asking is define motion. It's like, okay, give me a definition. Go ahead.
It's not. We don't have a definition because we don't know what we know what it is, but we don't know how it works.
How it works? We have onion laws of motion. Like,
yeah, it doesn't.
You don't know how it works.
Actually, we do know how it works.
No, we do not.
We do. Everything that exists inside the field. Yeah. Magnetic field, electric field, and electrostatic field. What do you know about charges in an electric field, for example?
I didn't take any courses in electric engineering.
So electricity is tooth fairy, is not science, or what?
No, what I'm saying is, okay, so you
do not use electricity in your life is not one very basic, fundamental thing that you are using to live?
It is, but what's your point?
Yeah, a lot of your housing, to see inside your house, you use electricity and light bulbs.
What is your point?
Well, why is it not important for you to know this thing that you are using every day?
Because I'm not
interested in it.
Some people are interested. That's not why I'm not taking. I don't know microbiology. I'm not learning.
I know. Neither did I, and I really want to understand. I know that you studied physics, so please tell me how you don't understand what motion is.
We understand that something is here and then it's there, but we don't understand how it got from here to there.
Oh, we do. You must spend energy. That's a fact.
Yeah, we know that. We know that for it to go from there to there,
observe it.
Something has to happen, but we still don't know how it goes from there to there.
Yes, we do.
Motion.
Observe it.
Yeah.
Observe it.
Motion in an electric field is given by the charge.
He's not even talking about that, man. He's just talking about of what. That's the thing here, man. Let's define what. How about that? Motion of.
An example of what you're talking about.
A car, electron. What are we talking about?
Everything, every motion, every possible motion.
No, man.
Come on. Motion. The motion of a particle, of a charged particle, is one of the most fundamental kinds of motion.
Okay.
Yeah. If you get to understand that, you will be able to understand a whole lot more.
Yeah, exactly. There's this idea that if we understand how things move and how things react with each other, we are going. No, wait a second. Let me talk.
The charge of that electron tells you. The charge of that electron tells you if it's moving with the electric field or against it.
Okay, now can you let me speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, so there's this idea. So if we are going to understand how particles move, how particles behave with each other, and how particles are, we are going to know everything that is going to happen, the future. There's this idea that we are going to know exactly what is going to happen. And because if we know how things behave, we can predict what it's going to do, right?
Oh, so you are now diving into fortune telling.
Yes.
Exactly what I was telling you about 15 minutes
It's
ago.
not fortune
telling. Yeah.
Fortune telling, yes.
Telling the future is fortune telling, palm reading. You know, have you ever
Okay.
been to a circus where there is a
We
Asian
know.
woman
Okay.
and
Okay.
she reads your palm?
Okay. Listen.
Asian
to me,
lady
okay?
once read my palm. She used the motion of her thumb.
Okay, I'm throwing some. Okay, listen.
To feel bad.
I'm throwing something. Let me speak. I'm throwing something.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm throwing a ball. I'm predicting that the ball is going to fall back down. It's not reading the future. It's just prediction.
It's actually fact. It's not.
Yeah, if it's a ping pong ball and I blow air,
Quantum mechanics.
it's not
quantum
gonna fall
mechanics says-
anymore.
Quantum mechanics
Post-diction,
says
anyway.
that there is a chance that it's just going to go into
Quantum mechanics is only
quantum
because
mechanics.
they measured. They thought that light behaves like a fucking particle, and they saw that it behaved like a wave. So they thought an electron behaves the same way as a photon, and did the same experiment with an electron to measure which side the electron's passing through. Found out that after they measured it, then it appears as a particle again. Wait, what? It's all about their misunderstanding of how light works.
Yeah.
It's electromagnetic. It's a perturbance. It's a phenomenon. It comes from darkness. There is no light. Light is not pure.
Too much, Joshua. That's esoteric. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it Einsteinian sort of horseshit.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
You need to stop
I'm
believing.
100% with you. That's exactly what I. That's
You
fine.
need to stop believing and entertaining the ideas that you hear, like from quantum mechanics and all these theories. Like you can't take it in. Like you can't accept these things as a possibility until you verify them from the bottom up. You know what I mean? Like so, saying quantum mechanics says that this. Well, that's at the level of whatever they're talking about, and even then, that's
Quantum mechanics proves God to me, man. I
Okay,
kinda like
here,
that.
listen to me. That's not quantum mechanics. There is a very, very small chance that if I'm going to pass my hand through the wall, it's going to pass through it, right?
No, there isn't.
no chance
Let's
that's
try it.
gonna happen.
Let's try it. Run as fast as you can into the wall head first.
No, it's
Try
a
it.
very,
There is a small chance. I'm betting. I'll bet.
It's
all
a
my-
very, very,
I mean,
very small.
I thought I could do it on shrooms once.
Stop. Everybody stop. Hold on. This is what I mean. You're misunderstanding what they're saying, and they don't even know what they're saying, right? And now you're saying things like, you can pass your hand, a solid object, to another solid object. That's not science. They're talking about something at the level of light. Your hand is not light. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you applying something
Light.
at the level that... Okay? Do you understand? Okay, there's no chance that your hand's going to pass through the wall. Do it.
There is a chance.
No, it's not chance. What is the chance?
One.
You can tell me that over
There's
a
a chance I can fly.
If you
One to get to Googleplex to the power of Googleplex to the power of that 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 to the power of that.
Science.
One power of that to the power of that.
Light to travel across the universe, and just like it took billions of years for dinosaurs and all those things, that's how you're gonna try to explain this. But that's bullshit.
Yeah, you keep invoking some really unlikely odds to back up your model.
Yeah, something unlikely doesn't mean it's impossible.
About light or a baseball that you're throwing, man. Talk about what was up?
Basically, if we go by that logic, right, then here's something I'm gonna say, right? The chances of me becoming Superman is there, right? It's like a very slight chance that I can turn into Superman one day, but it's there. Do you agree?
No, because it's scientifically impossible.
How about this? Do you know Mr. Lagrange?
Actually, no.
It depends. It depends what.
Which science? One moment. Which science says that it's impossible for a man to become a god?
Okay, let me speak. Okay, the other person said Superman. It depends what you define as yourself.
We are not going to talk about fucking Superman right now.
No. Which science forbids you to be
Is
Superman?
yourself or only your particles, or can new particles come and
something absolutely impossible and ridiculous to happen can happen is
possible to have
Fix your mic,
Superman's powers, but
You're
it's
muffled.
very unlikely.
Sometimes you're muffled and you're not. It sounds like you're using earbuds and the mic is flipping around sometimes.
Is this better? Sorry. Is this
Yes.
better?
Yes, indeed,
Okay.
sir. I am Batman. Yes, Batman.
Okay, so let's.
Yeah, are you getting sick, Bong?
It depends what you define as yourself.
Dude, yourself, bro. What happened to Newtonian mechanics we were talking about? Why do you always take it to philosophy, bro? I want tangible shit that you got to throw at you.
I want to talk about the geometry. It's so cool. What about
Because
that?
we're talking about so unlikely stuff.
No, we're not. We're talking about reality. We're not talking about sophistry. We're not talking about philosophy.
We're talking about
We're not talking about
Superman.
You're
talking about. Oh my God.
Well, you're the guy in here.
You're
who
the one
said
saying you can
that,
pass your hand through a wall.
Science,
Yeah,
science said it's
I can.
impossible for a man to become Superman.
Let's
so
see it.
Which science forbids
Yeah, that depends.
mankind to become Superman?
What is you?
No, that was a bad example.
I know what she's saying. Listen, guys, she's saying that if an elephant hangs itself by his tail over a cliff, there's a chance they can hang by a daisy. That's quantum mechanics, right?
Yes. Yeah, there is that slim chance. In how many million years till
That's what she's saying.
Okay.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
So those are the odds of the globe being true. Got it.
Look, wait. What we're talking about, okay, it's being taught in school as true. Okay, so you have to tell us, hey, it's a ball or it's not a ball. That's it. No
I like
philosophy
the
required.
conversations that we're having.
Dude, all right. Since
They're
motion,
fun.
I know. I want maybe you're gonna learn something. I'm not sure. I was gonna tell you about Lagrange, whatever. Because the baseball you're about to throw, right? So your prediction, bro, it's gonna fall. Okay. Now, why is it moving? That's interesting.
Not 100%.
No, check this out. No, we have figured this out because you're studying Narnia. You stare through telescopes and you work out math. I study engineering. We have to take your horse shit and we have to make something out of it. And if it's absolute garbage, we don't even look at it because it's not tangible, right? So Lagrange, right?
Do you
Nice
want
to
to
meet you.
mine
You have a ball. Listen, you picked up this ball from its place of equilibrium on the ground. So he modeled, instead of Newton, like there's another sets of mechanics called Lagrangian mechanics, and it takes kinetic energy and potential energy instead of F equals ma. And it's an entire system that we don't learn in school because they chose to teach us the Newtonian mechanics system. Not even though like mathematics, they teach us like Lagrangian transforms and whatnot, but they don't get into like Lagrangian mechanics.
I do know.
So, anyways, the ball, because you put energy in it, potential energy, by picking it up from the ball, by actually kinetic energy through, of course, chemical energy, thermochemical energy from fuel, that's food that you ate, that went through your arm, that your arm put in the ball, of course.
You change its position in space, correct? Yeah.
Correct. So you change its place of equilibrium, thus you put charge in it. You actually heat charge. You did.
Yeah.
We can quantify this shit, right? We did already. You know, joules.
I do agree with you that
Mr. Joule. Thank Mr. Joule for that shit. Called the Joule.
One of the things I do agree with you is that the school system teaches a lot of stupid stuff that are not true at any way, and it's annoying. And the school system doesn't prepare you for stuff. I don't like the school system, but it does. But not all the things they teach are wrong. Some of
No.
the things are.
They don't tell you that there's another way and that's an easier way to do it. They just teach you this method and that's it.
Something I don't like about school that isn't. It's not about what we're having, but tell me if you also think that. Let's say they're telling you if you have this problem, do this. But a lot of times they're not even in high school and middle school and stuff like that. Not in college. They're telling you stuff like, if there's a problem, do this. But they're not even teaching you why to do this. Like,
yeah, it's indoctrinating you and preparing you to be a good worker.
Because it works.
Because they want you to be a worker and not a thinker. They want you to put your head down, so they teach you the skills you need to do the work. It's labor. It's called human resources, and they're indoctrinating you into a model so that you do keep your head down. You struggle when you go to work. A lot of people struggle to survive. This keeps them busy. That's why people don't think. That's what school is designed to do.
Yeah, so I don't like the high school, middle school, elementary school system.
Even in college, it's the same thing, man. They don't.
No,
it's read other stuff.
College is designed to put you into debt. College is designed for you to get a house loan, a car loan, a family, and get a job to pay off that debt. The college debt, right? The Sally Mae.
No,
debt
I don't have it.
Listen. A lot of people who go to college, right, end up in debt because that's the only debt that cannot be removed, even if you claim bankruptcy. So it's designed to put people into debt. Money is debt. Debt is money.
Cyrus, what is your academic level? I'm just interested.
Why?
No, I'm just interested.
It could be whatever.
No, I just want to know. I'm just interested.
What does academia have to do with it?
His academic level is nerd level. Why?
It is.
Engineering.
He's got a pocket protector for his pocket protector, okay?
I just want to know.
I keep it hidden, man.
It doesn't take nerd level education to know the Earth is not a ball and that we're being lied to. And, bullshit.
I've studied a lot more stuff outside of college than what I took in college, right? It's the stuff that I like that I'm like. I don't know shit. Like, well, I do.
How old are you?
Why?
No,
how old do you think? Let's see.
26.
Close, 30. Not that close.
He's 29.
How old do you think I am?
19 or 20.
No, 17.
17?
17, got him.
Yeah, I was giving you 15 a lot. Man.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's a 17-year-old boy or a 17-year-old girl.
You're smart for a 15-year-old. Not smart enough.
Just Quay for right now.
Not enough days to be a 15-year-old.
No, quantum mechanics states.
Well, it's the French. Right?
You want to go into quantum mechanics? Proves God. Or you're going to have to say that photons are living. You want to go down that route? There's one experiment, and it's empirical, that is just shredding. It shreds everything else. And
my fun in life is trying to prove unprovable things.
Your what? Your phone? I'm sorry?
Do you know what that is? Hey, listen.
Be at it a while.
Curvature? Koi kid. The curvature is one of those things. That's why we're all here. It's unprovable.
Don't you think it's fun to try to prove unprovable things?
Bro, quantum mechanics is about that.
The curvature of the Earth is one of those unprovable things.
For now.
Well,
to prove the curvature is like trying to prove that you are the father of your own father.
Dude, have you heard about an
I'm my own grandpa. Yes, I'm my own grandpa.
Holy shit!
I was always fascinated that someone can be your grandchild and your child.
It's a time travel joke / mind, joke.
And your child can be your brother.
You want to know what else is crazy?
So not really worth it.
This is what's crazy, right? With Einstein's work with relativity, right? States
Special
that everything
relativity
is
or general
states that
relativity?
just with relativity in
No,
general.
those are two
Relativity
different
in general. I know because special relativity means there's a special circumstance for
Yes,
certain
I hate
causes.
special relativity. Special relativity
Now,
is
regular relativity, right? It's all relative to the perspective, right? So you could either be in a point in space observing the rotation of the Earth, or you could be on the Earth observing no rotation and observing the heavens rotating.
You like general
The math
relativity?
works both ways.
I like general. I don't like special
What's
relativity.
the energy momentum tensor in Einstein's tensor equation?
You're really like.
Okay, one more time. What's the energy momentum tensor in the Einstein field equation? Since you said you like general relativity.
No, I like the idea of general relativity.
Idea. Oh, I don't like idea. I like mathematics.
Memes.
I am not special in general relativity.
They're
Koi
fleeting.
Kid, you like Koi Kid, do you like the idea that your feet are older than your head?
No, that's special
Yeah, he does.
relativity. That is
He
special
likes that.
relativity,
Huh?
not general relativity. Two different. Special relativity is stupid.
Ideas are good if they're grounded in reality and we can manifest
Special
it into the
relativity is
real world.
stupid.
Koi Kid, ideas are good if they're real and we can make it happen for real. What I mean, what good is if
That's
an
just because it kills the
General
force of
relativity.
gravity.
General relativity is all
The
about
force.
general relativity is about the gravity and space-time, and special relativity is also about it, but it's also about how time is dependent on your movement.
Time is an idea. Hold on.
How time contracts and dilates.
Yes.
Have you guys?
I don't like special relativity.
Let me say something about time real quick, please. Time
You guys
time is a
already asked
measurement.
about gas pressure.
Time is a measurement. The way and because we live in because there's a sun moving around the sky, we develop this way to measure this length that we're alive. So time is just think about it. Time doesn't exist. It's just how humans measure how long things are based on the sun, right? So
How we choose to slice it.
Not based on the sun, based on things. Second is not based on the sun.
No. Listen. The millisecond, right? It comes from what? From the second. The second comes from what? The minute, the hour comes from the sun.
No, second comes from a time from twice the time. No, second
comes from a
time.
cycle.
What?
Cycle. Do you
Yes.
agree? Or yes, that's it. Cycle.
No. Okay.
Cycle of what? That's it. Fill in the blank.
Time does not exist.
It's the sidereal day. The sidereal day is from sunup to sunup, and then that is
Time and
considered a
space.
day length. And then that day length is divided into hours and then divided into minutes. That's the point Bong is trying to make. A sidereal day is sunrise to sunrise. That's your day length. And then you divide that into whatever segments. You can call it picoseconds or nanoseconds or milliseconds. You can choose how you slice that up. But the day length is set by the sun.
Is the smallest time. The Planck second is the smallest. But look, what the point is, it's a measurement. It's just like the inch. Like it's a human concept that we use to try to measure things.
Exactly. So
it's a measurement for the rhythm.
There is something called size, and we made up a measurement to see like meters and centimeters and.
But the events that happen during these measurements, during these days, during this time that we call time, the events that happen, we are concerned with these events. So it's not a thing that you can manipulate, like the way Einstein says space-time. Listen. Time cannot be affected that way space-time is explained. It's not a thing that can be manipulated.
That's why special relativity
They're made of concepts. They're made up concepts.
Right.
Both space and time are concepts. Their constructs are made up.
Einstein is stupid. That's why you're right.
Yeah, it's just a way we measure something. Just like we measure distance, we also measure time, right? How long something takes to get from A to B. Like you said, how does something go from here to there? Right?
I want to see a fabric woven out of space. space and time strings. Show me that shit. Where's the
Time is considered a control variable. We measure reactions
I have a
against
question.
time.
I have a question here.
Wait, I'm just mid-sentence. Hold on a sec, and it's relevant to the time aspect. Time is a control variable or a constant variable. So when I measure how quickly the reaction happens over time, time is on the base of my graph. Time is not a causal effect. So I cannot say if I wait 2 minutes, nothing will suddenly become something. Time is not a variable that actually changes something. Time is just something that we measure against to see how quickly or how slowly something occurred. And that's why it's conceptual.
Okay, I forgot something. Right, I said that the one-way speed of light isn't measurable. Sorry, it isn't measurable in the special relativity model. It is measurable in any other model. Sorry. Forgot to say that.
I don't go by any models. That's the problem.
No, but this kid's in his mind. It's all conceptual, and it can be a simulation. So trying to identify that a concept is not reality. The concept is just our description of what we think reality is doing, and then that concept has no value. So the same way that space and time, or the idea of a space-time continuum, if I ask you how many kilometers are there in a second, or how many hours are there in 1 mile, does that make sense?
No, it does not.
But I'm linking space and time into one concept. How many miles are there in a second? And how many hours are there in a meter?
3 milliseconds.
There are 4.2 miles in 1 second.
4.2 miles in 1 second. Okay,
so actually, this fabric is Superman's cape.
Yes. So
if you say a space-time continuum, or you talk about space-time, you're talking about miles in a second or seconds in a mile,
that's
which
really
is
weird.
retarded.
Yeah, it's like saying that I don't know, a color of something can be like changed by their size.
It gets worse. You can't weigh things in terms of force now. It's the curvature of this fabric that's made out of space-time string.
You know, in one.
No, don't cut me off. No, I don't know. I don't want to know. You should know this from Einstein. Okay, so it's actually the gravity is measured in the curvature of the fabric of space-time due to the mass warping it. So it's the rate of curvature of the continuum that determines why things fall down to the ground. So there you go. There's gravity for you.
Okay. Oh yeah, but
that shit.
The thing that I said, we did general relativity wasn't proven, but it was made more plausible when they saw that light is bent by.
It doesn't. It doesn't address what I'm talking about at all.
So
you mean a fairy tale? If a fairy tale becomes more believable, the fairy tale becomes truth.
No, it's not truth, but it's more
modified.
Believable.
Yes, it becomes modified fairy tale solar.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, fairy tale improved.
Yeah, cosmology is fairy tale. They're science-based fairy tales.
Well, okay, at least you admit that shit. Nice, dude.
So science, the word science or the scientific method, is a very specific method, including experimentation.
Yes.
Now, no one has experimented on the bending of a space-time due to the uneven distribution of mass, causing gravity wells where objects now sink into the center of a gravity well.
So you're trying to say it's not scientific, right?
It's not experimented on, therefore cannot be termed scientific.
Yes, that is true.
It falls... If you go and look at the definition of pseudoscience, pseudoscience means not conforming not conforming to a scientific method.
Yes, I
and
know
the scientific method, step 4 is experiment.
Yes, I
so
know
if it
that
doesn't
string
conform to an
theory
experiment,
and special relativity and general relativity is pseudoscience.
are not scientific. They
Yes,
fall
I
into
know.
pseudoscience. You know.
Yes, I know that. Yes.
You gotta stop cutting
Okay, great.
people off, man.
I think
All right, so
everyone
that
in the scientific community knows that.
Koi Kid, but you just said the opposite when you were saying these things like general relativity, which are scientific.
Scientific.
Now, you've just conceded that they're not scientific.
Really?
And they're
Is
actually
that-
falling into pseudoscience.
No, yes, they are.
What's a scientific community, man? So I have a
And
bachelor's of science, so I'm a
all the-
scientist. There you go. By community standards, there you go. That's not what a scientist is, though. A scientist is a person who uses the scientific method.
Exactly.
What is this community of science? What's that?
Physicists mostly, because other things can be scientific and not be physics. But so a lot of
Such as what?
Most
Such as what?
Neuroscience.
What can be non-physical and still be scientific?
Narnia.
Neuroscience.
Neuroscience, you think that they don't conduct any experiments by
Yeah, so
plugging
that is
electrodes into the
scientific.
brain
It is
and
scientific.
stimulating the brain to
Oh.
cause an effect
Yes, it
and
is
thereby
scientific, but it's
prove
not physics.
Quite empirical, you know.
I said it is scientific.
it
it's
it
not
is scientific because there's experimentation and it
that's
is
what-
physical because you're physically working on the brain.
Yeah, but it's physical, but it's not physicsy.
Physicsy? No, it's very physicsy.
Why
It's
is it
physicsy
physicsy?
squared.
Physics is the root word for physical.
Physics is square.
And it's the
squared is
study of the
physics
natural
of the
and physical. Okay, Koi Kid, this is where you're wrong, and this is where you need to just listen for 1 second.
Okay.
If they are experimenting, they are conducting science. If I have a human brain and I experiment on the human brain,
Yes,
I
that is
am
science.
conducting science.
I never said that.
If I look up at the sky, wait, I'm not finished. You'll know I'm finished because I'll stop speaking. When someone is looking up at the sky and not doing experiment, such as Einstein with either general relativity or special relativity, there was never an experiment to support the hypothesis from the man claiming the hypothesis. That's not called science. That's called pseudoscience because it's not conforming to an experiment-based scientific method. Do you understand that?
Yes, all the things that you just said, I knew, and you're not telling me anything new. What I'm trying to say, yes, neuroscience is science, but it's not physics. So all the, let's call it physics community, not all of it, but most of it, knows that string theory and special relativity and general relativity is pseudoscience.
Yo, kiddo, can you take a break for a second? Let's talk to this new guy, just for a minute. Give you a
Okay.
break. GYG, can you?
Oh yeah, what's up?
Yeah, how do you say your name, man?
Just call me Gig. That's fine.
Gig. All right, what's happening?
Not much. I'm just listening. It's good old fashioned.
All right, enjoying the convo.
Yeah, sure.
Do you wanna? You got any? You want to say something about it or whatever? Go for it.
So the poor kid, right? He was just talking about. He meant physics, right? And that's the branch of science that deals with the structure of matter and how fundamental constituents of the universe interact. And you guys meant something physical, so I just wanted to clear that up. But I also wanted to say that general and special relativity are actually very well tested in terms of actually how they work, their properties.
What's tested about this? Yeah.
There was
Can
an
you post?
experiment where a satellite that was launched into space was actually at a hyperbolic orbit, so they could see the difference in time on the clocks in the satellite between when it was at its low point in the orbit, so deeper into the.
That's general. That's special relativity, not general relativity.
No. Listen, because it was closer to the Earth, like the gravitation of the Earth made it go.
Dilated the time.
Part of space time, right? So when it's closer to the Earth, they actually saw that time ticked, I believe, slower relative to the Earth than when it was further away from the Earth. and that was actually tested. You can
Really, I didn't know about this experiment, but if you say so, that I'm going to see it, and I'm going to see it, and that's an interesting experiment. But it's special relativity, not general relativity that you're talking about.
No, that was general relativity because it's the curvature of the space-time causing it, not the relative motion between the satellite and the Earth.
Yeah.
No,
exactly. It's the curvature of space-time.
This is where, Gig, this is where the misunderstanding of an experiment comes in. Because the true nature of an experiment is for you to isolate an independent variable, and then you manipulate that independent variable to prove cause and effect. So, for example, if you claim the cause of this clock being different is space-time, you would then need to manipulate space-time, either turning it on or off, to demonstrate through experimentation that you've isolated the independent variable from the dependent variable, which is the effect, and all your other control variables are set constant to prove the cause of the effect.
Yeah,
so what we're saying is that this region of space considered a vacuum adjacent to a high-pressure gas, firstly, that can't exist. They say that they sent something to that place. How do you corroborate that they actually send something to that place? Secondly, there's two pieces of instruments, two clocks. So if you've ever owned two watches in your life, has one ever run fast or one ever run slow? And could that be in the apparatus itself? Yes, that is a possibility. Secondly, once you place these two at a distance from one another, how could that logically affect any time variation between these two pieces of equipment?
Exactly.
How could you haven't manipulated time? So all you've done is you said on this clock it's fast and on this clock it's slow.
Yes,
Therefore, some fairy tale is true.
You observed.
But
You didn't
I can show
conduct
you
an experiment.
100 clocks, and all 100 clocks will be running at a slightly different speed due to how precise the mechanism is made inside the clock. I know that this claim is atomic clocks, so it goes to like the 12th decimal place, and they're claiming that the decimal places are changing, thereby everything about this relativity idea is true because it was claimed that if you could demonstrate this, it would then support it. You've got two pieces of clock, so two pieces of hardware, and then there's a magic trick going on with that piece of apparatus. In the same way that when I put a rabbit in a hat, and then I turn the hat over and the rabbit's gone, that piece of apparatus was designed with that purpose in mind. So how have you manipulated time or space-time to prove that space-time is the cause of what you just claimed it does?
All right.
Yes, like I said, you didn't conduct
No,
an
that's too gig. That's too gig.
Be quiet.
Oh, okay.
So, space-time, in a way, the experiment doesn't prove the existence of space-time. Space-time is basically just a very effective way that we have of explaining the results of that experiment. And so far, mathematically speaking, those
No, I thought you said that that was supporting the space-time. You can't have space-time supporting the experiment and the experiment supporting the space-time. That's circular reasoning.
Why can't you?
It's called circular. I'm not talking to you, Koi Kid. It's called circular reasoning. Write it down. Read the definition, and you'll understand. Gig. You cannot use one thing to be the cause of something, and then conversely, it's also the backward cause of something else. That's circular reasoning. So either space-time is true, and then we do this experiment to try and measure it, or this measurement is true, and then we're trying now to prove space-time. It cannot go both ways.
I'm sorry. It was my bad saying that this explains space-time, because Einstein actually came up with space-time a fair bit before that experiment took place.
Your precise claim was there is plenty of experiments proving this correct. When we asked for one said experiment, you then proposed this idea as solid proof. This was your silver bullet. This proves special relativity or general relativity, whichever one you guys think that a change in a clock is proving when I can show you 1,000 clocks all running at different speeds?
Okay, flat Earth solar. Can you give me the globe Earth thing?
For you?
Yeah, but look, you guys are talking about the fruit on a tree that doesn't exist. You can't really talk about all that if there's no curvature to the earth. So kind of like, you know what I mean?
What?
Correct.
No. If the Earth is a globe, it's not flat.
Maybe take Gig through the 3 questions.
The Earth is a globe. It's not flat.
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying first. Because you're saying that the mass of this ball, right, is bending the space time. That's gravity. So there you go. There's your ball again. So now let's get back to the ball.
All right.
So proving that.
All right. Fuck space time.
No, like I said,
Wrong style.
Okay.
Hey, how about this? Watch this.
No.
You're getting muted. Nope. Boom. Done. Just be quiet. We're talking to Gig for now, and then we'll get back to you. Okay? Just listen. All right, Bong. Take it.
I was just saying, maybe we should talk about the curvature first. Because if we can agree that it's not curving, then we don't have to argue about space-time and all that craziness. Just walking the dog.
All right.
You got proof of curvature, man?
Oh, me? Is it my go? Right.
Oh, yeah. It's all you. Yeah, I put the other guy on mute because he's too excited. We've been talking to him for like 5 hours.
There have also been experiments where clocks on top of a mountain have ticked faster than clocks that are at sea level. And that would suggest that
thus curvature
is
thus.
Yeah, so
thus you have 2 different clocks that tick at different times. That's all you demonstrated. If I've got 2 vehicles and one drives faster, does that mean that's space-time? Because my one vehicle drives faster than another one.
Why do you think they tick differently if not for space-time?
Do you know the mechanism designed inside a clock?
Yeah,
you get different grades of mechanism. You get what do they call them? Chronoscope, or something like that, where it doesn't lose 10 milliseconds in a year, but it will lose 10 milliseconds in a year because the mechanism inside it cannot be as precise as it needs to be. So then they go up to the atomic clock scale, where it then becomes digital, and it's about sending and receiving light and the measurement of that to deduce what time is. Now, even on an atomic clock scale, you're going to find that there's a calibration required. Why do you think calibration is required? Because there might be variance. Okay, so what you've said is that there's variance in 2 clocks, therefore proof of space-time.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you that clocks have variance. Do you understand that point?
Yeah. But the variance in
So do you still think that variances in clock readings proves anything?
But the variance in the atomic clock isn't nearly a large enough variance to justify the sort of difference in measurement that they found. They found a difference in the measurement that was outside of the actual uncertainty that comes with an atomic clock. Now, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember
it doesn't matter magnitude. Listen to what I said. If there's variance, big or small, there can be variance in the apparatus. And you said, yep, you agreed with that, correct?
There's a small degree.
That's why there's a calibration required, because there can be variance. Now, when you go and look at these measurements, the one that you claimed was about orbital distances, like 250 miles away, supposedly. And then that can start to make sense.
So it was a lot further away from the Titan's orbit.
But listen, that could start to make sense. Telling me that you can measure a difference at the top of a mountain versus at sea level indicates that this is like a constant difference, and that if I were to be that precise, that I take the same clock up to different levels and I start measuring different speeds, that to me would be very definitive. But if I had 2 clocks, I would still question, are those two clocks running at the same speed inherently? If there's a calibration aspect to the clock.
Yep.
Do you understand?
Yep. So you have to be a
so now,
theory to...
but listen, like Bong said rightfully so, normally when someone enters this room, we generally ask them 3 foundational questions just to try and identify if what you think you know is a real that you know it, or whether it's mostly just that you don't know it, but you believe it to be true.
All right.
So I'll just highlight the 3 questions very quickly. This is not a gotcha. It's not trying to trap anyone. It really is just about ascertaining your understanding the difference between knowing versus belief.
They are the same.
The very first question is, who measured, so this can go back through history or it can be up until today, who physically measured that there is curvature to the earth that you're standing on top of? And there's a difference between calculation, where you take a pen and paper, and measurement, as in going out and shooting a laser or using a tape measure or using some device to truly measure the curvature. Who's measured curvature all the way from past to now? What was their name and what was their method?
Well, for that one, I can see to the horizon, right? And that's because the Earth curves away from my line of vision, and that's why I can't see beyond the horizon. So that's my sort of like, I could say I've sort of experimented with the curvature of the Earth because it curves away from my line of sight, my field of vision.
Okay, so that's preposterous because you're saying I can look with my eyes and therefore measurement. No, a measuring tool or something to actually determine a measurement has to be done physically and not simply through observation. Observation is correlation. Observation is not causation. You have to go and manipulate or test something to prove causation. Observation is just merely looking at it. So, like I'm asking, this should be as famous as anything. Here's this guy. He built this 3-mile stretch of something. The Earth curved away from that object, that horizontal object, by this much, proving that the Earth curves underneath this object at exactly the rate that it should do. What year was it done? What was the actual thing? So you've got 1 or 2 answers. The answer is, this is his name and this was the way he did it. Or you can say, I don't know. But I believe it was done. And that's the point of these questions, is either you know this, so tell me his full name and the experiment that he did to prove it, or the answer is, I don't know, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, well, I don't remember anyone's full name that did any experiment in particular. But,
to measure. Now, there are 2 guys who claim to have calculated it. The one is Eratosthenes, and the other one is Al-Biruni. So later on, when you want to go and read up about them, you'll see that they also used observations, like you were saying, and those then use observation and calculation, assuming the Earth is a sphere in the first place, to then come to some derived idea, whereas measurement is tangible, you actually go measure it. Second question, axial rotation. So we're told that day and night is caused because we spin.
Yeah.
So the sun is stationary and we're actually spinning on our axis. So who in history, from all the way previous that you can think of, all the way up until today, what was his full name? What was the test that he did to prove that we have axial rotation of this place?
You could look at satellites, for example, that are orbiting the Earth. You could probably see that.
So that's not what he asked, right? You have difficulties answering questions, I've noticed. It's not what he asked.
Is he asking for a person? Because I don't know.
Yes.
It's like
so then Flatter Solar said, well, it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. Okay?
All right.
Yeah.
But none of this would contradict a globe Earth. Like,
so I asked for rotation. So I asked, we'll get there. I asked for what was his name, and what was his scientific method to prove that the ground below your feet is spinning, and you again said, look up and imagine there's a satellite up there in orbit. So I'm asking for the man and the experiment he did to prove that this Earth globe that you think it is spinning to cause day and night. The answer is you give me his name and the experiment, or you say, I don't know.
So I have a video here of the Arctic midnight 24-hour time lapse, and that's
Is that an observation or an experiment? Is that an observation or an experiment?
It's a video. It's an experiment which shows.
All right, listen to my question. Is that an observation or is that an experiment?
So far, it's an observation. But
which is not an experiment, which means not proof, not scientific evidence.
You can observe anything, theory, according to you. If you're saying a video isn't concrete proof, or you're saying a video is just an observation, then how do we know not everything is just an observation?
Yeah, I can show you a video of Bigfoot. Is then Bigfoot real?
Well, no, but
no. So there you go. There you go.
So then video alone, an observation alone, is not sufficient. Otherwise, they would say the scientific method is go and observe and declare. And then that's all you would need for the scientific method, and you'd never have to experiment.
I could go to Antarctica, and then I could...
Okay, so like I asked again, who proved, and I'll give you the answers after you say, I don't know. I'll give you the answers. But I'm asking you, do you know who and how he proved that the ground below his feet, so you're going to be looking down at the ground, and proving that the ground below your feet is spinning? Who and how did he prove that?
I don't know anyone's full name, but with a bit of research, I think I get it fine.
Thank you for that honesty. I appreciate that.
I would be able to come back and explain.
All right. Well, now I'm going to give it to you. So the only person who's ever claimed it is Leon Foucault. They call it the Foucault pendulum. And they hang this little pendulum in a room, and supposedly the bottom of the room rotates underneath the top of the ceiling, which is quite amazing because they claim that the floor is moving, but the ceiling is not. So amazing demonstration that the ground below your feet is moving. So if the ground was moving below your feet, you'd be able to release a balloon and you would watch the earth slowly move away from the balloon going up, and you would start to see the balloon moving in an arced fashion, and we call that the Coriolis effect. So this thing should be demonstrable. You should know the name of the person and how he proved it, but there wasn't. Throughout all your education so far, they didn't teach you the name of the person who proved curvature, and they didn't teach you the name of the person who proved that it spins. Now we go on to the third question. Gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. So the very first requirement to achieve a gas pressure is containment. If I want to pump up my car tire, I need a rubber tire to start putting the air pressure into. If the tire has a hole, I cannot achieve increasing the pressure in that system. When you look up the definition of gas pressure, you will see it's the pressure applied to the walls of its container, because gas wants to expand in all directions to fill the available volume. Now, space is a volume that air would want to fill. Now, you can't show me a demonstration on the Earth of a vacuum chamber next to a high pressure and then open up the vacuum chamber, and that the vacuum stays the vacuum, and that the high pressure stays where it is, and that it doesn't find equilibrium. In fact, so much so that they call it the second law of thermodynamics. Hot always goes to cold, high pressure always goes to low pressure, seeking equilibrium always, unless there's a barrier or a divider or a container separating the high pressure from the low pressure. So the question, number 3, is, can you demonstrate high pressure gas without a container. And if you can, please tell us who was the person what was his name and what was his demonstration to show that you can have a ball of gas, it's higher pressure gas just floating in the middle of the air, or that I can have a gas pressure without container.
Well, it's being pulled, like, I can't give you a name of someone, but I could explain it. But it's just being pulled down just like us by gravity to the Earth.
So the question is, can you say the person's name and the scientific method where he can show gas pressure without a container, like the Earth is supposed to be in the vacuum?
I can't say anyone's name that's that experiment. Not from my
Thank you.
off the top of my head.
All right, so now these are like the three fundamental pillars of your religion. So imagine a little stool, a little like table in your lounge or bedroom, wherever, and this table has three legs. If you're on a ball, it has to curve. If you're on a spinning ball, it has to spin. And if you're breathing high pressure air and there's this vacuum, this infinite vacuum of space just above your head, then there has to be some way to show high pressure adjacent to a vacuum without any kind of divider. And if gravity is your only idea for that, then we should be able to do a collimated air so that the air at ground level can't move upwards because gravity's holding it down. And we can put my vacuum cleaner facing straight down at the ground and suck that thing up, or create the low pressure inside the vacuum that the high pressure air wants to rush into to fill and make equilibrium. And that if I'm pointing it downwards, that gravity holds the air so that the air can't go into the vacuum cleaner. The idea of these three, these are your foundational pillars. So if you don't have curvature and you don't know who did it, and you don't have axial rotation, and you can't demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum, the point of these three questions is for you to realize those are now just beliefs. You believe it's curved because someone somewhere must have done it. You believe it's rotating because somewhere someone must have done it. And you believe you're breathing high pressure gas next to a vacuum. You just believe someone has done it somewhere. And without those three pieces of evidence, the globe idea should actually be starting off with a question mark. And that those three would need to be proved prior to going ahead and assuming that men shooting a little rocket up in the sky is placing satellites at various distances, which I work in solar technology, and a solar panel cannot operate above 45 degrees Celsius. And the thermosphere is said to be 1,000 to 2,000 degrees Celsius, which means that my aluminium panel would turn to liquid at about 600 degrees. So solar panels would not, solar panels would be liquefied. The crystalline wafers would also be liquefied at about 1,200 degrees. So there is no way to send an object up there with solar panels and power it with a technology which I work with daily. So this isn't about...
So the glass in the solar panel will be boiling.
Melted, liquefied at about 300, 400 degrees. So there's not a lack of evidence, and we haven't even got to that point yet. But do you find it interesting that those three questions, you didn't have an answer like a Newton or an Einstein that you were taught through school? Don't you find it interesting that you didn't have their names offhand?
Well, I don't remember every single thing. That's my bad. I don't have the greatest memory. But if you give me
there aren't, but there aren't. This is the point. You're welcome. Go test everything I said. Don't believe a single thing I said. Go and prove this to yourself. Because when you go and look for the evidence and find it's not there, that's when the question marks start to stack up. And then you will get to a point where you'll say, that is peculiar. I believe I'm on a sphere, but no one's ever proven it. I believe I'm spinning, but actually all scientific experiments like the Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, the Sagnac, the Aries failure, all of these scientific experiments prove the Earth is stationary. So axial rotation has never been proven. And gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum has never been proven. So you'll find that there aren't answers for these things, which you just have to believe to continue with your religion of believing you're an evolved monkey on a spinning space rock with high pressure air adjacent to the infinite vacuum.
I'm sorry.
So to underline all this, these three questions established that you do not have knowledge about the heliocentric model. You do not know it. And what you have is actually a blind belief, which is known as fanaticism. But don't take it as an insult. This is something like someone trying to pull your hand, and point you to this matter issue.
Well, that was refreshing, at least, to hear him concede on two of the three that they were unknown to him. And all the greats we know, we were taught them. Your Newton, your Einstein, your Faradays, your Maxwell's, the guys that were noteworthy were definitely taught to you.
Yeah.
Someone who proved the curvature and rotation and this amazing gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, they would be taught if it could be proven.
Yeah, what proof or scientific experiment did Maxwell had for correcting Ampere's laws, claiming that we do have a positive charge coming from the heavens out from nothing, from a perfect vacuum, near perfect vacuum. And in his times, actually, he had no clue that there is a vacuum in the heavens.
Mass Demas, are you there? Mass Demas? Is that how you say your name? You're unmuted. Hello? Hello? All right, then.
Black Swan.
I just love it when the guy comes in all hot and he's, wants to talk about his space time. And like Bong rightly said, take it back to something tangible like the ground you're standing on. And very quickly, their imaginations sort of stop running off up into the sky. And when they're confronted with the ground, they're quiet because there is no proof of this. And we see too far.
Yeah, I enjoy the space-time talk. That's why. It's always I like to take it there. Big Bang.
I enjoy more realistic stuff, and our technological advancements, linear encoders, infrared cameras, all this stuff, laser rangefinders, and even infrared laser rangefinders, which are top state-of-the-art measuring instruments. Those are the most cool devices that you can own, and actually that technology is military grade. but it's not like you can't own it. You can still buy from China some of these, which are military grade.
What's the maximum distance that you've seen on those, Get?
Well, these infrared cameras I was looking at, they can detect a human or car at 22 kilometers far away, and they can identify a man or a car at 6 kilometers far away. So they can face recognize you 6 kilometers far away. And at
22 kilometers, that's
it tells
what,
you,
about
yeah,
15,
that's a human there.
about 15 miles.
Yeah, about something like that. Yeah,
1.6 kilos to a mile. So just
12 or 13 miles, maybe. I'm not sure. But it's quite a lot of distance, you know. And the laser rangefinders,
what about
for
refraction?
example.
What about refraction?
Well,
where the globe is saying that's not accurate. You can't use that piece of equipment because light is bendy and it's curving around a sphere.
Yeah,
Actually,
sorry.
it's below the
No,
horizon.
you can't talk about that when you talk about infrared light.
Well, it's being
Infrared light is the least refractive.
Well, gravity is acting like a catapult, sending it above the horizon, so it meets the camera. Yes.
What actually get infrared comes in different wavelengths as well for penetrating different types of atmosphere. So each type of infrared is still going to be affected to some degree by some level of refraction or interference with molecules in the air or the opaqueness of the atmosphere. But I was thinking more in terms of like the military grade stuff. You know, the military will target something at 100 miles. Now, how can they paint the target at 100 miles if, but once again, consumer grade shit, they only give us 20 kilometers, 22 kilometers. But for themselves, they probably have what, 170 kilometers plus?
Yeah. And yeah, this camera I was looking is, you can see it 30 kilometers far away in infrared, but it's quite small. It's like a back in the days camera, you know, which you hold it on your shoulder. Kind of that size, you know. But when we are talking about these US Navy airship carriers and battle cruisers, they have a lot bigger cameras. And those cameras can see actually a lot further. They don't even give us the true technical details, and we can see this in a lot of information that's posted on the internet officially by the US Army about their cruisers and aircrafts. It's not real technical details, it's just very, very approximate. When they say a ship can travel this certain speed, they actually are capable of traveling 5 times faster.
Hey, AT. Yo. ET. I was gonna ask you why were you muted, so I could, keep you unmuted, but if you're not gonna tell me, I'm gonna mute you. Because I don't know who muted you.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Now I can. What's up, man?
Oh, cool. Not much, man, just chilling out. Yeah, I couldn't even hear for a while. That's like a new level mute when you can't even hear the conversation.
Well, that's deafen. You weren't deafen. You were just muted. Maybe you were hot micing, I'm not sure, before. I don't know.
I don't know. I just popped in for the first time in a couple months, and I just wanted to see what you guys were talking about.
Okay, it's probably from last time then. Alright then, cool, man. I'll keep
Probably
muted from my end.
Cool, thank
Welcome
you.
back.
I will control myself. No worries.
Alright, cool. Awesome, man.
Do you have any questions?
Like I said, I haven't been here in a couple months. Are you guys chatting about anything in particular at the moment?
Well, we always talk about flat Earth. Do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball?
Is it me or is Get somehow not being heard?
Oh, you can't hear me? Mic check.
Me again.
Oh, funny. Mic check. Can you hear me now? Oh, mic check.
Yeah, I hear you just fine. The whole time.
Thank you.
I don't think there's been a problem with yours.
I
Okay,
had
cool.
some
We're talking audio, right? We're all good?
Yeah. Good. So,
Like
do you
there's a
have any
problem
questions
somewhere
for
here.
us? Do you believe that you live on a spinning wet ball? E.T.
So yeah, it's been guys, it's good to talk to you again. I haven't been here in a couple months. Any recent new topics been popping up lately?
Yeah, a new topic will be like sextant navigation. Have you ever heard of that?
Hey guys, I'm gonna sign out and come back in. I can't hear anyone.
I don't think you could hear.
Oh,
You can't hear
okay.
you, Gabby.
Yeah, that's funny.
Or anyone, maybe. I'm not sure. So, pests. Yo, Pess.
Oh, that's going to be fun. He's in the lobby saying God is gravity. I believe God is the earth.
Yeah, sorry about that one. The goddess gravity is more of a joke than actually legitimate.
It is going to be fun, Roger.
Oh, it's a joke.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, we know the globe is a joke. Yeah.
If space is expanding, that means there must be an edge of space. So what happens when we reach the edge of space? Will we fall off of space? This is addressed to the globe.
Reaching the edge of space would mean falling off of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens when we reach the edge of space?
But with the assumption
Will we fall off?
we're assuming space is expanding in a spherical direction, though, in all directions. How do you fall off something that isn't just two-dimensional? There's no edge to it. You can't fall off something.
But there is an edge if it's expanding.
Then which way would you fall?
It's just like a balloon inflating.
I'm asking,
so
would
from
you
the
fall?
middle of the balloon, when you reach the wall of the balloon, the rubber, yeah, and when you go outside that rubber balloon, what will happen?
You'd fall down to the ground using gravity.
Fall down to the ground.
When you reach the end of space, there's a sign that says "Turn back."
Well, using the balloon metaphor, that's quite easy to prove. Get a balloon, put a marble inside, pop the balloon. What happens to the marble?
That's so funny.
Yeah, that's just
is it funny?
imagination. Yeah, Pez, I just want to God is gravity, which is actually true in your model, right? Because gravity formed everything, and it's something you cannot prove, right? So basically, you're right. In your model, God is gravity. Gravity is God.
I will just put out the disclaimer that I did not really mean that. That was just kind of me making fun of the sense where people.
Yeah, but it is true, right?
Existing.
It
if
is
you're
true.
using that mindset, then yes, you could see God being gravity as true, because the entire idea of God is that there's no proof and you have to be faithful.
And so is for gravity. And so is for gravity, right? It's a faith-based religion where you believe stuff is being formed into balls, which has never been proven, never been shown. It's just a religion, a faith-based system in a concept that has never been proven.
Okay, that is a fair point. We do not have any technical proof, but can I just ask the simple question of, if it doesn't exist, then why are we not floating? Why are we on?
Why would you float? Why would you think you would float?
If you put something in a vacuum without gravity in space, people float. But then again, I see
that's not
the
what
assumption of going to space.
Yeah, so that's just you imagining, right? Imagining going to Narnia and tell us how Narnia works in comparison to how Earth works, right?
Well, then I would ask that if you throw a rock in the air, we know through physics that we are applying a force that is going upwards. So how does that force suddenly turn into a force going downwards?
Well, there's no force in your model, so I don't know what you're talking about. There's no force pulling you down.
Well, if gravity doesn't exist, then why does something we throw up come back down at all?
So why would you think that would float? Why would you think that? Because you believe in Narnia, where they show you on your screen that people are falling in a tin can? That is why you
jump
think.
Off my house, I will hit the ground.
Yes, that is what we all observe, right? That densers that an object that is denser than the medium that is surrounding it, right, will find its equilibrium. That is what we all observe, right? So you thinking that you would float is just ridiculous, because you think, right, because your screen showed you Narnia, people falling around in a tin can, right? That is what you think would happen, but that would never happen. So why would you think you would float again? Because your screen showed you people in Narnia?
No, because according to vector physics, if there's no force applying in any direction, you will not move. So you would stay in your position and just float there.
Again, right? This is something you have never observed.
That's
you have never observed something floating. So It's just your imagination.
My teacher told me that too in school.
Yeah, how did they made in the movie Gravity? How did they made those water bubbles and supposed those are actors in the movie Gravity? How did they make them float exactly like on the ISS?
Using special effects. That's how
Special effects. So if they look the same like
What he was trying to say, why when you drop something, why does it go towards your feet rather than your face?
Exactly. That's all I'm trying to ask. Why does it go down?
Some things do go towards your face, man. Depends on the object.
Well,
most things go towards your feet though when you let go of them.
I can explain to you the down vector.
I know it depends. A helium balloon obviously wouldn't do that, but most objects, we can think of examples, but most objects fall downwards towards your feet when you let go of them.
Well, it's not about the object; it's about why, right? The object is
like
moving
why
up,
would anything
up or
fall
down. Well, up or down.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Then it's not just down; it goes up and down.
But the upward force is assuming that the upward force is greater than the force of gravity, which is assuming gravity is still there.
No, I don't assume that it's there.
Then why would anything? Then why do things go in different directions? What
Ken, you have no force in your model, so
only
It's also interesting to note that things don't randomly go left or right. There always seems to be an up and down kind of thing going on, right?
There isn't,
yeah.
Due to energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That makes
Do
sense.
you know?
Trying to find homeostasis, and it's energy strata. You can call it that if you want.
Yes. Do you know what a capacitor is?
Yes, I do know what a capacitor is.
How do they work?
They store up charge as they're getting charged to a specific point, and then they disperse
Yeah.
it over time.
What do you have inside the capacitor?
I do not know the chemical makeup of a capacitor.
Not chemical. You need to have certain things.
I do not know
Elements.
exactly the makeup. That is the chemical.
So you need to have two Gaussian planes, positive and negative plane, correct? So you can have
Imagine if things
field.
just like
You can establish an electric
randomly
field.
flew to your left side automatically.
Let him finish talking. Let him finish talking about the capacitors. I'm curious about
Yeah.
this.
Are you in text chat?
E.T., no. Can you hear Get talk, E.T.?
No, for some reason I can't hear that guy talk. I see his light, he's flashing up, but I can't see him talk.
Get. You want to hop
Give him
out?
a second. He is talking.
I think he muted me or whatever. Yeah.
No, drop out and come back in real quick. Maybe.
Oh, okay. I'll try. Okay.
Get did that already. Guy, just click on Get's name. The new guy. Just click on Get's name and check if the little volume button, if you accidentally slid it to the left.
That probably happened in the past. Maybe I muted him, but he's gone now. He's disappeared.
He's rejoining, I think.
So do you think I maybe accidentally slid his volume down?
You're checking
something like that. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. I turned it up now.
All right then.
Okay,
that was bothering me. I was like, God damn it! Why can't I hear this guy talk?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry about that.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
Good.
I'm sorry.
Very cool, man.
So, we need those two Gaussian planes so we can establish an electric field where these charges will be moving with the electric field or against the electric field according to their charge, positive or negative. It's pretty much the same in the world, that reality which we experience, and vast majority of the elements that make this world belong to the negative plane, and there are a small part of these elements which belong to the positive. Because this positive Gaussian plane would also have, it requires to be made of something. And yeah, we have helium, hydrogen elements, which we call them lighter. They rise in the air because they say they are lighter than the air. Yeah, so that's why they are rising. This is the official narrative that they give us, and we have to believe it. Now, the problem with this is that, yeah, we see helium rising, but what if it's the element which makes up the positive plane? This means it will be attracted upwards, and when we are talking about helium rising above the so-called atmosphere, above the air that we breathe, we will reach a certain areas where this gas starts accelerating, and we are going directly into quantum mechanics of highly charged particles. So this gas, when it reaches certain velocities, it is called highly charged particles. Yeah, this is one way of explaining with things that we can experiment in laboratories. We can test these things. We see them happening like that. But none of us.
You brought up quantum mechanics, though, and that's still highly theoretical.
Quantum mechanics, no, it's not highly theoretical. Quantum mechanics started pretty early. After, you could say it started in the 1918 or 1920s. That's where the birth of quantum mechanics is, and it's the thing which actually frightened Einstein, and made him say that no instrument, which no optical device or setup can be used to actually measure the velocity of the world. Which is more of a saying which it forbids us to even think, to use this kind of optical devices like interferometers, which are one of the most precise measuring instruments that we use in precision metalworking and optical lenses manufacturing and microchips and quite a lot of stuff. And when you perform a measurement with these instruments, with these interferometers, if you put them on a table which is in motion, or on a table inside the train, and that train is moving, you cannot actually perform any kind of measurement, because they will give you very different kind of readings. They will tell you the velocity of the train. So to use them to measure stuff, we need to have them fixed to the ground very still, so that they do not move.
With the exception of a gyroscope, which is designed to be make readings off movement.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question about? I watched just really quick here. I saw this funny little, internet meme things, images where people post like a picture with a little phrase underneath it. It was one of these, and it was like a picture of the SR-71 Blackbird, right? And that thing went at like, it's got a maximum speed of like 2,000 or 3,000 miles per hour. I can't remember the number right now off the top of my head, but it's really fast. And it said this thing would have to be pointing downwards constantly as to not fly out into space. What do you guys think about that?
It's correct. A plane would have to stay with the sphere to fly around the sphere, to stay turning down around the rim of that sphere if it was to go from point A to point B. But it does not. Yes, pilots, if you...
Yeah, but I don't think they're not trained to constantly fly downwards, nor is that technology, as far as I know, developed like in that idea of having to always be flying in a constant downward motion, especially in those high-speed planes.
I've asked a lot of globers, and most of the globers say that it doesn't actually dip the nose, that it just flies flat and somehow gets around the sphere without dipping. So they have that wrapped in their mind.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious. Like, okay, so it just naturally does that then?
Yeah, they say gravity does it for them.
Huh. Well, you would imagine, if that's true, you would imagine that the designers and the engineers would have like taken that into account and designed the plane to be weighted at least one way or another, or with its, weight or density or whatever you want to call it, so that it would naturally go around said sphere.
You would think that people that build bridges would take into account that bridges would have to curve down at some point. But they don't, not in the designs, they don't.
Yeah, if you fly east to west or west to east at the equator, you will be flying in a straight line if you are flying over a ball. Correct?
Eventually, you're gonna.
I think you have to curve.
What I mean, you don't need to make any corrections left, right, to maintain your position towards the east, if you're flying towards east or towards the west.
Here we go again with the east to west thing. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so now when you have a compass inside your airplane, you will be flying on a straight line, relative straight line. You will not be required to make any left or right adjustments, and your compass will show you the north to be on your pointed at the right side.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, but in reality, the thing that's happening, whenever you are moving, even with a car or boat or airplane, when you go on a straight line, you will see the compass deflecting. The north position will be changing as you are moving. So you will always need to make adjustments, corrections, to maintain a circular path.
That's different,
Navigation.
though, in my opinion. That's different than going down into the Earth versus the North Pole.
No,
There's a
I'm not
difference
saying
there.
going down in the earth. I'm talking about flying over it. At the equator, yeah?
Okay.
The north is at your right side when you're facing towards the west, and at your back is the east. Yeah?
Yeah, I got
And
it.
for you, the east is straight forward in front of you. And you have to move. When you move straight forward in front of you, you are heading towards the east, from the west to the east.
Yeah, but
And the compass, as you move, it will always show the north, and it will be always 90 degrees to your right, pointed towards the north. While you're moving straight forward.
ET is talking about up and down, not left and right.
Yeah. But now, when you are on a flat earth, on a plane, yeah, and this north is the center of the world, yeah, and you are at a distance which they call the equator, yeah, you will have now to be moving in a circular path on a plane. You will be orbiting around that north. So if you move in a straight line, you will be going tangentially off away from that circular path, which is east and west. And your compass will show you
That's
that
right.
reflection. So when we move in a car or airplane at the equator in these countries where you have the equator line crossing right above them, if you do that, yeah, when you move on a straight direction, you will see the compass, it will be deflecting. So you will always have to adjust, turn a little bit right to keep yourself on that circular path. Orbit around the north.
Okay, let me repeat what I said.
When it was on a ball, you were not supposed to do that kind of correction on a ball.
You should have to have some kind of correction, though, whether or not it's built in.
No, on a ball, it should be a straight line forward.
So why again don't you fly out into space?
Because planes do not account for curvature. Planes do not dip. They follow the artificial horizon, level, airplane.
So does like gravity like keep them parallel to
Listen.
curve?
When you are flying in an airplane, you are flying at an altitude of 30,000 feet, approximately.
Yeah.
10 kilometers, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Whether it's a ball or flat earth, airplanes fly at this altitude. Correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Now, if it's a ball, yeah, it means they are flying at this distance above the ball, but around it. Yeah, and you will perceive that motion as flying straight,
right,
over a flat plane. That's how you perceive it. That's how Globers claim. Yeah,
I think I pretty much agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, at the equator line of that ball, yeah, when you fly from east to west, that has to be for you a straightforward direction. You are not supposed to make any right
deviation
corrections to keep yourself on the equator circle.
Okay, I'm with you.
Around the north. Yeah. So whenever you are deflecting from this circle around the north, yeah, the compass will start deflecting. The needle will be moving. It shows you that you are going tangentially off from the equator line.
Maybe, but why do we have to be at the equator? Can I be flying across Canada?
You're talking about two different things. He's talking about left and right. You're talking about altitude. So it's two different things you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I don't like this whole compass thing either. Like,
and then there's left and right. So
yeah, I'm talking straight up altitude, and I only brought that up because you guys were talking about things falling down and going back up.
The planes that don't dip.
East and west, I'm not concerned about right now.
Well, on a flat Earth, yeah, airplanes are flying around the North Pole in a circular path. When you fly from east to west, it means that you are flying, you are orbiting around the north, flying in a circular path. And that is what we are doing. Ask any air pilot, yeah.
Well, I'm actually
when they fly from east to west, yeah.
I'm actually supporting the idea of flat Earth by asking how could the SR-71 Blackbird fly so quickly across the world without accounting for a supposed dip around.
Because it doesn't account for any dip.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I brought it up.
He's talking about the compass adjusting for when you're going left to right, east to west. He's talking about something completely different for some reason.
Yeah,
I know. We don't seem to be having a very good conversation.
ET is talking about up and down, and Get is talking about compass
left to right,
left to right, compass east to west.
So I mean this, I guess, in favor of flat Earth.
It's a flat Earth proof that planes do not dip in altitude.
That's something I
hold to the South Pole, for example. So that is an important point.
Yeah, if that point is landed, then when you actually go and look at aircraft,
it's tripping me the fuck out. That's for sure.
No, it's a question mark, and this is how you start to find truth. Is you find things that don't make logical sense, and then you go and dig a little bit further. When you go and look at how planes actually achieve lift, is that they fly with their nose slightly up, so that the air making contact with the wing surface maintains the lift or the altitude. Then when you go and you look at flight radars where they track the planes and their altitudes, and they project it on a graph, you'll see that the plane gains altitude till it reaches its desired traveling altitude, then flattens off and planes through the air, because it is a plane flying on a plane, a flat plane towards its destination, and then it descends the moment that it actually levels off its nose. So the first time that the plane is truly flying level, it starts to descend and actually lose altitude. So this is the peculiar thing, is that the plane would have to fly with its nose angled down to correct for miles of altitude every minute. And if a plane flew with its nose down to try and account for miles of elevation, when remember, the plane is only flying at about 5 miles altitude in the first place. So if it were trying to fly around a surface, it would have to point its nose down and could not just plane through the air.
those are the kind of explanations that I respect. I'm like, hell yeah, that makes sense. And I'd like to think that the engineers who designed that craft had that in mind. And I hope that's true, because that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they designed it for a flat, motionless plane.
The plane would have to continually reorientate.
Well, you could argue that towards either side, though. Literally, like
no, but it's good that you got this, ET, because I would say that at least 50 to 60% of people that come in here can't even grasp that point. Now, I don't know. Have you ever stood next to a treadmill that's at full speed and tried to jump onto it from the side?
Yeah, bad idea.
Bad idea, correct. All right. Now, how fast was that treadmill going? Like 10 miles, 8 miles?
80 kilometers a mile, maybe faster. Who knows?
You set your thing to 80 miles, all right? Go ahead. Now, if that treadmill was going at 80 miles and you try to jump onto it and you would completely wipe out because you wouldn't be at that same speed. Mm-hmm. Now, speed the Earth up. The Earth is supposedly going at 1,000 miles per hour eastward. So imagine a plane trying to land northward. So the runway is north-south. The whole ground is shifting to the right at 1,000 miles per hour.
I'm so freaking glad you brought that up. Yeah, I know you're going to say.
This plane would need to come in at a 45-degree angle, and then its wheels would also be like, they would have to pivot on a 45-degree angle. They couldn't be rigid like they are.
That's why I'm here tonight, because I know I've heard this argument before, and I can't get it out of my head. It's so insane. You're right.
Or what we would do is, if I wanted to get anywhere, I would just calculate how much time I have to be off the ground. So if I want to go to the continent next to me, I just have to go up in the air for an hour. The Earth would turn underneath, and then I'd come straight back down and I'd land at my new destination.
Yeah, guess what? When an airplane touches the ground at supersonic speed, that's not called landing.
It is. Okay.
It's a crash.
But do you get
E.T. Does Earth rotate underneath a helicopter?
Yeah.
You tell me, can it just hover there for an hour and you go across the world? I don't know. Why doesn't that happen? I guess you get sucked into the world's atmosphere and you float with the Earth, I guess.
Then you would have no wind. If the air was attached to the spinning rock, you wouldn't have winds that come from the south or the east or the north or the west. You get a breeze at a gentle gust, or you get gale force winds. If the air was attached to the rock, you wouldn't have such varied patterns and directions of winds. It would all be pretty constant. So no, we can't be stuck in an atmosphere bubble that just moves with this incredible spin.
Yeah, if you say conservation of momentum, you're claiming no drift, and then we welcome you to Flat Earth.
Well, all that physics stuff is incredibly interesting, and that's why I keep coming back here. But I mean, one thing what has really been bothering me lately is, especially in the United States, which is decades old now, like since like who knows when. But their space projects that they have, like their secret space programs and all that, that would mean that whole thing isn't even real. And I have a big problem with that because I've been studying that for a lot of years.
They print money out of thin air, and there's tons of psyops constantly.
Well, man, flat Earth science is a way bigger psyop than all that stuff, man. Because this stuff has been going on way before anyone was talking about flat Earth. This shit was already going on, man. Back in like the 60s.
Consider it like this: Why do you think they created a space hoax in the first place? Was only to get a supposed picture of a ball planet. That's the only purpose.
But they figured out how to do it in their computers eventually anyway, so...
All right. So I don't know if when you decide to actually look at the evidence for the moon landing, that in 1969, we shot a rocket 250,000 miles away. Then in the same rocket, came back 250,000 miles with multiple astronauts and equipment, then have never repeated that feat again. So much so that Elon Musk and SpaceX in 2020
can't even do it again.
Are shooting one rocket up that lands on a barge once. It doesn't then take off again with people in it on a foreign body and then fly back. Then when you go and look what technology was available at that time, the motor vehicle was like, the 40s and 50s vehicles, they were pretty basic. They didn't have all the features that we have today.
I'm with you. I don't think we went to
when you look at the actual electronics, they had the equivalent of a washing machine brain that supposedly, I think it's an 8 megabit drive. So they had 8 megs of hard drive space to run this entire mission to the moon and back.
We didn't go there. We didn't go there in 1969.
When you actually look at the film would have been overexposed due to the background radiation found in space. That's why only digital has been used since, because taking a piece of film that reacts to exposure to light and placing it in an environment where infrared travels straight through the object means even a closed camera is going to get overexposed through the radiation that it's exposed to. But yet they come back with all their photos in focus, and also they had a manual adjusting camera. They didn't have autofocus back then. So they would have had to manually adjust So as you start digging down this little rabbit hole,
plus all the cameras were just on their chest, and they had to press a button to take a picture, basically.
Yeah, which means they could never look through the viewfinder to see if they were in focus or not. This was very well documented in a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon."
Yeah, we've all
where they
seen
said
it.
with the Hasselblad, you would have had to at least take 3 shots at 3 different exposure settings and hope that one of them was accurate, because you wouldn't be able to know with certainty that your first shot got what you were actually trying to photograph. Then the killer is bubbles in space. If you Google bubbles in space, or maybe not Google, go to like DuckDuckGo, because Google is heavily censored. So rather use DuckDuckGo. Type in bubbles in space, and you'll see 1,000 videos of bubbles in space.
And I'm starting to wonder if sorry to cut you off. No, I won't cut you off. Keep going. Keep going, sorry.
So why I say that this is really interesting is that when you start to study the flat earth truth, you'll see that this debate has never stopped. Since the late 1800s through the early 1900s, there were always scientists coming forward with credible evidence suggesting the earth is stationary and that it's not a sphere, and that this debate was ongoing, and that people said that they were starting to lose trust in this idea. So they said, let's go to the moon. And when they went to the moon, they supposedly took this picture of the blue marble. And then once we had the blue marble, it went in every textbook. And at that point, people stopped questioning if we lived on a sphere, because look here, my textbook. There's a picture that they took on the way to the moon. So if that moon trip never occurred, that blue marble picture is also touted as the only photograph ever taken of the whole sphere. Until late in 2017 or 2016, where they said they went up and now took the second full, complete picture of the globe. But once again, if that entire mission was just to get a picture of a sphere, you'll see how intrinsically these two topics are linked. But like you rightfully started in the beginning, you said you've spent a lot of time studying this, and it would be really hard for you to let it go.
Let go of zero glow proof. That's pretty easy.
Let the data stand for itself. Let the data lead you where it does. Don't take your preset assumptions and only search for data that fits your preset assumption. Look at all data. Then form your conclusion. E.T., did you catch that?
Yeah, I'm listening to everything. I'm just thinking.
Excellent.
How do self-leveling concrete floors work on a spinning globe?
I would just say, how do you see Chicago from 60 miles away on a spinning globe? And when you say refraction, that means you just debunked Al Bruni. Which means nobody measured the radius, which means your globe is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
I have a question to ask you guys.
Hold on a sec. You know, you caught the whole Coriolis thing, so I'm really intrigued that you did manage to understand that. Another thing that also makes it realize how nonsensical it is.
He didn't
that,
answer.
for example, if you take, he did. He
didn't
said
answer. No, he said he didn't know. It's a yes or no. Does Earth rotate underneath a helicopter? He said he didn't know. So it's a yes or no.
What's a trippy question?
No, it's very easy. It's very easy.
Well, yeah, if you believe one thing, it's very easy. But I mean, like, if you consider both sides of the situation, it's not that simple, man.
Well, you have to decide: is Earth rotating underneath the helicopter? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, if you've already made that up in your mind, yeah, it's a very simple equation then.
No, so this is what you're missing. In real life, nothing rotates under the helicopter. The helicopter goes up and it hovers for however many hours at once, and then comes back down to exactly the same place that it took off from. But in your imagination of
why wouldn't it be in like Africa though when it took off in America?
Correct. Well, that's the crux, is that if the Earth were spinning, that would be the case.
Mm-hmm.
And the point that I wanted to say to you was, like, if you took a flight from the USA to, let's say, India, if I'm looking at my little sphere on my desk, they're directly opposite ends of the sphere. Okay? Mm-hmm. America's on this side, India's on the back of it, directly at the back of it. So say I'm going to travel north over the North Pole, and that flight's going to take 12 hours. Mm-hmm. While I'm in the air for 12 hours, the USA should have moved 12 hours away from where I took off. And 12 hours is half of a day, so that's why I chose India, which is on the backside. Which means that while you're in the air and the Earth is spinning underneath you, you'll land back in the USA after traveling 12 hours, because the USA would have moved from where you took off to exactly halfway of a rotation.
Totally.
You would have traveled for 12 hours to that point. So you would have taken off from USA, traveled north for 12 hours, and landed back in the USA. Because the Earth would have turned.
I haven't checked out those numbers, but I definitely get your concept. You would think, yeah. I would think.
The concept would be a flight from Charlotte to Los Angeles and Los Angeles to Charlotte, 4.5 hours, but one direction's only 1.5 hours. Or it should be only 1.5 hours, but they're both the exact same time.
Well, then, like, now that your brain, like the cogs are really causing a bit of smoke in there, take it one step even further. The Earth is supposed to be spinning eastward. So if my destination is coming towards me while I travel towards it, you add those two forces or those two speeds together, and you would get there in a quicker time than when your destination is traveling away from you and you're trying to catch up to it. Kind of like traveling towards oncoming traffic versus traveling with traffic. Taking over when you're driving with the traffic is much slower than oncoming traffic where you add your two velocities together and you guys are arriving at a quicker time. Now, when you look at eastward flights and westward flights, logically, like common sense says, if I'm traveling west while west travels east towards me, I should get there sooner than when I'm traveling east and east is moving further east away from me and I actually have to catch up to it. And when you go look at flights from LA to New York or New York to LA,
it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
LA to New York is faster. So when you travel eastward, so your destination is moving away from you. When your destination is moving away from you, you get there quicker than when your destination is moving towards you.
I've taken the same flight 2 times, and one time the pilot was like, "We're going to get here a little quicker today because the wind is working in our favor."
Correct. Called a tailwind, and the tailwinds fly eastward faster than the rotation is said to be. So the jet streams which travel eastward are outrunning. Listen, yeah. That the jet stream is outrunning the floor. Now the floor is said to be spinning at 1,000. So if the jet stream is going 300 miles faster than the floor, that means that jet stream is traveling 1,500 miles per hour, which means what can make air travel faster? What could make the air travel faster than the actual object which is spinning that it's meant to be attached to?
Imagination.
So there would always be a drag force. If I spin a bucket with water in it, the water that's in contact with the bucket, there'll be a bit of friction, and it won't travel as fast as the bucket which is causing the motion in the first place. So if the earth is causing the motion in the first place, the wind cannot exceed that. I cannot spin a bucket.
I have to ask you a question.
And the water spins faster than the spinning bucket.
I have to ask you on that front, and I realized this when I was researching 9/11 and the airplanes and the speed they came in.
Just before your question, did you hear the point I was saying? Like, just acknowledge it.
I'm listening. I completely acknowledge it, and I listened to every word.
So does it make sense that the wind, could travel faster than the ground in the direction of the spin?
It is strange, and I'll have to sit down and think about it for a second. But I heard every word you said. Yeah. I'm just, okay, and I just want to bring up this quick little point. It'll just take me like 30 seconds or less. So, like, a lot of people say, like, well, the airplanes that crash, and I don't want to bring up 9/11, but they say those airplanes couldn't have actually even existed with that force of, you used the word friction. The air friction in and of itself, those planes couldn't have been traveling that quickly. And so when so you got the globe spinning around a certain direction and a plane going the opposite direction, how does that not rip the plane apart? That's my question, and that's all.
And also, Globers think that planes fly backwards when they take off against the spin.
Yeah,
but I mean,
can I get to that point?
That's all I'm bringing up. Yeah, that's all I'm
So from an engineering perspective, planes are definitely designed to calculate all the forces being exerted to the plane. They calculate the weight of the fuel in the wings and how that's going to bend the fuselage. They calculate all of those aspects, including wind loading, passenger weights, luggage. All of those are factored in because they can't fuck around with this. This is life or death, and you've got a lot of passengers. So in the real world, all the forces are accounted for. But in the imagination, we can assume the ground is spinning, but then also assume it's stationary. for the sake of all future calculations. So then they assume it's stationary, work
Wait a
all
second.
their calculations as stationary.
For the sake of stationary, or do we know it's stationary?
We know it's stationary due to 4 scientific experiments, the Michelson-Woolley, the Michelson-Gale, the Sagnac experiment, and the Airy's failure. Airy's failure meaning he failed to detect the Earth's movement through the ether. So these are experiments from the early 1900s that definitively show that the Earth is stationary. Einstein himself said no optical experiment could ever prove that we have rotation. None of your experience of living here has ever shown you anything but stationary. But there has to be this assumption that day and night is caused by movement. So therefore we assume it's moving, but we also minus it from both sides so we can get it back to 0, so we can continue with our calculation. And then when
Do you mind clarifying that point really quick? I don't mean to cut you off, but can you clarify that last point you just made? About going to 0?
It's a bait and switch. So it's a bait and switch. So they say, all right, so the ground is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, but it feels stationary. The aeroplane that is sitting stationary on the runway now is also moving at 1,000 miles per hour, but it looks stationary. So now what you've done is you've added 1,000 to the ground and 1,000 to the object, which is now going to leave the ground. That's adding 1,000 to both sides of the equation, which means you can now cancel it. Because if the ground is moving at 1,000 and the object is moving at 1,000, those effectively are stationary to one another. Relative to each other, they're quote unquote moving at the same speed. So they would be next to each other and it would look as though they're stationary. Do you understand?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, like they're parallel in speed form.
All right, so now what they've done is they've said the ground is moving at 1,000, we can't measure it, but we just believe it's 1,000. So now the stationary plane sitting on a stationary runway must also be moving at 1,000. The moment that plane, so listen, so the moment that plane takes off westward, okay, so you believe that plane sitting stationary on the runway with its ass pointed towards the east where it's rotating, at that point while the plane is stationary, it's flying or it's moving at 1,000 miles backwards. Now it takes off forwards, westward. So it's taking off against the spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth is now going to start bringing objects towards it.
Okay, I'm with you.
So it was moving at 1,000 while sitting stationary, backwards. Now it's taken off at 300 miles, and you, for the sake of your mathematics, you're going to now say it's moving 700 miles backwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think planes fly backwards?
No,
while
I don't.
taking off westward.
Plus, and I also know that Boeings get ripped apart at around 500 or 600 miles an hour, so I don't think that's possible.
Correct. Now, if you take off with the spin, you say the plane's moving at 1,000 while stationary, and then it now accelerates up to 400 miles per hour. So you take the 400 and you add it to the 1,000. Now that plane is quote unquote traveling at 1,400 miles per hour.
We're going in opposite direction of Earth's spin now, right? Correct?
No, I'm saying now with Earth's spin. So if it was going with Earth's spin and now it's accelerating even faster.
I never thought about that. You're screwed either way. That's crazy.
You cannot be flying the plane at 1,400 miles per hour.
I never thought about that. That is insane, actually.
Yeah, you're either flying backwards at 400 or 200 miles an hour, or you're flying forwards at 1,400 or 1,500 miles per hour in the globe model.
That is nuts.
Or
not accounting for curve.
400 and 500 on a flat Earth, just like the odometer, speedometer says.
And when you see that this place is from a military perspective, all calculations are factored on a flat, non-rotating Earth. It says that in their documentation, flat and non-rotating Earth. So if I need 100 liters or 100 gallons of fuel to go this distance north, I will need that same 100 gallons to go that distance east or west or south. Okay, obviously factoring in a bit of wind.
Couldn't you possibly have couldn't you interpret that as being like that's just their way of measuring it? Like interpret it as being a flat Earth, so we can get a mission accomplished. You know what I mean? Like,
so
just because they said that doesn't mean they actually believe it's flat. They said, imagine that it's flat.
So you're gonna do a simulation of something that's not the actual thing?
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know.
So like I just said to you, if the Earth was turning and you traveled from the USA to India and it were to take you 12 hours and the Earth were turning, you would land back in the USA. The USA would have turned towards where you are.
Let's go back to the helicopter
The idea,
concept.
so the idea is that what we experience in reality is a 12-hour flight northward from USA arrives in India, as though the Earth were stationary, and that holding my northerly vector above this rotating surface was irrelevant. I still landed at my destination. So it presents itself as flat. If I hover a helicopter, the ground does not move below the helicopter. If I release a helium balloon, the ground does not move below the helium balloon or hot air balloon or anything that's going to stay off the ground for an extended amount of time. And the longer it stayed off the ground, the more noticeable this effect would become. So in real life, where the military, the Navy, and all these government documents are actually having to do things, they know it's going to take just as much fuel and just as much effort to shoot in any direction. And they factor those calculations in that the object they're shooting at is stationary and that they themselves are stationary. Because if that object was moving, I would need to lead the target. That's obvious. The sniper's trying to shoot someone on the run. He's got to shoot ahead of the guy to allow the bullet time to travel and for the man to move into the line of the shot. It would be the same thing on the Earth. If the target was moving because the Earth was moving, I would have to shoot in front of the target and the target would move into the line of the shot.
Right, makes sense. Wait, why, though, I have a question. Why do we have this constant situation of movement? Always something's moving.
Never.
We do. Like, look at the clouds, for instance. Like, the sun and the moon. Like, there's always shit moving. Like, things are moving. That's
Everything.
It's an interesting point. Look, it's an interesting point, and what we all got taught was that all that movement is because I'm spinning, because the ground below my feet is moving. So I see the sun rise in the east, set in the west. I see the moon rise in the east, set in the west. But logically, they tell us the sun is stationary and only the moon is traveling around us. But if I see the sun and moon both moving on the same trajectory, east to west, it could either be that they're moving or that I'm moving. One of those two. It's relative.
It feels like they're faster than me. Like, I can run across a field of grass, and I can run a decent speed, but it seems as if whatever the hell is going on above me is going way faster.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
It's on a scale greater than you, a celestial scale.
Yeah.
But what's also peculiar, okay, no, it's irrelevant to this point. The real thing about the relativity idea is you cannot say with certainty which one is moving or which one is stationary until you go and position yourself at a third-person observer point. So if I was on the Earth and the sun and moon were moving above my head, I would see what I see. If I was quote unquote on a spinning planet and all of those things above my head were stationary and all of the movement I saw in them was because I was moving, that could also account for the observation. But then you would be noticeably able to show how this thing moves that I'm on. And all calculations of the place that you live on show scientifically that it's stationary. Now, I think it was the Aries failure actually proved that it was the sky moving and that it was the Earth that was stationary. There was a telescope demonstration set up where he filled the telescope with water. Once the light enters the water, it would be refracted at a certain angle. If that whole telescope was moving, the angle would be right that you would see the star. If the telescope was stationary, you would have to adjust the angle slightly so that the light could still be received. And that full experiment of him doing both options and manipulating them and showing proved that it was the stars above us that were moving and that the Earth was stationary below it. So this is the peculiar thing. If the Earth is stationary, presents as stationary, then it is the sky that is moving above us. That means the sun circles the Earth daily, not the Earth circles the sun every year. And do you understand that that's a mindfuck?
It is a mind fuck. And to me, like you just talked about how things like look apparently, like how they look visually in your experience. To me, it seems pretty obvious that this thing is just happening 365 times a year. And if we're going to go out there, you would need some very special equipment.
You can't go up there, and neither can I, and neither can anyone in this room.
It's
and
so
no
funny
one
how
can independently.
We're back on the up and down thing. It's so funny. Like, what happens when you do go out there? Like, even if you do think it's up or down or unrealistic or whatever. I mean, like,
container is the antecedent for gas pressure.
Man, there isn't out there. I don't know what it is, but
so you can go out to the container. That's about it.
Well, you don't know that, man, for sure.
A container is the antecedent for gas pressure. I know that for sure.
Well, what you don't know is that there's a possibility that our atmosphere in itself is a container, which is what so many people have a problem realizing.
You demonstrate any possible way? Gas containing gas?
I could probably... I like to think that one day I could probably demonstrate an experiment where an atmosphere could contain gas. I can't do it right now, obviously, because I'm not a scientist, but I mean, that whole idea about, oh, boom, where's the gas go? So, therefore, space is bullshit. Like, come the fuck on. That's fucking our... That's really stupid.
No, I know you've been around for a while. You've heard all the arguments, so...
I've heard a lot of them, and I'm just going to say, man, that whole idea about, like, gas pressure without a containment, how that's possible? Well, I mean, man, it's totally possible. Like, once you understand the inner workings of, like, the atmosphere, it can totally contain, and space can exist too. They can live simultaneously, our atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere, and space at the same time. And how do you, what do they say? How do you gas pressure without a container? Well, it's like, well, the atmosphere is a beautiful little container which can actually hold in pressure.
Gas doesn't have a downward bias.
I don't know. I don't know all the details, but I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know if you guys heard me. I just noticed I was on silent mode, but accidentally with my cell phone. Maybe you guys didn't even hear what I said, but I was just talking about how there's a total possibility of space being totally possible, and we have breathable air down here. Not sure if anyone heard that.
Definitely impossible.
Of course.
Impossible, not possible.
Oh, impossible. Well, are you sure about that? Because, like, dude, people always say, like, they think there's, like, this shell around the world and you can't breathe around the outside of it. Maybe that's true. But we can breathe inside of that shell. And there's, never mind.
Yeah, like if I want to barbecue, if I go to the store and buy propane, I'm going to need a container.
Dude, so people are like, how can you have air out there? Or whatever. Like, air. I'll tell you exactly how they do that. Algae grows inside of the ocean, and it comes out into the atmosphere, like lower Earth atmosphere, from the ocean up into the upper realms, and then boom, you got oxygen all of a sudden, you can breathe. That's how that shit happens.
Gas is created at ground level, the nitrogen cycle, the carbon cycle, and then it rises from there. Causes a pressure gradient.
Well, yeah, a lot of people think that, like, you need oxygen from other sources, when in reality, people don't know that a lot of this stuff comes from the ocean, from, like, breathing tiny creatures, or, you know, whatever you want to call them, for lack of a better word. Little ocean creatures create all this oxygen that come out of the water, and then you can breathe. A lot of stuff too. Like,
Earth is a dynamic system, whether it be the nitrogen, carbon cycle, hydrological cycle. They all help us in breathing, in our life cycles.
yeah, and the problem is they're trying to shut down the whole carbon cycle, being like, well, let's get rid of this company because they create too much carbon, and this company, they make too much carbon, and let's just shut down the whole fucking thing. And then basically what they're doing is, like, cutting off oxygen for us all. Pretty insane.
Well, they're poisoning us in every way possible.
Yeah, exactly. But
Food, air, water.
You're very nonchalant about it, but you're honest. That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, it's Codex Alimentarius, death by malnutrition, slow kill, soft kill.
There you go. Yeah. At least we're on the same page. I agree. Soft kill, fast kill.
Yeah, boiling frog technique.
Mm-hmm. Problem is, most people fucking can't accept that fact. And so, really, it doesn't even matter that we know about it. If we can't do anything about it, well, we're just as screwed as they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, when you print the money out of thin air, you can pretty much pay anybody in military to murder people and control people by just giving them unlimited money.
Yeah, but I'm done. I don't care about these people anymore. Now I care about me and my family. And see, this is why most people don't, in my opinion, don't fucking care about this whole thing anymore. It's because they think it won't happen to them. You know, it's like it's someone else's problem. It's not happening to me. But they can't understand that it actually is happening to them right now. And like the vaccination rollout that's happening right now is a perfect example. It is actually fucking happening to you now. You might die.
It comes down to most people only care about things that affect their lives. They only care about cancer when their dad gets cancer. They only care about diabetes when their mom gets diabetes.
Yeah.
They only care about these psyops when their money supply is affected. Once their money supply is affected and they lose their wife, they lose their kids, they lose their job, they lose their house, then they get pissed off or they just...
Absolutely, dude, you nailed it. Only thing I feel as if you're one point that you didn't touch on is forget it happening to all those little family members that you listed. You yourself, then you're gonna be really pissed off. You're like, oh shit, you fucked me.
I mean,
and we're gonna be like, damn right they fucked you. And now you're like, damn, I wish I would have done something. Or like, maybe you'll be like, damn, what do I do now? Like either or, you're fucked. But that's what's basically happening to every single one of us at this point. You gotta fucking man up and realize that you're under attack and you got a big fucking serious problem in your life that you didn't want to deal with before. You gotta understand that. Because if you don't, it's suicide.
Well, they love money, so all they care about is money, and then only when their money is affected, that's when they start caring, or that's when they try to do something.
Yeah, but just try to think about the other side of that, though. Like, okay, fine, they got rich. What about the other half? Like the other side, the victims. That's us. So, okay, they got rich as fuck. They got billions of dollars, like Pfizer and shit. Yeah, billionaires. Great. Now, who suffers? Us, the victims. And we're dying over here.
Yeah, I'm talking about regular people, but the Pfizers and the Bill Gates, those guys are athletes, celebrities, politicians. They're all evil and corrupt and sellouts to humanity, so...
Yeah, but think about the victims.
Yeah, humanity and the citizens are the victims.
Totally. Yeah, and that's not... Like, I mean, you can just say humanity and, like, be like, bless your soul. But, like, in reality, that means, like, that's you, man. That's your family. Your family. You and your family. Like,
I'm being oppressed. I had somebody... I had a
yeah, man, like, you're being attacked right now. My family is too. I'm being attacked. And, yeah, you too, and we all are. Like, and man, like, it's really fucking crazy. Like, if you talk about all these people that started these vaccines, probably most professionally than anyone I know, they're like, yeah, there could be billions dead, with a B word. Billions dead in the next few years. Like, if it's that crazy. Like, if you can't comprehend that, man, like, billions with a B.
Yeah, but that's Codex Alimentarius is from like 10 years ago, where it's death by malnutrition, and that's why all the diseases are mostly caused by malnutrition and poor diet.
Yeah,
selling McDonald's, selling Coca-Cola, all this garbage, and five meals a day of high carbs and high sugars, and and then why am I sick? Why am I 500 pounds?
I know it's some sick ass shit, man. But it's very real, and I wish I knew a way that we could stop it. But they're so fucking crazy, and people are so stupid. I don't know how to stop it. That's the crazy thing. I can't. I've tried, even with my friends and my family. It's like I can't stop it. It's fucking insane.
I'm surrounded by retards. Everyone in my 100-kilometer square mile radius, except for one or two people, they're all retards.
You said kilometers. Are you Canadian?
Yes.
Nice. Hold on a second. Where am I on the live stream? I'm just trying to find out where I am here. Yeah. What's your name again, man?
Northern.
Okay, I don't see you in the chat.
Like Space Crab Rebellion.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I can recognize your voice. I think I've talked to you before.
Yeah, I've
But
talked
yeah,
to you
man.
like a long time. I know you from a long time ago, like a year or two ago, on the ice wall or in the under the dome or the multiple times it was deleted.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I have Under the Dome. I just introduced Under the Dome into my list again.
But yeah, I rarely talk really in live streams. So. But
well, dude, like they're killing our family and are threatening us with the same thing. So like we can joke about it all day long, but in reality, dude, it's like it's pretty crazy.
They're already taxing people in Quebec, or they're going to be taxing people in Quebec who are not.
Or throw them in jail, Quebec. Oh God.
So Quebec first, and spread all the rest of Canada after that, and then.
What do you do when it comes to your province? Like, run away?
I can't even run away because.
What province do you live in?
I'm locked down because I don't have the passport.
Which province do you live in? Or are you American?
I live near Hudson's Bay.
Oh, you're on the East Coast.
Yeah. Central Hudson's Bay.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm more West Coast, but like, and I'm worried about what's happening in Quebec. But I'm like, what if that started happening in my province? And I'd be like, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about what I would actually do.
It's only a matter of time. Just like the States maybe has a bit more time because they have guns and they're a bit more crazy. So, they may have a bit more brainwashing and a bit more psyops. But Canada is an apathetic Zionist state full of cowards, spineless, gutless sheep. So we're going to be caving in right away.
I know, that's what I fear. Canada. I know. There's a huge part of me that wants to leave Canada, but I don't even know how I would do it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I don't even think they'd allow you to leave because they know they'd be like, you don't have the passport.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like technically, you can't even get on an airport or an airplane or a train without being vaccinated. It's crazy. You'd have to literally break the law to leave the country.
Yeah, so they just lock you down. It's like an open air prison.
Mm-hmm. Good thing Canada's fucking huge, but I mean, I don't know. Like it's the second biggest country on the planet, so we got that going for us. But
why do you think they're starting with Australia?
Well, yeah, also gigantic.
Nowhere to go.
Good point.
They have nowhere to go. It's an island, tiny island. Lock them down.
It's not tiny. Australia is huge.
Whatever. It's an island, and you need a boat and tons of money to escape. So, like, it's the perfect proving ground, starting point.
Man, the fact that people are even having these conversations is disturbing to me. I mean, like, how can you escape from Australia or escape from Canada? Like, that sounds like a fucking sci-fi movie. Like, escape from either of those two movies.
Yeah, the point in Canada, some of the southern provinces, there's like 20 RCMP officers for this 1,000 kilometers square mile. So, like, how are you going to patrol all these country roads of all these people and search them? Like,
okay, can you guys get off this topic, please? I don't know how long you've been talking about it. I just spoke to this restroom, and I've heard the B word several times, and now we're talking about avoiding and guns and laws, and when in reference to this stuff, can we just change the topic and get back to something we can talk about? before I go to bed.
Yeah, I never said any keywords, but it's all good.
Okay. But yeah.
How about them Cowboys?
Love them Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys. Whoa. Whoa. Gotta love them. Anything Texas, I'm for.
Well, just like when you go out to any location or hang out with friends, there's no other topic than what we were just talking about.
Which topic were we just talking about?
The most forbidden topic in the history of mankind.
I don't know what's forbidden anymore. Truth prevails. Fucking jumps in and says stop talking about shit, and then goes to bed. What to do about that? Ain't the first time that happened to me. That old gal. It's weird. She popped in for like 2 seconds just to tell everyone to shut the fuck up, and then just instantly left. Like, what? Why? Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's protecting the YouTube, I guess, but it's weird how certain other rules can mention it and there's no issues, but I'll no comment on that one.
Yeah, just don't waste your whatever you got going on. Yeah, it's not worth fighting them. I remember one time I disagreed with her, and she straight up silenced me for a good while just for having a different opinion. It's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, you question everything except certain authorities, but yeah. Certain people can talk about certain things, and certain people can't talk about certain things, so that's the rules.
Apparently. Fuck the rules. Fuck the rules. Anyway.
And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
I feel like the conversation got a little distracted when I can't remember his name. I think it's Get Beget. You know that guy?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, he's still here. Oh, you are still here. Hey, Get Beget. I just wanted to. I feel the need to go back to that conversation I brought up. Maybe it wasn't a conversation. Maybe it was just me not understanding the situation. But with the SR-71 Blackbird going like 3,000 a mile an hour forward, and then the conversation got really crazy with like airplanes naturally going downward. I really don't understand. But
yeah, planes never account for dip. So
I didn't think like they did.
2,000 feet. It's like 2,000 feet per mile or 5,000 feet per mile or some crazy number where they'd have to dip down and they don't dip at all. So, or they dip the tiniest bit to
Well, they don't account for it, right? Is the point?
Yeah, like Flyer Solar was saying, they maintain a tiny bit of upward lift to maintain level, but other than that, that's about it. They don't dip the nose down at all.
But wait, what does that not actually support both sides of the argument? Flat or round?
No, because if you dip like the minimalist amount, then you're just compensating for random wind or just like the tiniest bit of deviation. But if it was a ball, you would have to dip the nose down like noticeably, like force it down.
Right. And the plane would have to be programmed to be constantly going downwards, right? In the ball situation. Kinda.
Well, if it was an autopilot, it would have to. But if it was a manual pilot, he's just watching the artificial horizon, and it's just staying flat.
I don't know what to think anymore, man. To be perfectly honest, it's like I've spent hours, tens of hours in this room, and I know all the arguments, or a lot of them anyway.
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck
sure
to
you know
think
all the
anymore.
arguments.
Both make sense.
But yeah, it all comes down to God or atheism, and that's the choice you have to make.
Oh, no. See, with all due respect, I'm not. I don't believe that we have to go that far.
That's what the choice you have to make is. That's all it comes down to. Most debates, at the heart of it, atheism versus God.
I know what you're saying. At the heart of it, yeah, all conversations come down to God. But I mean, I'm just saying with the flat Earth versus the around Earth possibility. Where I think it's quite a jump to go right to God. To be perfectly honest, I think there's a lot of little things that could be mentioned, but
Creation requires a creator. The Bible says supports the flat Earth. The Quran supports a flat Earth. The government and celebrities, athletes are proven to be doing satanic rituals and occult rituals and rituals by the numbers. So, and the government hates God. They hate the Bible. They hate religion. They promote atheism, evolution, Big Bang. So it's so easy to see. They want you to be a nihilist, atheist, materialist, money lover. But that's one of the biggest hurdles, is to realize that you're going to be accountable for all your actions and deeds. That's a tough pill to swallow. And some people reject it forever.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Creating mission, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the, like, city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter.
space away from the sun is the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat. Where's the curve?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
From the Channel 4 News, WSMV Nashville.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Cybro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
I'm in the shadows in Iran. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is full of shit. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit.
Okay?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Okay, Roger. We're
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private. Until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get to playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue gas, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation belts. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen.
Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
the
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to? Why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now.
We'd ask you to...
Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique footage.
It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969. Do you remember this?
On the 18th?
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over. Roger, Neil. We just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Well, we shut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the terminator or inside the shadow. We can see the oceans with a definite blue cast, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
Roger, the ATC's working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, did you copy, over?
We copied, Charlie.
Roger, your transmissions the last couple of times have been about 2 by, over.
Okay, how do you read me now?
Right, you're 5 by now.
Coastline.
Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had.
What is your proposition? That we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you did.
Here they discuss that these
I know for
television
a fact that you did
transmissions
not.
were in fact
You know for a
not
fact that we did
broadcast
not.
live, as
That's
everyone
correct, and
believes.
you'll see this tape
They were
proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the
doing an
camera off,
illusion with the
please.
window.
Sunlight from entering
Turn the camera off.
through the other windows. As to
full of
not
shit.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late, on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? And
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction?
I know for a fact that you
That's
didn't.
slimy journalism. Do you realize that?
If
You ought to be ashamed of
If you read the
yourself.
document that I have in here, you'll find that it's not. That this is a personal plea to do what is right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
This is the
time.
document that you want to see.
place the camera at the back of the spacecraft.
I know for a fact
But
that
what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
It is completely
No, I do not.
with the Earth in low
Then we have a difference of opinion.
The circumference of the window.
This is where you were using the window, the spacecraft, to appear to be the Earth far away. We got the raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when to speak.
They wanted the interior.
You believe in UFOs?
No,
You
I do
believe
not.
we've been visited by? Well, why do
No, I
you want to
don't.
believe this stuff?
I know for a fact. We've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and and it's dated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station, which is on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why
You
don't
were
you
there.
talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
I know for a fact that it didn't. And this tape would prove it in a court of law.
Subsequently, this
It would.
tape was never used.
Why don't you try? Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one has
Is your
laughed.
camera working?
No one has laughed.
And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the astronaut
But you're doing it the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody like me to come in here.
If you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window that's shot to make it look like
Look,
this
you
is
can
far away?
manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured. You know that it
to
isn't.
that of an interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove the
You
crystal.
give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card.
It's all in there.
Camera controls,
It's all
but
in there.
not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front
You're
of the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Howdy, Buzz.
Who's that?
How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief.
Why don't you just focus
That's called
on
being
your
a
own
thief.
life?
Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get in the middle of anything.
Tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call
Right,
the police.
we pay.
Come on in here, we'll call the police.
Solicit on
You like
Why
that?
don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid
Right now-
to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital.
How you doing?
I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program that's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission.
What mission?
Apollo 11.
Yes.
And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window, turn off the lights in the spacecraft, and appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that kind of thing.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't an appropriate thing to do.
Well,
but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight, to put your left hand on the Bible,
left hand,
raise your right hand, and you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future, and if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay, say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treasonous?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't treason.
Under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason?
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that...
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have dozens of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, yes, from the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people. Just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in,
okay, sure. So
pop that one out.
Is that? Good. Oh, that was stopping.
Yes, take it again.
Yeah, we can edit this right away. We don't have to worry about doing that. So we can.
Yeah, just hit play.
Well, it goes in.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep, seems to be.
I think it's shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
That's what you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Maybe somebody got their arm in front of it.
Now I thought that was the arm of God moving across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it is again, 130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that in the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflections, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm. under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as a gospel of anything except a historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass we went to the moon. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole.
Well,
and if you continue this, and if you press us, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon. As an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the black house. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen Belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine. Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just our doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shit to heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really if it's not what I felt. Cause I feel to read out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope, so stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really if it's not what I felt. Cause I feel to read out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it,